That'd be a home run at 26 of the 30 Major League ballparks. That's a cool 86% of all balls.
Woodward's even pettier than me.
So, I think talking to the Yankees matches up. Now, it might have registered at 369 feet. That landed in the second row in right field. I have a hard time believing that went 360.
I have a hard time believing that 26 of 30 parks have a right field fence that's 370 or so. And that ain't a home run to the field.
That's another thing, is that if it did go 360, where it was hit, is that really a home run? Maybe it's how high it was when it came over that marker that fell down. Maybe it was high and then whatever. That's such a short portion, right? And it only hits the second row. It's a little petty like this Woodward. Perhaps, yeah. Your team had the same short portion. But is that a home run most places? I don't think so.
And you know me, I normally defer to logic and science and numbers and stats and whatever. But in this scenario, I don't care. I want to continue to live in a world where I assume that the right field fence in Yankee Stadium is an unfair advantage, and our history is littered with balls that should have been out that were not, and then if there were actual fence in right field at a true adult distance, we would have had a far easier existence in the 90s, early 2000s.
Okay. You just really want any chance that turns true. Yeah. So, Mraz is out this week. Mraz, Pop, Turtle, he's out this week. Which means McElroy is big for Mraz for 4 or 5 days. Jonathan is at 1 of the 5 days.
Besides Journal.
And, you know, McElroy has a bit of a sweat. You know this, Oil carries speed up concrete. That's probably John. Right. Back to the sea.
I'm crashing my own jump.
Oil's a little erratic. Have you noticed?
I didn't stand off. Now, in his defense, you were strangely quiet from last night to this morning. That was a extent where I told you about, and it's only learning it now because we were gnarled in traffic, horrible traffic in but we didn't know where he was. There was no one down email and no reply to competent. And then I already texted you for the cold open because we began using that and didn't get a response. And then it was 5:15, 5:20, 5:30, 5:30. And I said, you know what? I'm going to call DA and see what's going on. The first time I called, one ring, right to voicemail, no outgoing message. Wow. He didn't appear to and I called him now. Luckily, I called the number back right again, and he picked up. There was that one down somewhere in the ether, and then he runs on to take care of it. So I think he wants to do a good job. Why did he throw it off my team? He didn't have a host for like the first hour he was going to go.
Okay, so that would be understandable. Usually the topic just comes in the night before when I send it. For some reason, it didn't go through. Don't know why. None of you guys got it. It's in my sent folder. So I can't put up text messages while we're driving. Work on this thing, so I didn't know they were coming in. So that was somebody. I don't know exactly. I don't think how is Mraz in day number 1, performance number 1 on TV? I think that right now is in category of that because we know this is the ball.
But we don't think it is because the Canadian Bacon last week in prep for him to understand the structure and whatnot.
It's got your authority.
DJ, I just saw it between my legs, so mine is of the marinara variety. Almost anyone can be better than that. That should be a drop of music. I can do this.
No, in any part of
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm pretty confident I'm going to beat him, but no, honestly, I have been tweaking this script throughout the first hour and a half of the show. I want it to be perfect tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, so I can be as interactive in the show as possible. I'm probably going to get in here an extra hour early, so I make sure this is all done beforehand. I'm tweaking.
Is it better to do Canadian Bacon early so that afterwards you can kind of coach, or do you want it to, if it doesn't go well, it's going to rattle you for the rest of the show?
Yeah, no, I mean, what are you saying, like, do the segment?
No, yeah, so the bacon being hour number one or hour number two, so that you can exhale the second half of the show?
No, I think it's fine where it is. I'm just going to come in even earlier the rest of this week when I'm on the show and make sure that it is all pristine before we even begin, because I'm tweaking here on this script.
You do realize that the bar is set extraordinarily low. I mean, Mraz tried to sing the Beatles on Friday.
Now, this is true, but at the same time, I got to come in with a bang one, and I know I've got Connor Green hot on my tail who's producing Wednesday. I know that not only have to deliver one, I've got to deliver two masterclass performances, and I aim to do that. Well, I expect it's for the game 3 on Wednesday night, where these Penguins might begin to be more nervous than Penguins at the polar ice cap that they begin to melt in Antarctica. Oh my word, man. There's so many words. Normally he knows no words. And now he's putting them all. It sounds strenuous to your head. I'm doing it. I think the good news, Boyle, that you've got today and tomorrow to kind of work out the kinks, because you're not wrong in that Connor really is the measuring stick.
He's very good at that.
Connor's kind of perfected it. He's certainly better than Sean. And someday, maybe as soon as two bad giants even, Sean's not going to lose here. So what you want is to be better than Connor, so you can get in the job that way. So don't worry about beating Sean.
Right.
Worry about being better than Connor, which is not going to be easy. Get the straws out and take a sip of Caprill. Oh, God. Was the pause this long as he was angry?
I must have watched Friday's Canadian Bacon response by Bogish 10 times over the weekend when Bogish then played the Beatles song. To drive me off the cliff.
I was so proud of that. I got home, I played with my family, and there's like, okay. And I'm like, guys, I've never been better. Like, this is, I should get an Emmy for this or something, and no takers.
The same thing. I played that to Bridget, and she's like, really? She's like, all right.
And it doesn't even have the closer of the, it's okay, we're on a journey. We're in Denver, we're in Vegas, like the whole drive. I was really proud of myself leaving here Friday.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. I know. Over lunch on Friday when I came home, I listened to it or watched it 4 times in a row, and I was cackling, laughing every single time. It's on my Instagram, or maybe it's now no longer because it's more than 24 hours past, but I can post it again. It was just so damn funny. It's also so damn funny because Mraz wanted the Beatles music playing behind him and didn't get it from Pete. He's like, do your own work. Then you got it, and immediately Mraz is PO'd and throws his hands and his microphone to the side. Oh, you're going to play for him?
And I couldn't see him that day because I was sitting on the other side of the room for technical difficulties, so I couldn't see him that day. So I didn't know he got mad right away until I watched the video, which made me happy again that joke landed too, because we played it on purpose because, as you said, he wanted it, he wouldn't do it. So for him to immediately be angry and take the headphones out was a quick win.
You can check out this video on my Twitter because that's still there, obviously. The video is at DA on CBS. But one of the real disturbing parts about it is when he does the Baby You Can Drive My Car, he like pushes out his breastplate twice when he's trying to do like the Hong Kong. I'm like, dude, what is that? That's not part of the Beatles song.
Maybe you can drive a Hong Kong
Beat. Yeah, just a beat.
and all out of order too.
Yeah, well, not in the right order. And then Bogus says, "Baby, you can drive my car off a cliff," if Mraz ever sings again. And it just brings down the house. AB has our headline.
Jimmy Butler welcomed Joel Embiid back to the Sixer lineup, wanting to compete against the best. He might want to rethink that. Butler did score 40 last night, but his team lost again against Embiid in Philly.
A lot of it comes down to us making shots. When we make shots, we tend to play defense. If we don't, we don't. So we got to get back to being a defensive-minded team, and then our offense come to us second.
The Sixers won 116-108 to level the series at 2. Miami missed 28 of 35 threes, while Embiid put up 24 points and 11 boards.
That's the other thing. The Heat shot like crap last night. And so, as great as Harden was, as inspirational as Embiid's return was, last night was also about the Heat just missing everything.
Right, and you throw in Sixer turnovers, the game, it shouldn't have been this close. It should not have been a game that needed Harden to be that fantastic in the fourth, but it was closer than it should have been, and he was good. 31 points total, 16 in that fourth to secure the win. All of that after the Mavs got even with the Suns, 111-101 in Dallas. Devin Booker not sweating back-to-back losses.
Starting off the game, foul trouble. Text for no reason. So it was just a lot came with it. I think we just have to flush it down the toilet and move on to the next game.
The foul trouble included 4 first-half fouls on Chris Paul, who fouled out in the fourth quarter. There was also a Mavs fan apparently putting his hands on CP3's mom and wife during the game. The young man immediately removed from the arena. The league has yet to comment on the situation. The Grizzlies listing John Morant as doubtful for Game 4 of the Warriors tonight. He injured his right knee late in Game 3, maybe because Jordan Poole grabbed that knee, going for a loose ball. And the Kings are hiring Mike Brown as their head coach. He's been a Warrior assistant the last 7 seasons after being the Lakers and Cavs head coach. It's a 3-game sweep and a 6-game win streak for the LA Dodgers after a 7-1 final at Wrigley on Sunday Night Baseball. Mookie Betts had 2 hits for a 9-game hit streak.
We got a real good lineup, and when a couple guys get hot, we can kind of carry ourselves through some wins. And obviously, it all starts with pitching staff, and they're the main reason why we're 19-7 for sure.
And last night, that meant Walker Buehler, 7 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 2 walks, and 6 Ks. They've got 19 wins. The Mets, the first at 20, taking Game 2 of a doubleheader in Philly, 6-1. Pete Alonso went deep twice, driving in 5. Over in the AL, Oakland's losing streak hit 9 in Minnesota, 4-3. The Twins, meanwhile, have won 14 of 17, and the Astros blanked the Tigers 5-0 for a 7-0 homestand. MLS last night, LA Galaxy gave Austin FC its first home loss of the young season, 1-0. Max Verstappen won that F1 race in Miami in second consecutive victory, and Joey Logano bumped William Byron out of the way on the next-to-last lap to win NASCAR's Cup race at Darlington. And now, fire up that mower and get done.
It doesn't take much to surprise this bouncing baby boy.
This is honestly the most stunned I've ever been on the show to a news.
The DA show is stunned to a news.
Again, Sean's off this week, so someone's got to talk about lawns. And I think our Portly Prince would be jealous of this house in Port Arthur, Texas. The police department there recently released home security footage of a man entering a property and taking a lawnmower out of a shed. But instead of just stealing it, he mows the front and back grass.
No.
I think even fixes a little post in their fence and then leaves with said mower, like a really extended, courteous test drive.
Nice guy.
The man has been identified as Marcus Hubbard. He ditched the mower in an alley as he was ditching police that night. So he remains on the loose, so we don't know exactly why he landscaped and leaved from this house on this night last week.
But this is not a ride-on mower, right?
No, it's a push mower.
It's a push mower. So he actually has to do a lot of work.
Right.
He's going to push the mower front yard, backyard, and then try to steal it.
I got a lot of questions, too. So, obviously, this is the obvious one. Why would you do that? Second of all, if you're in the house, don't you hear the mower going?
Yes.
In the middle of the night, and you go, who the heck is mowing lawn nearby? And look out the window and see a stranger on your front lawn?
So this guy did it in the middle of the night?
It's at least nighttime.
Oh. So this guy wants to steal a lawnmower, and so he goes in the middle of the night to the shed and decides to mow in the middle of the night, and it doesn't wake anybody up or turn any heads.
Yeah, I mean, I've got $5 on this guy tweaking like oil free Canadian bacon that he didn't know what he was doing. Just thought he wanted to mow a lawn, and then took it with him. There's no one in their right criminal mind would stay at the crime scene that long as he's cleaning a mower.
I gotta say, the smell of a fresh cut lawn is really intoxicating. So maybe he was just really fiending that smell.
I don't know, Pete, what kind of drug would make you want to mow lawns?
Well, what I was thinking was maybe he's by a Mraz house. And sure just loved the smell of the grass. And I was like, oh, someone's cutting their grass. So, right.
Or is an angry neighbor fed up with that house's overgrown lawn, so he mows it at a spite, takes the mower with him?
Exactly. Someone finally cutting the grass next door.
It's actually at about 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
The surveillance footage says it's at 9:54, I believe.
And it's on a main street. Like, there's a 2-lane street right there, and there's cars going by. So he was not trying to be sneaky here in any way, except for the hood being up. That's the only little thing of, detection he went through.
Again, the smell of a fresh cut lawn is so intoxicating that maybe you just need it in the middle of the night. You're like, I just need that smell.
But then leave the mower or mow one strip. You don't even do the whole property. He should charge them. They should be even. He mows the lawn, he keeps the mower. We're good.
That's actually true. Depending on how much your mower is and how old it is.
Right.
If somebody comes to mow your lawn and goes in trade, can I keep the mower? I might say yes.
Yeah. Come back every 10 days. Every other Saturday. Let's do this. You could be my guy.
He lays weed fertilizer down, does a little mulching in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's the only problem. He does it high on heroin at 11 a.m., 11 p.m. It's not necessarily reliable, but he'll get there at some point.
I got the best grass guy. I mean, he does it in the middle of the night because he's tweaked that mess. He's amazingly thorough.
He's both grass. He brings weed and he cuts your grass. He's a great grass guy.
What a guy. When we come back, the much-anticipated Canadian Bacon, starring Pat Boyle. PA, CBS Sports Radio.
Did you hear that? The SOS to the world for the people of Ukraine. And you've never wanted to help more. Yet you've never felt more helpless. Here's what you can do. Give to the Ukraine Humanitarian Crisis Appeal. The Red Cross is on the ground to make sure your donation supplies food, water, shelter, and other urgent support. Show everyone affected by the Ukraine conflict that you hear them, loud and clear. Go to redcross.ca.
All right, we're back with all of the playoff hockey action. Here comes the shot as he checks his bet on this ball. Let's go! Oh, what a bet! Time for a little celebration dance in the living room. Oh, talk about thrilling. This is what sports betting is all about.
Game day just got better with Play Now Sports, your local BC sportsbook. Take hockey to the next level with a $250 welcome bonus. Know your limit, play within it. Must be 19 plus.
The Magnuson Auto Group operates 2 Ford dealerships in the Lower Mainland. They're set up on both sides of the Fraser River so they can best serve you closer to where you live. Visit or have a chat with both Metro Ford and Ford Coquitlam or MetroMotors.com and Magnuson Ford in Abbotsford at MagnusonFord.com. The name you can trust. Landmark Cinemas at the Guildford Town Center is for movie lovers, featuring spacious and luxurious recliner seating and introducing Premier Seats. 2 heated recliner seats with power adjustable headrests, side table, and coat-hook, all wrapped up in your own personal privacy enclosure.
Thursday for more.
Experience Laser Ultra with Dolby Atmos immersive sound.
It'll blow your movie-loving mind.
Plus, Landmark Extras members get rewarded for every movie purchase they make. Landmark Cinemas for movie lovers. This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just building vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit Mercedes-Benz Richmond in Richmond Auto Mall. Dulari.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh, starring Aria, pro sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you've got to refresh to be fresh.
Welcome, Kata. Great start, Aria, but it's more like, welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Try your new smashed avocado and turkey, or Maplewood smoked bacon and ham.
You forgot about the Duke Deli-style turkey raised on Canadian farm.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Aria, take it away.
Freshly prepared for your order.
Cut! Let's take it from the top.
How do you know when to bring it to Boyd?
When you back out of the garage, before you open the door.
When you hit the brakes in time, but the guy behind you doesn't. When your teenager puts the dent in the student driver. That's when you bring it to Boyd. Boyd Auto Body and Glass has over 25 years experience, and they guarantee their work for as long as you own your vehicle. So when you want it done right, bring it to Boyd.
Ready to Boyd. It's on Boyd. Auto Body and Glass.
Public workers deliver services our communities rely on, whether it's fighting wildfires, protecting at-risk children, staffing the court system, or running our liquor and cannabis stores. The BC Public Service is there for us. But as the cost of living skyrockets, these workers are falling behind. Now is the time to invest in sustainable public services for our future. A message from members of the BC General Employees Union, BCGEU.
At Triple O's, we believe every burger should require at least 2 napkins. These must be 100% fresh and 100% Canadian. Kennebec are the perfect potato for perfect fries, and life's better when you stay saucy with our secret Triple O sauce. And just like us, if you've been rocking the pickle top since day one, you keep on rocking it, because that's how you get a taste like no other. See you soon at Triple O's. Randy Desai here with our friend Robbie Joel from Remax 2000. How well do you kind of maximize what a property assessment is versus what you can actually get for that property? So easy assessment, they're kind of a rough guideline. You know, they don't know if that property sits on a busy road or under power line or vice versa. It could be newly renovated. So we got to go in there and have a look at it, give the homeowner a true evaluation. And I think that's usually where the shock test is if easy assessment was way off. For more info, book an appointment. Go to RobbieJoel.com. JOHAL. The People Show with Fitness Art and Randy Janda. Today at 1 and on demand anytime through Apple, Spotify, or Google Podcasts.
Sing us a song! You're the overtime ending man!
The soul feeling of the best team. The nightly action of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's your morning serving of Canadian bacon. Only on the TA Show. The words of wisdom from our listener of the Aliens Upside Down Mike says, hey Pat Boyd, all you have to do is not overthink the Canadian bacon puns, where they are. Just be who you are, quick-witted, direct to the point with the joke, coherent delivery. You'll easily surpass Mraz. Even easier, the bar is so much lower for Kevin, who tweets, Boyle hasn't even started it, and it's already better than Mraz. Hashtag Capri Soft Song. So that is the context in which Pat Boyle takes the floor. Pat Boyle, take it away.
Oh, yeah, I just want to say, by the way, Mraz gave me no format on how to do this, no prep, so I forayed into the wilderness on my own here, and there's a couple of shots coming his way. So here we go. Mother's Day yesterday. Here's your flowers in the corn, Mom. Now get the hell out of my face. There's 4 game 4s on today in the Stanley Cup playoffs. 4 teams that were down 2-1 in the series. And to bring Mom back in the picture, there's no place like home. And just like that, grilled tenderloins yesterday. Oh, baby, was there some home cooking. Shall we start with some dirty water? The Bruins fell behind twice to the Hurricanes at the TD Garden on Sunday, but the game isn't over until the fat lady sings. Or in this case, the game isn't over until the fat man can swing Sweet Carolina. Bum, bum, bum. The Bruins weathered the Hurricane storm, and Jake DeBrusk, the Bruins through the Carolina penalty kill to tie the game at 2. And then just like the race that we discussed in Miami before, this Hurricane went from an F5 to an F1. Oh! Now they just made some air point. 40 seconds left. Here side, the Bruins win a push battle. Send it ahead. Marchand takes into the far circle. Shoots. Scores! Brad Marchand with the empty netter. Tony D'Angelo threw it. Did get him. Bruins 5, Kane 2. That's right. How about a hand for Brad Marchand? 2 goals and 3 assists on the night. Into the empty net because Caroline goalie empty Ronta didn't want any more smoke. Bobby Marchand was over the moon for Brad and the Bruins as they send the series back to Carolina tied at 2. Nick, he had a wild Saturday night and then the Sunday scaries kicked in, or should I say, the Sundays lose. Don't you worry because the St. Louis lose had to pick me up ready. Staying away from any juice pouch drinks fun that could trip me up. Kirill the Thrill Kaprizov tied the game at 1. But then at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, don't worry about renting a car because Ryan O'Reilly set up David Perron for the go-ahead goal, and then O'Reilly had another assist to make it 3-1. Who was that goal scorer, you may ask? Well, we know all the kids love Kaya, but all the blue-collared, hard-working men and women in St. Louis love Kai. The All-Stars found his mojo. 8:36 to go in the second period. Cairo extends the lead to 3-1. What a backhanded goal and a great smile on the face of Cairo. Don't stop me now. Smoking some Canadian bacon just like Jordan Cairo was smoking the Wild defense as his 2 goals cannot be blocked and he helped the Blues blow past Minnesota to even the series. On to Tampa Bay where the 2-time reigning champions felt their fingers falling off of Lord Stanley's Cup. But keeping with the theme of yesterday, they raked the Leafs on a Sunday afternoon and legally mowed the Maple Lawn because this one was over before it even started.
It's a Kirkwood in center ice. Dumps it in. Sergachev. Clear. Right side Peterson. 2-on-1 for Root across the line. Right circle. Home. Cross the line.
This guy has the best first name you can ever ask for. Pat Maroon lit the Maroon lamp and left Toronto goalie Jack Campbell in a two-piece state before he was scooped off the ice and marooned on a lonely island on the bench in just the second period. They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. Well, it did for Ross Colton, 45. Who is approaching 45 points on the season and struck for 2 insurance goals in this one. Andre Vasilevsky got all the healing power of Vaseline he needed in this one as the Lightning motioned their way to 6 goals. They took the extra point for good measure in their 7-3 win to even the series. Finally, while Mike Brown is the new king in town in Sacramento, the LA teams also got their crowns back and were feeling like their royal selves on Sunday. Edmonton poured hot oil all over them and royally flushed them down the toilet in their previous 2 games to the tune of a combined score of 14-2. The Mommies of LA had a great night on Mother's Day. The pipeline ran dry last night as the Oilers were blank and ran out of point at Birthstone.com Arena. Sometimes like the fun of this segment like this more, but in this case, more is more as Trevor Moore got the party started. Then Edmonton must have been feeling really grungy with themselves after Carl Grundstrom deposited 2 seeds of insurance at the bank in the 3rd period to tie the series at 2. Jonathan Quick was quick on his feet, quick on his skates as he helped Connor McDavid to make 0 goals. And that is your Canadian bacon.
From peak to body. 4 points out of 5. Whoa. I'm exhausted. That was a lot, but it was good. Has Mraz ever gotten a full week? No, never. The first 4 Lakers coast to pass Royal. Wow. My goodness, Doyle. Save nothing for tomorrow. You shoved a lot into that was a little dense. I got criticized last year because my puns were a little dense.
Yeah, I think the hurdle is you don't want to use too many jokes that don't lead into highlights or the downward section. It was just a lot. But it most of it really didn't play for credit. Timers have never been on him.
For Pat to have worked in a stun to a new joke, right, on the fly, from the previous segment into the next segment, so he didn't even know the story until that was pretty good. Was that the legal? They moved them legally?
Yeah, you bring the lead that legally mows the maple lawn.
Yeah, legally moved the maple lawn.
Very sharp.
Right. Beat the body. I love the Titans. I like when they like you guys know. So that's what I thought.
Yeah, London was really good. Fans, yeah, that was a good one too. Probably they accept the Caillou reference, lotioned off of that, the left team, Olsen 45.
Olsen 45, I absolutely love. The positive Tuesdays, the joke about self.
I got a good one for that when we come back.
Okay. More breakdown, the football game show of Pat Boyle's inaugural Canadian Bacon coming up in your next minute. You can weigh in as well on Twitter about how you thought Pat did at DA on CBS. Next.
You're listening to the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650.
Is your team with you right now? Yeah? Drug Free Kids Canada would like to offer you this moment to talk about sports, about school, about drugs. Take it away. We'll even add a little background music for you. If you need some tricks to keep the conversation going and make it a little smoother, we've got you. Visit drugfreekidscanada.org for some help. But above all, keep talking.
Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best continue to amaze in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinals. Vote for your favorites to advance to the finale.
Look how much talent we found.
And today's special guest judge, Simon Cowell.
Look out, Canada, I'm on my way.
The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow week 7 Central on City TV or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
I asked my Mopar service expert today to check all the boxes. Oil change, check. Tire rotation, check. Brake inspection, check. Free, check. Ding. Purchase a Peace of Mind maintenance service at the All-In Spring event, and you'll receive a brake inspection and a free diesel tire changeover. And of course, when you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it.
Welcome to Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook, dedicated to giving competitive odds on the teams and sports that matter to Canadians. Hockey, football, basketball, golf majors, whatever your sport, Sports Interaction has. Get more ways to play on every sport online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or over. Play responsibly.
Like scouring the waiver wire for an impact player. Finding a construction equipment right now? Slim pickings. Let Avenue Machinery do the scouting for you. Kubota skid steers and excavators add efficiency and toughness to any roster, putting them in high demand. Avenue Machinery will stop at nothing to get you the equipment you need to beat the competition. Big or small, you'll get the respect and support you deserve at Avenue Machinery, the award-winning authorized full-line Kubota dealer serving Lower Mainland and Fraser Valley. AvenueMachinery.ca.
Prefer paying with debit but still want the points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking to rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit pcfinancial.ca/get points to learn more.
When you need an appraisal, trust the experience of Campbell & Pound Real Estate Appraisers, an institution of Greater Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. Campbell & Pound has provided top-tier service to the mortgage brokerage, credit union, and financial community since 1939. Campbell & Pound is a local family-owned business and platinum member of the Better Business Bureau, specializing in will probate, estate valuation, financial, and litigation appraisal. Whether it's residential, commercial, or consulting, trust the expertise of Campbell & Pound. Visit campbell-pound.com today. Buying a new AC to beat the summer rush is smart, but buying a new AC to save big is even smarter. During Reliance Home Comfort's early bird sale, save $1,100 off the regular price on our featured air conditioner. With over 50,000 five-star reviews nationally, you can trust us to find the right air conditioner for you. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Act now to save $1,100 on our featured AC. So if you're looking for a great deal, conditions apply. See website for details. The Woody's RV World Season Opener Sales Event is coming this Friday through Sunday. For one weekend only, Woody's kicks off the RV season with us. Get out to the Park Davidson RVs and Parks. Enjoy free food trucks Saturday from 11 to 1. Plus, rods and draws throughout the weekend. The Season Opener Sales Event, Friday through Sunday. Only at Woody's RV World. With you all the way.
If you're in the construction business, you want to work smart so you can build fast and on budget. That's why over 1 million construction professionals use Procore. Procore is the #1 ranked construction management software according to owners, GCs, and subs. It gives you the power to connect everyone across your project, from field to office, on just one platform. From pre-con to closeout, Procore gets everybody on the same page, leading to less rework and more great work. Visit Procore.com today so you can build smarter.
CISL Vancouver is Sportsnet 650, the official home of the Canucks. Listen live at sportsnet.ca/650 through the Sportsnet app or the Radio Player Canada app. You're on Sportsnet 650. This is CBS Sports Radio. Laura,
Featuring producer Moraz and the musical sounds of the Zap Zap Orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's T.A. Happy Monday news coming to you live from the Rocket Mortgage Studios.
Need to know what it takes for a home to fit your budget and your family? Rocket Cat. Coming your way in 30 minutes, we are breaking down the NBA playoffs over the weekend. We have 2 series knotted at 2 games apiece, heading to Game 5. And then today, a pair of 2-1 series. We'll talk to Brian Gelteiler, the founder of HoochCritics.com, great website for basketball fans. Also, you can hear on SiriusXM NBA radio channel and on NBA TV. Those join us in 30 and 45 minutes. Pete Carroll says, we're going to rock. In fact, this would have been the #1 drafted quarterback this year. Really? We'll discuss later on in the hour. And the feedback is pouring in from Pat Boyle's inaugural Canadian vacation we just wrapped up. Brad was off this week. He's on vacation. He's at a water park in Pennsylvania. And so Pat is in. His first hat at Canadian Bacon just happened. Pete the Body gave him 4 out of 5 pig points, which is a big-time score, considering Mraz in week #1, the first time we used the big scale, had topped out at only 3 points last week. The feedback is rolling in from the aliens. I have 3 of those coming up in a mere 8 minutes from now. But fascinating to get your take on Pat Boyle, his take on Canadian bacon. You know, every artist has a different sensibility. Some are fundamentalist, some are traditionalist. In Pat Boyle's case, he did a little bit of everything. Interesting to see how this art is going to work. Using puns to describe the night in the hockey place. But before we get there, how about today at the Kentucky Derby, where 80-1 odds followed Rich Strike. Now, Rich Strike was not even in the original field for the Kentucky Derby. Only got in because Imperial Road scratched on Friday, meaning a 80-1 odds on Rich Strike. Rich Strike was in the middle of the pack and behind the pack for most of the race until the final stretch. The call is just phenomenal. Here's how it sounded on NBC. According to odds, it's the second longest odds I believe of any horse to win the Kentucky Derby. 80-1. You bet $2 and made more than $160. Our very own horse racing aficionado, Jody Mack, was on the air later that night here on CBS Sports Radio. Here was Jody Mack breaking down the historic event. A phrase that I use only when I'm taking my $10 and throwing it into the wind with my Powerball or Mega Million. You've got to be in it to win. I don't know where he first heard that phrase. It was some advertising a positive of that, and I give him credit if I could remember, but I don't know. I certainly co-opted it and used it myself a lot over my 50-plus years of extinction and been buying lottery tickets for years, but you get my drift. That's exactly what we saw at Churchill Downs today. You have to be in it to win. But the way that the race was run and the job done by his jockey, Sonny Leon, made it a derby that I will often forget. I don't know how many more of these Kentucky derbies I got. I've been following for a long time, but this one comes with anyone I've ever seen before. Just from a drama purpose. No personal drama, because yours truly ripped up every single ticket I had. Because I wouldn't have bet Rich Strike if the horse himself had whispered in my ear, like Mr. Ed, and told me, I'm going to win this silly thing. I would not have believed him, and I would not have reached it in my pocket, and I would not have put even $2 to win on him, which would have got you back $163.60. Pretty good payoff. Just an all-time recap by the one and only Jody Mack. An all-time. So number one, Rich Strike just annihilating exact boxes in all types of bets. Nobody had Rich Strike on. That's awesome. If you did, you won a ton of cash. Congratulations. I love you. You got a good payoff there. But that was wild. And the race itself was wild. It was out of nowhere in the final couple of months. It was like there was half of the whole stretch to go, and somehow he made the maneuver inside from the railing and cut to the third place, cut to the second place to win at the end. I mean, it was just a wild race when really horse races are not by and large all that interesting. But this one really was. Rich Strike, the winning one. It wasn't like he led the entire thing either, or there was like a 2-horse down the stretch they come. He came out of the pack nowhere and then maneuvered, navigated around 2 horses, and then it was only in the final second where the announcer was like, oh my God, Rich Strike is going to win. He like the drone limb shot above. It's crazy how the whole, like, at one point, I mean, the horses, I don't know, he's playing the back, and then it gets to the rail, and then everyone just flies to the right. All of a sudden, there's just nothing in front of him but track along the rail, and it's going like another level faster than every other horse. It's a remarkable view of watching them separate in the opening, and then the thing just takes off. I rarely, if ever, get hyped up over horse races, I'm like, this is awesome. This is really, really awesome. So props to Rich Strike. Great story as well. I mean, these are not like pharaohs or stallion princes or hedge fund managers that own them or some American oil tycoon or billionaire. These are the regular people who own Rich Strike. And he wins the Derby. Now let's get into Jody Mack. Mentioned playing Mega Millions. So now we know Jody likes to play Mega Millions. And has played the lotto for 50 years, he said.
They almost gave me something. Yes, like the Venn diagram. There's just a circle with a bet on horse racing. And the lotto, there's no overlap. It's just the same.
He also credits advertising or marketing company came up with that he did it to win. Is that a marketing slogan or just a thing everybody's always said forever?
It's $1. He only has $1 to $3. That's a much better marketing slogan. But I'm also like, not know where I first heard that phrase.
With some advertising, I'm positive of that. How could you ever remember the first time you heard "in it to win it"? It's just a phrase. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Like, when was the first time I heard the phrase "thrown under the bus"? Sure, it was an advertising. No, it's just a saying. In it to win it. That's just what people said. Also, I don't know how many more Kentucky I have left.
Yeah, I feel like that's all.
Jody Maxwell is that dark. He is that.
I think that what he's done is reminds him of me, not what his body is currently sitting. And now he knows his nerves are numbered.
I don't know how many I have left. You were just saying, I don't know how many years I have left in my life, but I'm winning. You and I, right.
I know it's technically done. Right. We're starting to make it as that from now to later. Jody Mack used to be crazy. God, maybe he had his company every day of what he said. He's my like crying $10 into the West. He was bad for the end. We talked about Sterling passing away, getting a radio. He would have passed away in the years of being a $10 bill to some kind of color at track or no TV. That's the best. Right, and the press gets around and look out.
I don't know how people even talk to me that guy. I've been following him for a long time. Yeah, what I've ever seen. I mean, I feel like it's I got to think Jody Mack for 20 years.
To the end he is, but now he's doing it. It is different.
Yeah, let us go. I don't want to hear Jody talk about his mortality.
We can.
Yeah.
It just coughs to freak us out, but don't talk about the cough. That's what's coming.
I don't know where the first time I heard Black Lung.
Must have been a marketing. Exactly.
See, again, this is funny. If Jody said it, we'd be in tears right now.
Well, I don't know where I first heard Iron Lung. Probably a Marlboro executive.
First heard it when you were subscribed. And down the stretch they come.
I don't know where the first time I heard miners cough. Probably Don Draper. Marketing.
Talking about his lungs down the stretch they come as they're trying to fill with air.
I think it was Mad Men the first time I heard Black
God, dude. I don't know how many more Kentucky Derbies I have. Come on, man. Come on.
Mother's Day weekend. That's nothing.
It's positive.
I'm gonna say that's all he's got. Stay positive. You lose that, we're in trouble. Come on, Joey. That Kevin Cobb cup doesn't get drank by anybody else. Stay positive.
Oh, my
Kevin
goodness.
Cobb.
All right, so we have a couple of people that have weighed in on Pat Boyle's Canadian bacon, okay? And by and large, very positive. Moist pork, at Pat Boyle, you nailed bacon. Well done. 4 points for me. Anthony, I don't even follow hockey. I can tell you that Boyle just annihilated Mraz. Hashtag Piggy Doodle Boyle. Alan tweets, that Canadian bacon was awesome with 6 crying face emojis. Hermosa Beach Brent, what a great episode of Canadian Bacon by Boyle. World-class stuff right there. Kevin tweets, Boyle, what a fantastic journey. 4 blinking pig emojis, hashtag Canadian Bacon. Pat tweets, not Pat Boyle, different Pat. Big thumbs up for Canadian Bacon. Fleeger and Briggs tweets, Boyle, oh Boyle. Sizzling Canadian Bacon. Now Tim opts for Mraz, saying Boyle went too long. His puns were more creative, but I still like Mraz's delivery because he's a goof. Solid effort for Pat Boyle, though. Hashtag Sweet Carolina. Jeffrey in Philly, Pat nailed bacon. Ronza didn't want to with solid gold. 2 thumbs way up. Can't wait to hear what he comes up with tomorrow. Hashtag Boyle does hockey. Upside down Mike. Yo, Boyle is roasted Mraz. You're the new owner of the pork store. Well done, man. Hashtag safety court. Hashtag Boyle rule. That's funny, too. That's funny. Wow, the 3-1. Mraz might as well get to the top of that water slide and pretend he was hurt because Boyle just flushed him down the True tweet. The Boyle golden spoil. Okay, Mraz is trash. Stay in scrotum. What a good marketing. Eric tweets, Boyle crushed it. Mraz already predictably salty, desperately trying to sweat it down. Great work. Back the seed Boyle.
I have a tweet I can read to Dave if you want. Okay. It's from Mraz. Mraz CBS tweet. Zero stress. And your single game sound clip. Didn't prioritize telling the story of teams over the puns. And lastly, the difficult first round part is picking which game to not do, as you only do 3. Funny for sure, but not a true Canadian bacon.
So that was Mraz weighing in on Twitter.
Shocking to he's awake, listening live. You know, we understand his territory. Not worried.
Yeah, he's embarrassed. So Kat did bring this up, that he was worried about how long the bacon script was and that it didn't hold true form. That usually Canadian bacon is 1 highlight, 1 soundbite.
Yeah, I think Sean does game of the night, down by the night, and goal of the night. And he does keep, now the NHL, not the NBA, they just keep loading 4 game nights back and forth, one back to the next back. So there's been 4 games. He now completely has the references that's a difficult part apparently is calling one of the 4 games. But I have a real part is where Sean is right. So I guess it was Pat's bet. I said to Pat, at least mention the 4th game somewhere in the script, because I did get tweets last week saying, hey, Sean didn't mention this game. So I said, just put it in there. We're going to carry go mention all 4 games. Put it in there. He gets a score. Put it in there. Now, he went above and beyond with about 9,000 Oilers Kings puns to close as a 4 game. So maybe I made Pat put all 4 games in, but it's still not a knock, and Sean is presenting it as
Did
right.
you reach out to Moran to get the format?
No.
You never asked him.
Nope.
So we can't blame him for not helping.
I mean, I guess he would have thought if he wanted to help me succeed and wanted me to do a good job, he would have said, hey, this is how it goes, by the way.
There was a lot in there that I liked. I think it's a little long. You probably only need 3 games, 3 cuts. And I thought it was a little dense. But all of them hit. I'm smoking Canadian bacon, really good. Blues collared band is O'Reilly, Mixture Motor, Kirill the Thrill, Anthony Rasta, Nidwanda, the Positive Juicy, yeah, Break the Leafs on a Saturday afternoon, Colton 45, usually less is more, but in this case, more is more on a 4 goal. Like, those are all really good.
Yeah, it was a lot. I would definitely suggest that you do it for 2 reasons. You want to do less jokes. I think in general, when there's so many, you can lose them in the shuffle. There's just so much to process, and maybe I'm laughing at one, you're doing another one, and then that second one just sort of follow the game. Right. You also, you've got to do 4 of these this week, and all of these games last night are coming back again later in the week, and you just burned a Ryan O'Reilly, a good Ryan O'Reilly joke when you didn't play a Ryan O'Reilly soundbite. So now if he has 3 goals in their next game, you've got to come up with another good O'Reilly thing. So you also don't want to burn everything in one script. That's what we forget. We don't crush Sean for this. Hurricanes are not anything. Their category is 1 through 5. You said F5 to F1. Good joke. Technically, for the weather guy, that's a tornado declaration. Is the F. But we made fun of Sean for that, so I gotta say fair.
But I think we all agree with either a 3 or a 4, probably a 4, but maybe a little dense.
Yeah.
The first ever 4-point squeals. I don't think that's undeserving. I think that's probably.
I think 4 is right where it needs to be, because there were a couple ones in there, like Ross Colton 45 to be like higher than Ross Colton. Like there's not another Ross Colton reference you can make.
The Ross Rachel joke never ran.
And Ronson didn't want that. I'm jealous of that.
It's so good. Ronson didn't want it. It's so good.
I like that one. Yeah. Oh, and the seed one. So I saw that Carl Grundstrom scored 2 goals for the Kings last night. He had a way to dump me again, but there is a word, a slang word for the area. Yes, and I thought, oh, I don't think that's his nature. We're going to use it. So he went to run, and not that word, like everlasting. Oh, we're not going to do it. And then he dropped 2 seeds deposit. Okay, there it is. Well, that's on the back end.
Well, after he dumped me during our Friday co-host show, which we still don't know what was that word. I disqualified using that word. I was going to. So you know me well. I was going to use it.
Most of the show is known as Canadian Breakdown. How do you feel after day number 1?
I feel pretty good. You know, feel great. I have a lot of focus. There's good energy going in. That script could have been shorter, but you know, we'll go back, I'll look at the tape and try to get better for tomorrow.
There's a couple of them that I really like. The race to leave on a Saturday and legally mowed them after the stuff produced about illegally mowing. Just one segment earlier, really good writing on the blog.
Yeah, like again, I've never had this feeling after Sean, but I've had it after Connor and now Boyle, where some of those jokes are too good. Like I like to do the same joke in a different way back at Sean as a little knock to the gut. But I can't top Ross Colton 45 where Ronson didn't want that. Like I'm mad that those are now off the team.
I like to respond to the posts over the line with Sean. This is the same guy that's constantly in here saying, here's my end line, my finisher. Like he's on stage at Governor's or at the Brooklyn Comedy Club, trying to do an hour of 6. So I mean, let's watch what we were saying.
Even DeBroke early on was a good one. But that one got lost in a lot of the jokes, like DeBroke, the Hurricane. I like that one too.
I know, there was like 4 or 5 of them that just got lost, but there were so many.
Yeah, the one I wanted to. You guys wrote them all down. You don't even have a script.
Yeah, we just jot them down like for American Idol judges.
The one that I liked was Pat Maroon left gold Jack Campbell in a soupy state before he just scooped off the ice and marooned on a lonely island on the bench.
Really good. Really good. 919 Ryan tweets, wow, I think Moran is pulling a Tannehill. Yep. He's not here to coach up Boyle. Boyle's here to take his job. When we come back on the show, we've got headlines and we'll talk NBA playoffs. DA, CBS Sports Radio.
'Welcome to Phoenix House on the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650.
Parents and teachers have worked together to adapt, teach, learn, stay and still learning. Now is your opportunity to keep working together and maintain teacher shortage. With some of the lowest teaching salaries in Canada, it's getting harder for teachers to afford to work here. To help the government, teachers with salaries that keep up with the cost of living. For more teachers, more learning support for RAS, British Columbia's federal electoral districts for election of members of the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundary Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca.
You've got the metal. North Star Metal Recycling has delivered. North Star Metal Recycling is Vancouver's premier metal recycler, offering the highest prices on scrap metal. It's fast service that's needed anywhere, and they even offer pickup if you can't make it in. North Star Metal Recycling. When they recycle, you get paid. Visit North Star Metal Recycling today and ask for Adam. 1170 Powell Street in Vancouver, or at NorthStarMetalRecycling.com. At Triple O's, we believe every burger should require at least 2 napkins. These must be 100% fresh and 100% Canadian. Chittagong are the perfect over perfect fries, and life's better when you stay saucy with our secret Triple O sauce. And like us, if you've been rocking the pig stuff since day one, you keep on rocking it. Because that's how you get a game like no other. See you soon at Triple O's.
Alfred Rupp here for the Dilawri family of Acura dealers. And Jason, it's springtime. Do you know what that means? Seasonal allergies? No, it means road trips. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready at any of Dilawri Acura's outstanding service departments. But, like, what if I don't have a vehicle? Not a problem. Right now, Dilawri has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all 3 of their lots. Visit them today, North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Bernard Acura on Terminal Avenue.
With mobile stations in the same parking lot where you get your protein, pasta, and produce, aka the groceries, filling the tank when you fill the trunk is more convenient than look, is there something more convenient than filling up at a mobile station located less than 100 meters from the grocery store where you earn PC Optimum points? It hasn't been invented yet. Sealed efficiently. Mobile.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh, starring Aria, pro-sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you've got to refresh to be fresh.
Welcome, cut. Great start, Aria, but it's more like welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Try your new mashed avocado and turkey, or Maplewood smoked bacon and ham.
You forgot about the new deli-style turkey raised on Canadian farm.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh.
Yeah, Aria, take it away.
Freshly prepared for your order?
Cut! Let's take it from the top.
The boys are back in town, and baseball is back. Recipes and core country feed with FM Now. Find free mentions anytime, anywhere, on any device. The plan starting as low as $14.99 a month. Visit fmnow.ca.
Prefer paying with debit but still want points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $850,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking to rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit tcfinancial.ca/getpoints to learn more.
The historic playoff run continues for the Vancouver Giants. The Giants and Kansas Blazers taking the A's for 2 games at the LED, starting with Game 3 Tuesday, May 10th. Game 4 is set for Thursday, May 12th. Visit VancouverGiants.com/tickets today. You're on Sportsnet 650, and this is CBS Sports Radio. CBS Sports Radio.
Thanks for being with us. Listen to us on hundreds of affiliates nationwide, also on Sirius XM, channel 158, and on your phone, use the Odyssey app or the CBS Sports app. Those are both free. AZ has our headline.
The A's instead of blowing a lead, a Doc Rivers team has now erased one. His Sixers back-to-back victories with Joel Embiid back in the lineup, so their series with the Heat is even at 2. Last night in Philly, Doc and Embiid and James Harden held off Miami 116-108.
Defensively, we did much better. First half, the offensive rebounds and the turnovers literally kept them in the game. Second half, we didn't turn it over as much. I think they had one offensive rebound maybe, and that changed the game for us.
It also helped the Harden score to take a team to 31 points in the fourth to secure the victory. Embiid put up 24 at 11 points in 38 minutes. Luka Doncic had 26 points, 11 helpers. Dorian Finney-Smith throwing in a postseason career-high 24. Their mascot, Eagles the Suns, 111-101 in Dallas yesterday afternoon. Both these series play Game 5 tomorrow night. The Grizzlies expect Ja Morant to miss Game 4 of the Warriors this evening because of his right ankle injury from Game 3. Morant in Memphis managed to pull the grabbing Ja's knee going for a loose ball. And the Kings have a new head coach. It is former Laker and Cavs head coach Mike Brown. He has been a Warrior assistant the last 7 seasons. The Monday Night Football schedule being released this morning. Week 2 has a doubleheader. The Bills hosting the Titans at 7:15 Eastern. Vikings-Eagles kick off in Philly at 8:30. The full NFL schedule comes out on Thursday night. Dodgers finished Sunday on the docket with a 7-1 win at Wrigley. They're on a 16-win streak. The Cubs have dropped 14 of 17. And former Baylor QB Jerry Bohannon transferring to USF. Bohannon helped the Bears win the Big 12 and Sugar Bowl last season, the long starting job this spring. Head coach Dave Aranda told him now, so Bohannon to transfer and start elsewhere instead of standing on the sideline this fall. DA, back to you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs right now, as both the series that we had yesterday were won by the home teams, meaning we've got 2. Game 5 had 2 games apiece. The 76ers beat the Heat 116-108 behind James Harden, 31 points. It was his first 25-point playoff game. First 25-point game in 13 contests for James Harden, the second longest drought of his career. And then also, we had the Dallas Mavericks pushing it back to Phoenix 2-2 as well. So joining us here to break it all down is the founder of HoopsCritic.com, one of the best basketball websites anywhere. He's also a host on Sirius XM's NBA channel. You can also watch him on NBA TV. Brian Gelsiler is joining us this morning here on the show. Brian, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good, Damon. How are you, pal?
Always good to talk to you, man. How shocked were you, how surprised were you that we saw it turn back the clock tonight from James Harden, 31 points last night?
I was surprised. I almost felt like, for lack of a better term, throughout these playoffs, you had to kind of check him for a pulse a little bit. I mean, where has he been? One of the things that has made him the player that he's been throughout the course of his career is his ability to hit contested shots. And I think what was distressing about the way he started the playoffs here in Philadelphia was his lack of willingness to even take contested Now, a couple of things have happened in this game here. First of all, the way the game's being officiated has worked completely against James Harden likes to play. He's heaving a living and a rapping into guys' arms, throwing his hands in the air, kind of using the rip move to entangle himself with guys and getting to the free throw line. You're no longer able to do that with the way the NBA is officiated. And Harden has been really slow to adjust. Even Lee had a contested three last night and hit a big spot and fell to the ground as if he expected a call from it. Like, he's just not officiated the same way. The other thing is that fantastic first step is not there anymore. And what used to be kind of a toe tap, even when he went into the step back, has become more of a clomp. The feet have gotten heavy. Last night, for whatever reason, he started to feel it a little bit. He started slow in that game. But once shots started falling, you could see him and his confidence grow. He was enthusiastic. He was energetic, more so than he's been since he got in the Sixer uniform. And listen, last night he needed every single bit of that to be able to tie the series against the Heat. And with them being back, playing well, and it was their defense and their rebounding are so dependent upon Joel Embiid's presence. It's an enormous thing for them. And last night, granted, they got out-rebounded by one rebound, but they were out-rebounded in 2 games without Embiid by over 10 rebounds a game. So this is a huge thing for them. And listen, 3-game series right now, and they're still going to have to get one on the road to win it. But the Sixers have a long way.
For the rest of the series?
Listen, I don't think they need Harden to play like this to win a home game. I just think they're going to need him to put one of these up on the road to be able to win in Miami. So it's not like they have to have games like this every single game. They just need him to step up and give them a lift when it's going to be tough on the road. And I think he can do that to win the series. I still like Miami in the series. With all that said, I think Philadelphia is maybe the worst. The other thing, again, I said this earlier, man, their defense is an excellent defense, which you don't beat on the floor. Without him on the floor, it's a miserable defense. That's the difference he makes. And as great as Harden played offensively, and again, they needed every single bit of it last night. But as great as he played offensively, when Embiid brings on the defensive end of the floor, his presence is the #1 reason Philly's ties in the series.
Ryan Gelsiler joins us this morning on the show, Sirius XM's NBA radio channel, contributor NBA TV as well. Speaking of that wrist move that you said about James Harden, a lot of people discussing that new officiating tactic when it came to the Marcus Smart play at the end of game number 3. Celtics are down by 3. Smart tries to play to get a shot up. He's not called in the action, so he only gets 2 free throws. Makes the first, intentionally misses the second, causes the fracas at the end of the game. Tip in, 2 no good, third one good by Holford, but after the buzzer. Do you think that was the right call by the officials?
100%. It was a hard call, and they made the right call. If you make that rip move, you can do one of 3 things with the basketball. You can make the rip move and find somebody to pass it to, you dribble and go, or you can shoot. But it's not part of the act of shooting. That rip move is what you do when you're making a decision about moving the ball from one side to the next. And granted, the NBA is a fast game, and that rip move into a shot comes pretty quickly. But the differentiation between the rip move and moving the ball to take a shot is very important. That move was taken with a smart intention, likely to move into a shot, yes, but not into the shooting. And likely the shooting are 2 different things. To get free throws in that spot, the act of shooting, when Marcus Smart was fouled, wasn't in the act of shooting yet, just because he made a move towards shooting after he was fouled. Doesn't mean that he gets 3 free throws. I thought the refs in a very tight spot, in an important spot in the game, they had the proper call, absolutely. And in the end, because of that call, the refs didn't decide that game. The players decided that game. And that break gets at the rim at the end of the game, as you called it. You're absolutely right. And that's the way games are supposed to be officiated. I thought it was a wonderful job by that officiating crew.
I agree. I thought they got that right. I heard people bellyaching and said, no, I think they got that call right. It did lead to the next part of the discussion. What happened to Jason Tatum in that game? How do we explain just how invisible and poor he was in game first?
Two words. Wes Matthews has been doing an unbelievable job on Jason Tatum. And listen, when I look at what the Celtics need to fix to be able to come back and tie this series, it has nothing to do with how they're contending. I mean, listen, you can beat the Bucks letting Giannis kill you as long as you don't let anybody else kill you. Giannis had 42 of 103 points. That means the rest of the guys only got 61. Then factor in that Drew Holiday at 25 points on 30 shots. And that's not an efficient 25 points. The Celtics can win with Drew Holiday getting 25 points on 30 shots. The fact is, I think they defended fantastic. They need to get Jason Tatum going. And Matthews has done such a great job on him and frustrated the heck out of him. And it's going to come around to part of it's going to be getting Tatum quality shots. And listen, Matthews is doing a lot to Tatum. What Tatum did to Durant in the first round series, a whole lot of time has run the great trade. I think that's got to be their offensive focus here. Listen, now Booker played great at 22 points. Jaylen Brown has carried their offense with Tatum playing poorly. But if they're going to get past serious defending champions, Jason Tatum's got to find the game. And right now there's a defender that's completely got it all messed up. They got to find ways to make life harder for Wes Matthews in a way it's harder. Jason Tatum.
Ryan Gelteiler joining us this morning on the show, NBA analyst. Over to the West. Bizarre because the Suns have been such a machine all season. The first two games of the series, again, they look like a machine. The last two games against the Mavericks and Dallas, they were startled. They were jarred. I don't know what happened there. How do you put your finger on what's different left game with Dallas? Interesting observations from the second round of the Western Conference playoffs. We'll wrap up with the Ja Morant play. Did you think what Jordan Poole did was dirty?
No, I think when you look at the play in totality, the first motion he made towards the ball came very close to the ball. Poole lost his balance a little bit and went for a second swipe with the ball, didn't even come close, and happened to, instead of grabbing the ball, grabbing Morant's knee. One of the hardest things to measure in these situations is intent. But if you think about this in real time, Damon, his mind really confused. I missed the ball first time, so I'm just going to grab his knee and yank it this time. I can't imagine that was part of the mentality that went through Jordan Poole's head in trying to traffic steal. What he did, the move he made, is considered a basketball move. So I think the league has it right with not penalizing it. I can understand the frustration of the Grizzlies. Listen, the Grizzlies are new to this round. This is a new group. Guys that don't have a lot of experience here. We're seeing some of that in how they're playing. And I think for the Grizzlies, they should be focused a heck of a lot less on what happened on that Morant play and on Jordan Poole, and a heck of a lot more playing help defense. Give him 142 points. It was what an ugly performance defensively by the Memphis Grizzlies. Their backline defense was so bad. I mean, they must have rolled out a red carpet to the Warriors to the basket. And I know Derek had a wonderful year for them. He was terrible in protecting the rim in that game. And Taylor Jacobson looked at a whole lot of different things. And by the way, they get 21-4 without Morant. So don't shovel dirt on the Grizzlies just because we don't think we're going to see Morant in game 4. They can certainly come out and play very competitively, but if they're going to do that, they got to start to guard better. And I know they were without Phil Brooks as their best perimeter defender, and that doesn't help them. It kind of slots everybody down and makes for a weaker situation of having to guard certain players. I mean, coming 18 and 17 minutes is a tough thing to overcome. Poole's been getting his lately, but when you get 30 from Poole, 30 from Curry, 27 from Poole, and then you got guys that come in and get 18 plus 21 from Clay, you can't do anything. But again, it's the penetration to the rim. Memphis has to figure some things out defensively, and to me, I just feel like you have to be a whole lot more aggressive and help defense and rotate a lot faster at shooters and live with those consequences. Because what happened in game 4 absolutely did not work at all for the Grizzlies defensively.
Our friend Brian Gelsiler joining us this morning on the show, founder of HoopCritic.com, an excellent hoops website for the NBA playoffs, SiriusXM NBA radio as well, and you can see him on NBA TV as a contributor there. Brian, so great to catch up, man. Great stuff this morning. Enjoy the rest of the postseason. I appreciate you.
Always my pleasure, Daniel. We'll talk soon, buddy. You take care.
Sounds good. You too. Appreciate him dropping on by, talking about NBA playoffs with us this morning. When we return here on the show, let's do a little NFL. Pete Carroll says Drew Lock would have been the #1 quarterback selected this draft, so thus, they're good at QB. Do we believe him? Next, CBS Sports Radio.
Seriously, why the Browns? Wait, you're not still upset you didn't get picked for Canada in Beijing?
Have you not seen me dominating for the Dunbar Lumber hockey team?
Ken, the dream's over. You helped make Dunbar Lumber one of Metro Vancouver's top sources for building supplies for 50 years. This is your team now.
Yeah, good point. Hey, Honky, you know I got 2 rings, right? How many you got?
I'm not here to talk about the past.
And you can get me a copy.
Visit Dunbar Lumber on Bridge Street in Ladner or Peter Street in Vancouver, or check them out online at dunbarlumber.com.
If you're a construction contractor in BC, you're automatically a member of the BC Construction Safety Alliance. The BCCSA, representing all areas of industry, offers many programs and services at no cost to all construction contractors. With a mandate to promote and develop workplace safety and regulatory compliance, they offer a range of services for injury prevention and creating or enhancing a culture of safety. BCCSA.ca, making safety simpler. This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just selling vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit Mercedes-Benz Richmond in the Richmond Auto Mall. Dilari.
Looking for unmatched design and quality? Andrew Sherritt Limited proudly offers American Standard products. Save water with the EPA WaterSense certified Cadet Pro toilet with ADA compliant and chair height version. This trades only toilet boasts metal parts, an ever clean antimicrobial surface, and each flush scrubs the bowl with power wash. Andrew Sherritt Limited, family and employee owned, with 31 locations across Western Canada. For heating, plumbing, HVAC, or irrigation supplies, visit a local branch or order at Sherritt.com.
Tim'sLoadedWraps.com.
New Tim's Loaded Wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy Pekin chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's Loaded Wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
Hey, should I get a booster shot?
Absolutely. The vaccine booster helps prevent serious illness.
But what if I've already had COVID-19? Do I still need one?
Yes. Boosters are the best way to restore your immunity. COVID-19 is still around, and boosters help to prevent reinfection and to lessen the chance of spread. Keep yourself, your family, and your community alive by booking a vaccine booster shot today. Visit gov.bc.ca/boosters. A message from the government of British Columbia.
Alpine Credit, where home credit is approved.
Hey, I need a loan. I'm looking for a loan. Gonna get a $40,000, $80,000. How about a $500,000 loan?
Sure. I just need to know if you're a homeowner. Did you buy your home? Is it all yours? Name on the title and nothing more?
Oh, yes, I own my home. It's burned out home. It's been mine for 10 years. I bought it all on my own. Now, how about that loan? So what's going right?
Sold. Approved.
Alpine Credit, where homeowners get approved.
Go to alpinecredits.ca to get started. Some conditions apply.
New Tim's Loaded Wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy Pekin chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's Loaded Wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada. Public workers deliver services our communities rely on, whether it's fighting wildfires, protecting at-risk children, staffing the court system, or running our liquor and cannabis stores. The BC Public Service is there for us. But as the cost of living skyrockets, these workers are falling behind. Now is the time to invest in sustainable public services for our future. A message from members of the BC General Employees Union, BCGEU.
Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best continue to amaze in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinal. Vote for your favorites to advance to the finale.
Look how much talent we found.
And face special guest judge, Simon Cowell.
Watch out, Canada. I'm on my way.
The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow at 7 Central on City TV, or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com. All right, we're back with all of the playoff hockey action. Here comes the shot as he checks his bet on the phone. Let's go! What a bet! Time for a little celebration dance in the living room. Oh, talk about thrilling. This is what sports betting is all about.
G&J just got better with Play Now Sports, your local BC sportsbook. Take hockey to the next level with a $250 welcome bonus. Know your limit, play within it. Must be 19 plus.
Canucks Central with Dan Riccio and Satyar Shah. Today at 4 and on demand anytime through Apple, Spotify, or Google Podcasts.
I don't know. That's what I said. I don't know what the beef is.
It's DA on CBS Sports Radio.
Appreciate you being with us. The DA Show each and every morning. You can watch it at watchda.com or on Twitch. Go to the CBS Sports Radio channel there as well. Pete Carroll defending his quarterback room. Geno Smith and Drew Lock. Saying, hey, Drew Lock would have been the first quarterback selected in this draft, so we're good. As I mentioned before, I think if Baker Mayfield was free, just flat out released by the Cleveland Browns, the Seahawks might be interested. But they know the Browns have to trade him before the season rolls around because it's too toxic there. Baker's not going to be Deshaun Watson's backup. And instead of trading for Baker's contract, you have to wait until he's released, and then we take him on basically for the veterans minimum or a really, really, really cheap contract. So that's why the Seahawks are doing this, and that's a smart move. Why would you trade for the contract of Baker Mayfield when you don't even know if he's going to be your starter? Do I think that they're that sold on Drew Lock? No, because nobody in the NFL should be. And would he have been the first quarterback selected in this draft? Well, number one, that's a really, really, really low bar. I mean, the first quarterback selected was Kenny Pickett at number 20. The next quarterback was in the 3rd round. So if Drew Lock wasn't the first quarterback selected at number 19 or number 20 if the Steelers wanted to go with Locke instead of Pickett. All he had to do was survive until mid-third round to be the first quarterback selected or the second quarterback selected. So a low bar. I don't think the Steelers would have selected Drew Lock coming out of Mizzou because Drew Lock was seen as big arm but not polished, and the Steelers wanted a guy that they felt could start right away. That's why they brought in Pickett, or at least a guy that's pretty polished. Also, Pickett known as good locker room guy, leader of a program, good in the huddle, been around, very experienced. Drew Lock's greatest flaw is immaturity. Inconsistency, immaturity. So you would not draft Drew Lock to take over your team. You would draft Drew Lock as a project. I don't think Lock will ever develop into a consistent starter in the NFL. So I would hope the Seahawks aren't banking on that in Seattle. But they're playing it smart by not trading for Baker Mayfield because he's going to be released at some point in time or traded at very worst for a late round pick. And the Seahawks are going to have to eat, or I should say the Browns are going to have to eat a lot of that cash. When we come back, more on the NBA playoffs and the Warriors Grizzlies.
You're listening to the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650, Vancouver. Welcome to Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook, dedicated to giving competitive odds on the teams and sports that matter to Canadians. Hockey, football, basketball, golf majors, whatever your sport, Sports Interaction has you covered. Get more ways to play on every sport online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or over. Play responsibly. At Triple Rose, we believe every burger should require at least 2 napkins. Beef must be 100% fresh and 100% Canadian. Kennebec are the perfect potato for perfect fries, and life's better when you stay saucy with our secret Triple O sauce. And just like us, if you've been rocking the pickle top since day one, you keep on rocking it, because that's how you get a taste like no other. See you soon at Triple O. Join the Magnuson family. Metro Ford and Magnuson Ford need you. They're looking to hire auto body and automotive technicians. There's great earning potential with these two very busy dealerships. Also hiring for parts advisor, warranty clerk, and shuttle drivers. If you have President's Award level customer service, apply now at employment@metromotors.com. The name you can trust. Like scouring the waiver wire for an impact player, finding construction equipment right now? Slim pickings. Let Avenue Machinery do the scouting for you. Kubota skid steers and excavators add efficiency and toughness to any roster, putting them in high demand. Avenue Machinery will stop at nothing to get you the equipment you need to beat the competition. Big or small, you'll get the respect and support you deserve at Avenue Machinery. The award-winning authorized full-line Kubota dealer serving Lower Mainland and Fraser Valley. AvenueMachinery.ca. Hi, Keith here from Speedy Glass. Have a chip in your windshield? No worries. Because with Speedy Glass, having your windshield repaired is quick and easy. Go to speedyglass.ca, select the service center and the time that suits you best. Our certified technicians repair your windshield in 60 minutes, thanks to our cutting-edge tools. And you're good to go. And remember, our work also comes with a lifetime warranty. Book your appointment today. Conditions apply. Details at speedyglass.ca.
Speedy Glass Repair. Speedy Glass Repair.
The playoffs mean everything, and don't miss a game. SN Now is the streaming home of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Watch the unmissable moments anytime, anywhere, on any device. Plans starting as low as $14.99 a month. Visit snnow.ca. DQ presents the sound of a winning summer lineup. Leading off, the promising rookie, new Oreo Dirt Pie. On deck, the fan favorite Girl Guide's chocolatey mint cookie. Summer standout, drumstick with peanuts and cotton candy. And batting cleanup, it's you with your red spoon and 6 Summer Blizzard flavors. All part of the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. Get it delivered at DQ.ca. DQ? Happy taste good.
When you need
Canadian appraisal. Trust the experience of Campbell & Pound Real Estate Appraisers, an institution of Greater Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. Campbell & Pound has provided top-tier service to the mortgage brokerage, credit union, and financial community since 1939. Campbell & Pound is a local family-owned business and platinum member of the Better Business Bureau, specializing in will probates, estate valuation, financial, and litigation appraisal. Whether it's residential, commercial, or consulting, trust the expertise of Campbell & Pound. Visit campbell-pound.com today.
Surrey Cedar is a family-owned business with deep roots in BC, specializing in quality cedar products for over 40 years, from decking and fence panels to siding and soffits. Surrey Cedar offers exceptional value for both small and large projects, with knowledgeable and helpful staff that stand by their service and offer delivery across BC. Come find out why Surrey Cedar has been your cedar specialist since 1979. Visit Surrey Cedar in Langley or Coquitlam and online at surreycedar.com.
Baseball is back at the Nat. Your Vancouver Canadians baseball season is officially underway. Enjoy Friday neuters, Saturday fireworks, A&W Family Fun Sundays, and more. For info and tickets, visit CanadiansBaseball.com. We'll see you at the Nat.
CISL Vancouver is Sportsnet 650.
The official home of the Canucks. Listen live on HD Radio, 96.9 FM, HD Channel 3.
Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
Good morning. It's a great start to the Monday commute. If you're going through downtown Vancouver, construction zone has Street closed between Burrard and Warmby. There remain upgrades on Pender from East to Thurlow, also on Thurlow between East and Melville. And there's a construction zone on Terminal Station, and restrictions both ways until the end of June. As communities go back from COVID, let's remember that strong public services help make BC communities vibrant places to live, work, and play. A message from QBBC, BC's largest union. In the City News 1130 Air Patrol, I'm Dawn Howard.
Wow. You need an army.
On the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650. There is one main question. Why have you guys on camera? But also, how can the Canucks win the Stanley Cup? Go off, young man. Go off. Record levels almost of house positivity. Go off. Yeah. It's over the wire. That's the center Camden. Right. It's coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness. The hold is shut. That's what the Kentucky Derby. Off the wing now for Maroon. Going to the left. They score. Of all the people. Patrick Maroon.
They scored on their first shot and kind of took it to us, but one game, obviously I expect myself to make a lot of saves.
My shoulders hurt. Yeah. Why do my shoulders hurt so bad? There's a very good taste of breakfast. Here are your hosts, Mike Alford and Jason Brock. Good morning, Vancouver 601 on a Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. It is Alfred. It is Brock. It is Sportsnet 650, and we are coming to you live from the Sportsnet 650 studios in beautiful Fairview Slopes in Vancouver. Jason, good morning. Good morning. What was that? That was Sean Gentili, who will be appearing on the show at 6:30, doing a Jason Brock impression on his last name. I think you were in So you were talking to me about me behind my back while I was there. I was more real courageous. Real courageous. Why don't you say that to my face? One, I wasn't the one. Why did you say that to my face? Let's have a big fight Monday morning. Two, I also wasn't the one that said it. It was Sean Gentili from The Athletic. I heard you say that stuff. It was a good news impression. What? I hurt my shoulder before? That was a weird one. Yeah, no kidding. But before we get the voice to the inflection, you know what we can do? We can get him on the show this morning at 6:30 and punch him in the face. Right. My shoulders hurt. Yeah. Why do my shoulders hurt so bad? I honestly don't understand what's going on or why that would be accurate. Do I complain about injuries? I believe it's you who complains all the time. Every morning you come in. My leg hurts so much from soccer. I was at the gym all weekend and it's leg day. That you or me? God, I wasn't at the gym all day. Actually, I don't know. I was a hybrid of both. Hey, good morning, Laddie. Hi. Yeah, nephew Dom at Mission Control back at home. Laddie, Greg Ballock in the studio today on the 160. The wheels of steel.
We do have a big show ahead on the House of Retro on Sportsnet 650. Before I do any of that, I need to tell you, this show is brought to you by the Dilawri family of Acura dealers. Experience Dilawri difference today by visiting your nearest Dilawri Acura dealer today. I also need to tell you about the Vancouver Canadians. While the weather outside is not of a baseball variety, it's wet baseball. And it is better today. It is. And that bodes well for the C's and Nat mainly. Your Vancouver Canadians are back at the Nat. For tickets or info, visit CanadiansBaseball.com. See you at the Nat. As Greg's intro suggested, this was a very big, very diverse sporting weekend. Kentucky Derby was ran by horses. Huge upset. There was a massive boxing match on the weekend. Canelo, in a rarity, lost the boxing match. Not a horse. Not a horse. Not a horse. I mean, you have to confirm that the Kentucky Derby was with horses, so I think we have to confirm that for everything. And in keeping with international law, the boxing match not involving a single horse. There was also a bunch of footy across the pond and locally. There was basketball, there was everything. But Jason, I need to tell everyone this on this program today. It is going to be almost exclusively Stanley Cup playoff talk. We have got a pretty intriguing first round shaping up here. Only one series, and that, of course, the rather unfortunate for the Nashville Predators Avs series. Everything else is going to go maybe a minimum of 6 games, so it's a very intriguing opening round. Which is also funny because how many blowouts? Weird dynamic, right? Most games have been blowouts. In the individual games, we haven't had a ton of action. There have been 19 games decided by 3 or more goals. 19? We've barely seen any overtime. There's been 28 games played, 19 decided by 3 or more goals. So at least half the first round series right now are going to go to at least 6 games. That number could be even increased more tonight. Panthers, Rangers, Flames are all going to look to try even answers. So anyway, there was a lot going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs for the weekend, so we're going to get to all of it on this show. As for our guests today, I mentioned Sean Gentili from the Athletics going to join us at 6:30. We'll go big picture with him, looking for these key storylines in some of these series. Eric Erlandson, Tampa Bay Lightning insider, is going to join us at 7. That series got even more intriguing yesterday with the Bulls deepening it up to 2 games apiece. So now, as a lot of people expected, I think, Bulls leads going at least 6 at the best of 3. I would not be surprised if this thing goes 7. In the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to Bob Stauffer from the Edmonton Oilers play-by-play group. Oilers disappointing 4-0 loss in Los Angeles to the Kings last night. So that series is now even up to 2. Also in that 8 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to George Richards, who covers the Florida Panthers. I would say maybe the most surprising result through 3 games out of any of the series. Maybe someone didn't necessarily expect another scoreline to go the way that it did, but the Panthers beat down to one in the fashion that they have because they're Trophy winners. Pretty surprising, I got to admit. They don't look themselves, and I can't wait to talk to George about what he thinks of this team and why they're coming up so short. I mean, I think the answer right now is special team, but overall, the Panthers are supposed to be this regular season. They were absolute, as the kids say, a wagon. Scored a lot of goals, and then I remember I said something like, Jason Brown said something like, "You'd be really curious to see how the Panthers would play kind of a run and gun style in the playoffs because not a lot of teams that have that type of regular season. You look at their defensive stats. Defensive stats are just sort of okay. Have a lot of success in the playoffs." The aforementioned Florida. Jason Bruss said that. Jason Bruss with the shoulders. The aforementioned Philadelphia horse. The Florida Panthers are in action tonight. So one of 4 Stanley Cup playoff games tonight. Florida and Washington. Pittsburgh and the New York Rangers. Colorado and Nashville. That's the only one that you can win this evening. And then maybe the second most surprising one. Calgary and Dallas. Calgary's offense, no bueno. No bueno for the first 3 games. This is just a massive game next for the Flames, obviously. I did not expect them to be in this position. I did not expect them to have 3 goals. Their leading scorer, 2 points. And that's despite a bunch of guys. Multiple guys tied for the team with a whopping 2 points. NBA playoffs, Boston, Milwaukee goes tonight. Memphis, Golden State is also the big show. We got a lot to get into. Let's do it now. Laddie,
Tell everybody what happened.
Hey, did you guys see the game last night? No. I missed all the action because our... We don't know what the Euro is.
Aaron from Coquitlam wrote in this morning at 5:41 a.m. 5:41. He got it 20 minutes before the show started. Just to text it in. I have a 5-word analysis for the Leafs whole series for you guys, Aaron, right? And it reflects what I was saying even after Game 3. Game 7 is on Saturday. Game 7 of that series is in the future. Game 4 of the series went yesterday. The Lightning set a franchise record, 3 goals in the first 7 minutes and 58 seconds. This one was over real quick. A 7-3 victory in Game 4 at Amalie Arena. So the full Leafs series is even at 2. It's weird that the series is even at 2 because none of the games have really been that closely contested, at least in terms of end of Game 4.
Well, this is the series that if you ever say that if momentum doesn't exist, playoff hockey, you point to the series and say, I told you so. Surprise, surprise, Tampa Bay played well after a loss. What is it, 16-0? No, I don't know, 6 wins, but it's Vasilevsky, but it is a Vasilevsky. Right, it is insane. But also, if you look at the stats, going backwards, you're kind of like, oh, is that why they won Stanley Cups? Is that why they won Stanley Cups? Because they react well to losses. Now, the funny thing is that if this trend continues, the Leafs are going to win the series. Now, who knows? This trend is going to stick going forward. I still do like the Leafs' chances. I know they did not play well in Game 4, but these long series is going to be some blow-ups. Like that's how it's going to happen. Game 1 most of the time. What I do think is interesting and worth discussing more than back and forth series is all of a sudden I would say that Toronto head coach Sheldon Keefe, who for me has always just been kind of like a big player in the Leafs drama. It's been the players. And then it's been Dubas and Shanahan as the management group, and Sheldon Keefe is just sort of there. Like, he doesn't have the same impact, obviously, or immediate presence that a Mike Babcock had before him. He's just kind of there. He's Dubas's guy. He's Dubas's coach. But now, all of a sudden, because of some decisions he made ahead of Game 4, namely the one where he took out Tim Wilson and put in Justin Hall and started Justin Hall in Game 4, and the Leafs got off to just a dreadful start. Like they were sort of, the Tampa Bay was all over them. Justin Hall did not look good in the game. Not many Leafs looked good in the game, but Justin Hall kind of, everyone was going to be focused on him because of the decision to put him in, and a lot of people were like, that's a mistake. And then the game happened, and they're like, see?
We have some audio here, as a matter of fact, on that very same decision. This is a back and forth between Keefe and I believe it's Steve Simmons, Toronto Maple Leafs reporter Steve Simmons. Sorry? That's the Twitter resolution that people seem to think based on the voice. Regardless of the reporter in question, as he remains unverified. Here we go to the audio now. So this is the back and forth in the aftermath. This is what you get when you're a relatively inexperienced head coach in the playoffs. There's that much riding on this series. Keep getting grilled about the decision to make a switch on the blue line.
So why don't you start with your worst building moment where you put a meter
Who's our worst defenseman? Your opinion, I guess.
That's the right way to answer that question, by the way. You don't acknowledge that Justin Hall is the worst defenseman. Well, Justin has played well for... I got caught! It's a trap. Oh, Steve, it's a trap.
It's funny you say that Sheldon Keefe is inexperienced in the head coach for the third straight. Well, where he's been the head coach.
Yeah, I guess I should have rephrased it. Like, I meant, like, in what context you were talking. Don't take it personally.
I think most people seem to agree. Like, you're like, yeah, Sheldon Keefe hasn't been around that long as an NHL head coach, but this is his third playoffs, and I don't know if you guys know this, but the first two did not go all that well, and especially last season, where the Leafs had a 3-1 lead, and here's a phrase that you're going to hear a lot heading into Game 5, but you did hear heading into Game 4, killer instinct. Do the Leafs have it? or when they have a chance to either close out a series or put the other team in a stranglehold, they seem to struggle. Now, granted, they did put the Habs in somewhat of a stranglehold last season, so you got to give them credit for that. But they weren't able to close it out. If they look back on this series and they don't win this series, I don't know how you can't make some pretty big changes in Toronto. Maybe it's the head coach, maybe it's the general manager, maybe it's one of the star players who gets traded for help on the blue line, because of course you're probably not going to have to down on next season. You're going to have some holes, and I don't mean Justin Paul, I mean holes on the blue line that need to be fixed. We'll see what happens in goal. He said this series is going to be high stakes for Toronto, and that's exactly what it is. For me, it's been by far the most interesting series, although a couple like Boston and Carolina are starting to catch up.
Yeah, weird, because this isn't the most entertaining series, but it's by far the most intriguing. And the biggest story for me moving forward, now that this is the best of three, is what's going to happen in goal between the two teams. Because I see this trending in very opposite directions for these two squads. You've got the first game where Tampa really put it on the Leafs in terms of an offensive onslaught. This was the one where it really got away from. I mean, this was
Game 4 you're talking about.
Yeah. This was a game where it was 7-3 scoreline, maybe reflected it might have been close. It really wasn't. They jumped all over Toronto early and often, and they chased Campbell from the series for the first time. And I don't know if you caught at the bench when Keith made the decision to pull Campbell, but it looked as though he was wrestling with him. Yeah. It actually didn't come right after a goal. He waited a little bit, and then he pulled Campbell over and had a very quiet one-on-one chat, which you don't feel that often, right? Usually a guy pulls the goal, he's like, go sit down there, get your hat. Yeah. I do wonder if he is hyper-cognizant of what happened during the season where Campbell lost confidence and kind of went into a spiral.
So we'll talk about the Washington-Florida series later on in the show, especially with Jordan Richards. Talk about the Florida Panthers angle. But if you're Toronto or Tampa Bay, you're going to love seeing what's happening in that series. But you've got to get through this one. Now, with Washington and Florida, either Washington is going to upset Florida, or at the very least, Florida is going to be pushed to have a little more stress and play maybe one or two more games than a lot of people expected them if they get past the Washington Capitals. But first things first, Toronto and Tampa Bay finish off their series. They got 3 games to go. Let's talk about some of the other Canadian teams here. Where do you want to go? I want to go to Edmonton because they played last night. Like Toronto, this was their worst game of the series. They did show some signs, and all credit to Jonathan Quick and King's goal, but the Kings were all over the Oilers early. Troy Stecher was probably the key to all the people who texted in and said, "See, you idiots." There was one guy in particular who said, "You idiots, like Troy Stecher's not playing for the Kings. It means he wasn't very good." Well, Troy Stecher, the local boy, came back into the lineup last night for the Kings, paired with his reliable Alice Edler, who had paired for in Vancouver. And not only did he play really well, he scored a goal. He scored the second goal of the game. The Kings had a really good start, and then they were able to hold on for a 4-0 victory.
Yeah, 2 points for Stats, 31 saves for Jonathan Quick. You want to talk about momentum not really existing in the playoffs? Jonathan Quick got shelled in games 2 and 3, got bombed in game 3. No problem, comes back, stops every shot that he faced on Sunday night. His 10th career Stanley Cup playoff shutout, and now all of a sudden, another series where the games in and of themselves haven't really been all that tightly contested. There's been some lopsided scores either way, yet it's going to be a best of 3. I don't really have a great feel for this series. I, like you, think that Edmonton is the better team.
Yeah, they weren't last night, though. That was the first time where I was kind of like, "Ooh, LA's kind of dominating these guys." Now, Edmonton did come back and showed some light, but you would expect that. They just have so much firepower. Yeah. It would be a massive disappointment if they don't get past the LA Kings, who I think most people look at as that's one of the easier first round series. as far as opponents are concerned. The Calgary Flames, I did not expect them to have this amount of trouble with the Dallas Stars. Now, some of you out there will be like, don't you know the history of Johnny Hockey and Matt Tkachuk in the playoffs? And I suppose they don't have the greatest history in playoffs in terms of point production. But maybe I was tricked by seeing the Dallas Stars at Rogers Arena and seeing the Canucks dominate them. Because remember, that was a pretty big game for the Canucks at the time. They were still in the playoff race. Dallas was maybe one of the teams that they were going to catch. And they absolutely put it on the Stars. But the Stars did not look like a good team. Frankly, the Stars did not look like a good team down the stretch. I'm wondering if this matchup with Calgary is perfect for them in a way, because Calgary wants to play low event hockey too, and the Stars are like, oh, okay, cool, that's our thing.
I bet when the standings unfolded on the final day the way that they did, and Dallas realized that they weren't going to be playing Colorado, but we're going to be playing, when Dallas realized they weren't going to be playing Colorado, but we're going to be playing Calgary, I think they looked at it and said, this is great. This is such a better matchup for us, because Dallas going and playing a high-octane speed game against Colorado is no good. Calgary, I feel like they set too easy a tone for the series. Like this, they came out and said, we want to play star hockey, and this is how you win in the playoffs, and our star players are going to be checkers. But they have more offensive ability than this. They have the guys that can go into games and score goals. They just decided that they are going to muck it out with a team that's happy in the swamp. They're mutters, we're mutters. They love it. And I think
Ottinger's playing really well, too.
He is. And here's the thing. Joe Pavelski's been the biggest difference in this series. Stats on him are remarkable. They put, I think it's 5 goals actually past Jacob Markstrom, because a bunch of them have been empty netters. Like 4 of them are from Pavelski.
And he's touched the puck 4 seconds in the entire series.
That's
it's crazy. Like he's just such a finisher. He's such a smart player. Goes to the net, knows where goals are being scored, and has that scoring touch.
It's 4 actual goals they scored on Markstrom. There's been a bunch of empty netters. He has 3. 3 of those have been scored by Pavelski. They get 75% of their offense when Jacob Markstrom is in net. It's remarkable. On the flip side, as you mentioned, Calgary is not doing anything offensively, because it half the team is tied to the team lead in scoring with 2 points each. And that's just not how they played during the regular season. I mean, I understand that they were more than a one-line team, but Gaudreau, Monahan, and Lindholm, Gaudreau, Tkachuk, Lindholm, was a dynamic force during the regular season.
So all 3 Canadian teams are either tied or trailing. Not a single Canadian team in the first round has a lead. Now, we're not saying that all 3 are going to lose, because we wouldn't be that lucky, would we? See that sort of amazing conclusion to the first round. Who do you think is in the most trouble?
Okay. I think it's Toronto, because I do think that there's going to be some real issues now with confidence moving forward, especially in Campbell.
And I think we can all agree that, like, if between, for me, it's either Toronto or Calgary. Still have confidence that Edmonton's going to pull this out. But I think with Toronto, you just look at it and say, well, Tampa Bay's the better opponent. Tampa Bay is by far, of the 3 opponents of the Canadian team, they're by far the best.
But I'll say this, right now, I would put Calgary really close to Toronto in terms of like panic, because they have not looked anything like the team that we saw during the regular season in the first 3 games. Anything.
Really? This is the first back against the wall game for a Canadian team. That goes tonight for the Calgary Flames against the Dallas Stars. As frankly as boring as this series has been from a minute-to-minute basis, but just watching the game. The game 3 was okay. Game 2 was better than the first 2 games, for sure. More goals. It's amazing how goals occasionally make games more exciting, because there's what's called momentum swings within the game. But this is the first game where I think the fans watching are going to be like really nervous, because if they lose this one, like if Calgary goes out in the first round and then Dallas Stars, I know we've talked a lot about what if Toronto goes out or what if Edmonton goes out. You've seen that play out before. If Dallas beats Calgary and the Flames are all of a sudden different, like, wait a minute, what if we just had this amazing season? Our head coach is probably going to win Coach of the Year. Our most prolific scorer is a pending unrestricted free agent who has all sorts of bargaining power and may not be back with us. We just have all that hope for a first-round loss to the Dallas Stars?
Well, I think that's the big thing there. Remember, I've always mentioned that whole attitude of looking past the box. Don't always look at teams that don't make the playoffs as the ones that are going to have the most profound shakeup. Look at the ones that lose in the first round. And sometimes it's the team that gets stunned in the first round, and all of a sudden, the balance scale shifts a little bit. I don't know if there's going to be a shakeup unless maybe Johnny Hawkins leaves, but it's more just like, what a waste. It just alters the course of how your postseason and off-season is reflected, right? Because this season right now, if they beat Dallas and move on, you could say, well, it was a really good season for the Calgary Flames. They got back to the playoffs. They had tremendous regular season. They won a round. Right now, if they don't win this year, you're saying they had a great regular season, and then they got to the playoffs. What's the narrative? Johnny disappeared in the playoffs yet again. And what's going on with Max Kachuk?
So Sean Gentili from Pittsburgh is going to join us in just a few moments, so we'll talk about that. That's a really remarkable series. What's going on between Penguins and Rangers with the long overtime game in Game 1. I think with the goalie from Pittsburgh, Shesterkin, got pulled in Game 4. But I do just want to mention one more series, okay? And that is Boston and Carolina. And I want you to admit that you wrote off the Boston Bruins too, and that was mistakes that you made. Yeah, and it was a mistake that you made, and it was understandable considering how the first two games went in Carolina, and yet it was inexcusable because as much as we hate to admit it, Bergeron and Marchand in the playoffs are incredible. They are clutch. The Bruins won Game 4 without McAvoy and Lindholm, their two best defenders. Like, they were like, we're going to elevate Matt Grizzly and Brandon Carlo. And their bottom pair were guys like, I don't even know, I've heard of these guys. A terrific performance and just a really dumb performance by the Carolina Hurricanes. You know, Tony DeAngelo is throwing his stick like he's playing in a beer league game. How did you see that? Like, I've seen it in the career league. Like, I've seen it in like kids games. Auto goals. No, I know. It's also embarrassing to throw your stick. Some things said by Brad Marchand to Tony DeAngelo. That series is spicy, and as much as, you know, like, I still remember Brad Marchand, and I'm not gonna say Brad Marchand is my favorite hockey player. Man, that guy was good. 5-point performance. Some of the goals that they had. Did you see that set play off of face-off where Bergeron wins the face-off? Marchand swings in from his off wing, so the face-off was on the left side of Carolina's zone, to the right of the goal. Bergeron wins the face-off. Marchand swoops in, and it's like a wagon wheel. Pasternak goes around, goes to the front of the net. Marchand passes into an open net. Like, incredible set play. Perfection, really.
You mentioned perfection. Big reason, maybe the biggest reason why Boston is back in the series is you talk about, you know, coaching changes that didn't work, changes from the coach that didn't necessarily work in some other series. Old Mark Cassidy was kind of a no-brainer, but he reunited the perfection line when they were down to nothing in the series and they went back to the ball. And he made the change from Old Mark to Swayman, and it just couldn't work. Yeah, everything clicked. Perfection line had 10.5 yesterday. It's like 16 in the 2 games since they got back together in Boston. And part of the reason you go back to it is the plays like you talked about, that set play. That's something they've probably done 100, 200 times, just the chemistry and ability to work together.
I don't know if they even have. Were they asked about that? Or were they asked if they practiced that play? Because sometimes they just draw it up, right? Like, that's a play that happens. It's not easy to them, but, you know, I actually saw a few people discussing it on coaching sites on Twitter, and they're like, yeah, that's definitely not a standard play, but it's something that has been drawn up before. At any rate, that series is getting interesting. That series is nasty. Those teams don't like each other. It's funny when Brad Marchand is involved. Sometimes Anthony D'Angelo, sometimes the teams are like, no, we don't care for you. Sean Gentile, one of our favorite guests, very funny guy from the Athletic Pittsburgh, is going to join us next. We'll talk about the Penguins-Rangers series. We'll talk about a bunch of playoff series because Sean is not just a Pittsburgh guy, an NHL guy. This is the Halford and Brock Show on Sportsnet 650.
Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
If you're running through Langley, there's roadwork on the 2 and Silvercrest above heavy wind affecting traffic all week. In Norfolk, Whitlam paving is westbound Kingsley and Heiner, and you're going to find pipeline construction in Burnaby, southbound Velarde, Lincoln Highway. On the Surrey Hills border, 96 Avenue is closed between 116th and Scott Road. As communities go back from COVID, let's remember that strong public services help make BC communities with vibrant places to live, work, and play. A message from CPBC, BC's largest union. In the City News 1130 Air Patrol, I'm John Powers.
New Tim's loaded wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy seasoned chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's loaded wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
British Columbia's federal electoral districts for election of members to the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca.
Briefly, why the frown? Wait, you're not still upset you didn't get picked for Canada in Beijing?
Have you not seen me dominating for the Dunbar Lumber hockey team?
Ken, the dream's over. You've helped make Dunbar Lumber one of Metro Vancouver's top sources for building supplies for 50 years. This is your team now.
Yeah, good point. Hey, it's a ball game. You know I got 2 rings, right? How many you got?
I'm not here to talk about the past.
And you can get me a cup.
Visit Dunbar Lumber on Bridge Street in Ladner or Peter Street in Vancouver, or check them out online at dunbarlumber.com. I asked my Mopar service expert today to check all the boxes. Oil change, check. Tire rotation, check. Brake inspection, check. Free? Cha-ching!
Purchase a Peace of Mind maintenance service at the All-In Spring event, and you'll receive a brake inspection and a free seasonal tire changeover. And of course, when you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it. Landmark Cinemas at the Guildford Town Center is for movie lovers, featuring spacious and luxurious recliner seating and introducing Premier Seats. 2 heated recliner seats with power adjustable headrests, side table, and coat hook, all wrapped up in your own personal privacy enclosure. Thursday for more. Experience Laser Ultra with Dolby Atmos immersive sound. It'll blow your movie loving mind. Plus, Landmark Extras members get rewarded for every movie purchase they make. Landmark Cinemas for movie lovers. This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just building vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit Mercedes-Benz Richmond in Richmond Ottawa. Dilari.
Step 1. Acquire a free recycling bin from North Star Metal Recycling. Step 2. Deposit your scrap metal into said bin. Step 3. Profit. It's just that easy. If you're a manufacturer who needs to recycle metal, then contact North Star Metal Recycling today, Vancouver's premier metal recycler. North Star Metal Recycling. They recycle, you get paid. Visit North Star Metal Recycling today and ask for Adam, 1170 Powell Street in Vancouver.
Mom, look what I made today in school. My teacher said it was awesome.
Every day, I'm amazed at how much Luke's learning, and it's all because of Miss Ewan. I don't know what I would have done without her this past year, but I heard she might be moving away. No wonder. Teacher salaries in BC are some of the lowest in Canada, and they've got so much going on in their classrooms. Our teachers deserve more, like a salary that keeps up with the cost of living. Students and teachers are worth investing in. A message from BC teachers.
Find a new AC to beat the summer rush is smart. internationally. You can trust us to find the right air conditioner for you. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Act now to save $1,100 on our featured AC. So if you're looking for a great deal, conditions apply. See website for details.
A historic playoff run continues for the Vancouver Giants. The Giants and Kamloops Blazers take to the ice for 2 games at the LEC, starting with Game 3 Tuesday, May 10th. Game 4 is then set for Thursday, May 12th. Visit VancouverGiants.com/tickets today.
The Sportsnet Fantasy Hockey Playoff Bracket. If your Stanley Cup picks each round and compete for $25,000. Enter now at sportsnet.ca/bracket. The Canucks Hour with Jamie Dodd and Thomas Drance. Today at noon.
6:34 on a Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. Halford Brown, Sportsnet 650. Halford Brown in the Morning is brought to you by the Dilawri family of Acura dealers. 3 dealerships to serve you better. North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Burrard Acura on Terminal Avenue. Experience the Dilawri difference today by visiting your nearest Dilawri Acura dealer today. To the phone lines we go. Happy to have our next guest on the program. Formerly our Chase Claypool correspondent, now our NHL insider from The Athletic. It is Sean Gentili here on the Halford Brown Show on Sportsnet 650. What up, Sean?
What's up, boys? I'm awake. I've been awake for a really long time. Definitely wasn't a few minutes ago. How are we doing?
Awesome. I'm glad you have awoken from your slumber to join us here. I understand you would be sleeping in. You have to watch a lot of hockey. You have to watch a lot of late West Coast games and what have you. We'll get to those in a minute. I want to start with your local team, the Pittsburgh Penguins. And, we're in a playoff right now where there are 26 different goalies that have been used, 22 different starters. One of them, of course, is Louis Domingue. In a phrase that I never thought I would see during the playoffs, he wrote this. This is Louis Domingue's moment, and he knows it, whether he's any good or not. So I think Greg got in my ear and said that Tristan Jarry is back skating, but I assume that he's still a ways away. So this really is it just going to be Louis Domingue's show, and they are going to sink or swim with him regardless?
Man, I was surprised at how good Jarry looked on video there, how it worked out. Like, he does not look like a dude who broke a bone in his foot, 4 weeks ago, or whatever it was. So I think he might be a little bit closer than he gets. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna need one more win from Louis Domingue. Like, I think that's really what it comes down to. Like, he hasn't been particularly good, right? Like, he held it together in overtime. He's been below 900 in the 2 starts, and he looked unbelievably shaky against the Rangers, but he made it work. So they're gonna need him to keep together for at least a little bit longer. Even though Jarry, it seems like really back to him.
It's hard not to look at this series and look directly at the goaltender. Because in one hand, you've got a third string headliner for Pittsburgh, and then on the other side, you've got a likely Vezina winner and possible Hart Trophy candidate in Igor Shesterkin. But there's got to be more to this series than just the guys between the pipes. Pittsburgh has I consider a somewhat surprising 2-1 lead in the series, given how everything has gone down. What's been the key for you this series so far?
I mean, in that last game, it was secondary scoring for Pittsburgh. It was the first time they've gotten it really all game, or all season, all series. Crosby produces, defense produces, and that's all well and good. But in that last game is when you finally saw some of those guys farther down the lineup start to produce. So yeah, that was honestly it was wild to see. Like I expected the wheels to fall off in that last game, whether it was for Domingue, whether it was for the offense for relying so much on the Crosby against the line. It was wild. I was not expecting them to get the circuit the way that they did.
Does this feel like a last dance for the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Yeah, it does. I think if your definition for them is, for that core, Crosby, Malkin, and Letang, I think this is it. Like, I'd be surprised if Malkin and Letang, at least both of them came back in the season. Obviously, they're both UFAs. The ownership group in place, yada yada yada. there is something about this that feels like there's actual finality to it. And I know we say it every year. It's happened since, whatever. I feel like 2013 or something, right? Where you start talking about those guys in those terms. But it does feel like, this is the last year for that core that's constituted.
How big a factor is the new ownership group? Because I mean, you could make the argument that it's time for the Penguins to retool or rebuild without the ownership. But I do wonder if the old ownership was still in place because they enjoyed all those Stanley Cups. Well, two in particular, most recently. Maybe they might be tempted to keep the band together. But this new ownership group obviously has some pretty deep pockets, maybe has more of a long-term view of things.
Yeah, I think, absolutely. There was a level of sentimentality to a new Burkle group. And now we still don't really have an idea of what the Fenway Sports Group's plan is. We haven't really seen them, even try to execute anything, right? It was a mid-season purchase. The trade deadline was what it was. I think we're going to have a better idea what their MO is for this franchise in a few months. But if you look at the way that particular group has dealt with the other sports assets that they own, they are not sentimental people. Whether it's Mookie Betts in Boston, whether what's going on with Liverpool, like, they make hard decisions and they don't have a problem doing it. So I think, if you want to look at that and try to connect some dots, maybe apply their reasoning to the Penguins, yeah, it probably doesn't look great if you're someone who wants to keep that core together for another, 4 or 5 years.
Hey, Sean, I know you've probably been keeping an eye on the Carolina-Boston series because whoever wins Rangers-Penguins will face the winner of Carolina-Boston. What was the story for you in Game 4? Was it that the Penguins' big guns, Brad Marchand, Patrice Bergeron, David Pastrnak, came up big in a game where the Bees didn't have two pretty good defensemen in McAvoy and Lindholm, or was it that the Carolina Hurricanes played a really tough game?
I think it was probably Boston for me. It was mainly Marchand. It was Marchand versus Tony DeAngelo. That was what I came out and I said, boy, that was terrific. Way to go. That's the way the Bruins still do things, right? They need those top end guys to produce generally if they want to have a chance. They can't just be hitting, solid 5-on-5 play, maybe goal from the Bergeron line. It needs to be, lights out, big time, 4.5 points from those guys, or else they're going to struggle because ultimately they don't have the forward depth, that they need. You can't expect Charlie Coyle to be, a true secondary scoring threat in the playoffs. So yeah, you do need Marchand to go off. You do need Bergeron and Pastrnak to produce in a very real way. I think that's what we saw yesterday. It was a fun game to watch.
I'm going to throw this question out to the American of the group. Which Canadian team is in bigger trouble? You've got the Oilers and Kings tied at 2. You've got Toronto and Tampa Bay tied at 2. And you've got the Calgary Flames somehow trailing the Dallas Stars 2-1.
All right, so I don't know if I'm going to make the dial about Flames or what. I still, as horrible as they've been, I just can't imagine them losing this series to the Stars. It's impossible. And right now, they're the only team that's trailing in the series. So I don't know if it's like confusion or what's going on there with me. I mean, I watched Oilers Kings last night. Looking at what LA did to the Draisaitl line, the Phil Danault line completely took Draisaitl off the floor. It was not close. So there was something about the way that game unfolded where I was like, these guys might be in trouble. And I know, look, I watched Toronto, Tampa. They still leave like whatever. I'll assume that they're going to choke until they don't. But I think Edmonton is kind of pulling under the radar on the choke game between those three teams, and I'm not sure they should. Like based on that game last night, they're right there tied for first with the rest of the team.
Nolan Danault might be one of the most underrated players in the NHL. Can you imagine if he goes from helping the Montreal Canadiens upset the Toronto Maple Leafs, and then all of a sudden he's like, I'll do to the other Canadian team that always chokes. I'll help the LA Kings upset the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, that would be pretty unbelievable back-to-back playoffs.
I mean, the dude scored 27 or 28 goals this season for the Kings. And he's out there in the last night doing all sorts of really impressive stuff with the puck. I mean, I think, rightfully, understandably, like maybe after the way things unfolded last playoffs, he had him pegged and shut down, whatever. Clearly, a lot of other people did. And he goes and takes a big deal from LA, and the guy seems like into one of the best second-line centers in the league. All around, that's an awesome player, dude, for sure. And like I said, the Draisaitl line was a total non-factor, and that's their matchup.
Here's my thought on this, is that at least with Edmonton, there's kind of an explanation as to why this series is at 2-2, and we said it going in. If you can saw one of the two lines with the Kopitar line, I mean, obviously, led by Kopitar, who's a Selke caliber guy, or Danault, who's in that conversation as well, you can maybe stifle their offense every now and again. With Calgary, one thing I keep coming back to is completely inexplicable. Everything that I've read, all the authors have the same takeaways, and I don't know what's going on here, why is this happening? Because it doesn't seem like it's anything that Dallas is doing to Calgary. It's like they just suddenly forgot how they played or what they did to be successful during the regular season.
Yeah, I think Hayden's job in the coverage of playing today has put together a couple really solid pieces over the last few days and kind of helped. Because I'm with you guys. What is going on? Like, why is it happening? What happened to the team that you watched, over the last 6 months? And there isn't any explanation for it, and there might have been an explanation. I think it's not close to anybody to figuring it out. Yeah, man. I mean, this is it. Like, tonight is, I know that's a really expensive call. They need to avoid going down 3-1 in the series. I mean, it's almost here for that team, and it's insane because they're a trend topic. I think in a lot of spots, these games have been absurd, right? Like I think a mix of stars and a mix of them shooting themselves is crazy to watch.
John, you're the best, buddy. Thanks a lot for doing this today. We really appreciate it. Thanks for giving away to that. Appreciate that as well. Enjoy the rest of the week here on the playoffs, and we will do this again first. Wait, Sean, before you go, I just want to say there's breaking news in the NHL. That is that Barry Trotz has been fired. From the New York Islanders. Islanders just announced this. Blue Lab announces today that Barry Trotz has been fired as head coach of the New York Islanders. I don't know if you'll have to do any work related to that. You might. Initial reaction, it sounds like surprise, although everything sounds like surprise to you because you just woke up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was and I think a lot of their issues were really honestly. There were alluded to COVID issues and marine issues and all that. So I don't know, man. I thought maybe that would have been enough to you wouldn't think that was that's what I was expecting. They were trying. You wouldn't expect it, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of start digging through that. It's blue. We moved to Tyler. You know that.
All right, Sean. Good luck with it, buddy. We'll talk soon. Enjoy the rest of the playoffs.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
One shoulder first. One shoulder first. By the way, that was
John came on the show. And when was I doing my lifestyle talk impression while I had a sunburn? Maybe. Right. They get missed a couple spots on your shoulders. That is huge news, by the way, out of the New York Islanders organization. In case you missed it, or didn't exactly pick up what we're throwing down there during our hit, not just like from the Athletics. New York Islanders now after an extremely disappointing campaign in which they got into their new building. They were just off a run to the conference finals. Everything looked like it was coming up Islanders. It did not. They missed the playoffs, and not long after missing, Lou Lamoriello fired head coach Barry Trotz. Who, and I'll say it right now, 6:48 on a Monday, you can connect with us, please. Vancouver Canucks and Barry Trotz. I'm just going to throw it out there because if you talk about a laundry list of things, then Alvin and Rutherford specifically wanted from this organization in terms of structure and accountability, practice habits, and everything else. You've got to think that one of the most renowned defensive minds in hockey would be on the list. And he came out of nowhere, to be honest.
I was laughing when you said that because I was going to say that like you connect the dots, but as soon as Trotz was fired, I'm like, well, I wonder if Rutherford would be Barry Trotz now. I don't know that. I don't know because I honestly don't know if Barry Trotz is the type of coach that ownership would want. Because the ownership is actually said before on the record, like, no, they seem to say that. What they seem to say is that we want our team to play an entertaining style. I think they were so scarred and traumatized by the 1 year of John Tortorella. He just like said that they're like, never again. We're not doing that again. But Barry Trotz, like, you could make an argument, right? If he walks away, then I'm going to go to some other team. Then all of a sudden he's drafted. It's Barry Trotz. It's suddenly a candidate, but the ball is still in his What remember that? And he's got the first to make a decision. You want to talk about a huge switch? What about Woodrow to the Islanders? Ross. The next wrinkle is maybe Barry Trotz, remember, is kind of package deal at this point. Yes, and Lane Hyper, last I checked, I mean, look, it's the breaking news, and it's hard not to look at the most obvious thing, which is package space. One, Trotz is in the league. Let's not get that. I mean, we can talk about the style of the infrastructure, but tremendous success in that sort. Stanley Cup with Washington, and then take this group of, I'm going to say an imperfect team with the Islanders, and took them really far. And I'll just throw it out there. I am shocked that this is the response to a year in which they had unprecedented measures, especially at the beginning of the year when they were on that gigantic road trip because their arena wasn't ready yet, and they lost the playoffs in the first 2 months. Also, with a roster constructed with a lot of guys that are on the wrong side of 30, some of them on the wrong side of 40. I'm genuinely surprised that it's the coach that walks the plank. Well, if it was anyone but Lou Lamb, I'd sit here and go, well, I wonder if the players in their exit suggested that something was said, or there was a sense that they no longer believe in Barry Trotz's way. But then I'm kind of like, yeah, Lou Lamb wouldn't care about that. I feel like I don't care. I'm in charge.
The X factor and all that is that with all the veteran boys in that room, if there was something about you to get to the Trotz approach, Lamoriello would be the guy that was the veteran guy. Yeah. Like, my Lamoriello is like, go back to the room. You're not old enough to say, but think about it, right? Chara, Parise, Lee, all these guys that have, Nelson, all these guys that have been around for a long time, both outside the league and in that room. It's stunning bit of development out of Long Island.
Dan for Ben. 5 minutes fired, and now you fired Trotz in Vancouver. Bruce, Gary Atheist texts in for not church. Okay. Oh, Gary the Atheist. text in and says, Trotz to Toronto if the Leafs are bounced. Buffalo Bills, we don't want Trotz. He will stifle some guys like he did with Barzal. Yeah, I mean, that is one thing, like, again, I don't know if ownership would sign off on Barry Trotz, but he has won Stanley Cups. His method does work for a certain amount of time if you get buy-in. I think Philly makes sense for Barry Trotz if he wants to get right back into it. Because there's a time when, I think if you look at the Flyers lineup, you might not be like, wow, that's the greatest lineup ever, but it's not horrible. It's not horrible. And I think Philly is one of those teams that is going to sit there and be like, well, we're rebuilding for two. That's just not the way they go on the business.
Barry Trotz makes sense in almost every market. You can make that argument about what he brings to the table because he brings on Stanley Cup pedigree, structure, defensively sound team, comes to playoffs, on the regular season. It makes sense in Detroit. It makes sense in Vegas. Philly. That's Vancouver. He's just a really good coach. I think the big thing here, I did not expect him to be available. If you had told me all the coaching candidates were going to watch themselves out during this offseason, Barry Trotz was going to be one of them. I thought he was one of the most valuable assets the Islanders had. I think that you look at the lack of playoff success that Washington had since he left, I think you can tie that to his departure. Now, we got to get into some odds for tonight's game. Four of them in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Courtesy PlayNow.com. Bet on hockey like never before with PlayNow.com. Your local DC sportsbook. Speaking of the Capitals, you would expect there would be a pushback from the Panthers today after being down 2-1 in the series. This is an interesting line because the game is in Washington. Washington got full line. Washington is excited about it. They're 2.55. Florida's 1.54. Hot fingers are not done. Everyone knows that Florida's going to be playing with more desperation tonight. That's the intriguing one. It will be because the way that Washington is going to dictate the pace of the series and the comfort levels that they've had. Vanacek went out and Samsonov went in. So that's what I'll be looking at one day. He came in a relief as well. He gets versus Arden. That's what I'm saying. Momentum changes happen in weird ways. Sometimes it looks like there's no momentum whatsoever. Then there's a series like Boston, Carolina, where all momentum was from Carolina after two. And then Boston returns third with, we're going to go and play with very nice section line move series tonight. Speaking of series where it could be tied to, Rangers in with tonight. Let's pick up the Rangers and take up the 1-1 net zero money line. Another home dog up to 1 in the series. Now, down 2 points in a row against Calgary. Not significant favorite in this game. Again, just go to the same storyline and narrative they have before Washington, where the team is desperate, even though they're on the road. Finally, it closes out, and it could be a closeout game for the Nashville Predators tonight. They are a huge dog at 3.05. I suppose if you want to play the old cliche of you never want to get swept, that's another done. I know they're done. They have their chance in game 2. Maybe Colorado plays along and does the Gentleman's Sweep where they get to close up the series at home. If you want to play that, does that look like a team that takes his foot off the gas? It does not. It looks like a team that wants to score between 7 and 9 goals every night, and often does it against poor old Connor Ingram and David Rittich. So I'm looking at this one and saying, if you want to buy into the limits of hope, you can play that angle, but again, the Nashville 3.05 at home, and the Colorado Avalanche 1.39 on the road. Those are your odds tonight. Bet on hockey like never before. We play down sports, your local sports. Coming up on the House and Rough Show on Sportsnet 650, we are going to go to Tampa Bay. Eric Erlinson, Tampa Bay Lightning Insider, is going to join us. Wolves Leafs tied at 2. It's now back to 3. Game 5 goes to Toronto. And we'll talk to Eric about everything that happened last night. A big 7-3 victory for the Tampa Bay Lightning over the Toronto Maple Leafs. We have a lot more to get to. It's a very Stanley Cup playoff heavy show here on the Halford and Bruff Show on Sportsnet. Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic. The City News 11:30 Air Patrol.
You might find some delays in Burnaby because of upgrades on Marine Drive between Boundary and Greenwell Avenue, and also in Nelson between Marine Drive and Rumble. There is a construction zone on Hold'em for a new overpass between Brentwood and Douglas. Need a tire change? Stop by Mr. Repair Service for all makes and models. No credit needed. Public workers deliver services our communities rely on, whether it's fighting wildfires, protecting at-risk children, staffing the court system, or running our liquor and cannabis stores. The basic public service is there for us. But as the cost of living skyrockets, these workers are falling behind. Now is the time to invest in sustainable public services for our future. Our message from members of the BC General Employees Union, BCGEU. Boyd Auto Body Class in their neighborhood, and they are here to help. Boyd has over 30 years experience, and they guarantee their work as long as you can vehicle. If you want it done right, bring it to Boyd. Visit BoydAutoBody.com for your nearest location.
Subway Eats Right Refresh starring Aria, sandwich artist and amateur spokesperson.
And action. Sometimes you gotta refresh. Refresh?
Great start, Aria, but it's more like welcome to the Subway Eats Right Refresh. Try your new smashed avocado with turkey or maple with smoked bacon and ham.
You sound turkey raised on Canadian farm.
Subway Fresh Refresh. Aria, take it away.
Freshly prepared for your order. Absolutely. Vaccine booster helps prevent serious illness.
I've already had COVID-19. Do I feel more?
Yes. Boosters are the best way to restore your immunity. COVID-19 is still around, and boosters help to prevent reinfection and prevent the spread.
With mobile stations in the same parking lot where you get your protein, pasta, and produce, aka the groceries, filling the tank when you fill the trunk is more convenient than look, there's something more convenient than filling up at a mobile station located less than 100 meters from the grocery store where you earn the optimum points and have been attended. Yeah. Fuel efficiently. Mobile. Playoff hockey, incredible. Trust the expertise of Campbell & Brown. Visit campbell-brown.com.
Squamish, and Sportsnet 650 is the official home of the Vancouver Canucks.
Everybody in the South and around the Sportsnet 650. We are coming live from the Sportsnet 650 studios in Fairfield, Vancouver. Albert from the Morning is brought to you by the Delorean family of experts. Experience the Delorean difference by visiting your nearest Delorean experts today. We are now in hour 2 of the program. This hour of Alpha and Brothers brought to you by North Star Metal Recycling. Vancouver's premier metal recycler pays the highest prices on scrap metal. North Star Metal Recycling, they recycle and get paid. Toronto Maple Leafs, Tampa Bay Lightning, tied up in their first round series. 2 games apiece. That means Game 5 next. That means the now best of 3. That means we bring in Lightning insider Eric Curlin now to help with the show. Good morning, Eric. How are you? Good. How are you? We're well, thanks. Probably not as good as the Tampa Bay Lightning have right now. The numbers are pretty remarkable. Since 2020, and it's here we wanted to know basically Andre Hathaway. Since 2020, after a loss, they are now in 16 and 3-1 scores. Inside 7-3 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. Now, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that, I think our good team is very well. Is there something important to this, though? Is there some sort of mantra or some sort of Tampa Bay Lightning code or key that John Cooper has on always get this team to bounce back to such a definitive result after they go down? Yeah, and that's why I mentioned the things that I kind of pointed to the fact that they just been so good, so often, actual loss. And so we saw it a little bit last night in LA, and there's where the Kings moving had a performance with John Boyd, and they got one to have a goalie that has that ability. It's such a big plus. Yes, if you look, start there for these guys that now Toronto doesn't. And, I know John Cooper kind of raised the line for us. They had that line paraphrase that it's scoring goals against the game. We're not worried about that. We're not concerned about that. Not going to L.A. to go for the big gap. See how good that's left. I'm saying how ordinary it really starts to show itself now.
Sometimes
love their fighting out. What goes out of that series tonight, of course, the Panthers, the Cowboys, back at it against Washington. Have a chance to go 41 of the series tomorrow, even at 2. Hey, Eric, thanks a lot for doing this. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the series. It should be pretty good. Let's do this again with the series of Rev. We're talking about the Lightning moving on, or the Lightning being pretty interesting on it. Yeah, I think we're in. Yeah, thanks for our appreciate it. That's Eric Early from Tim Bay Lightning Insider here on the Help for Show. We're back to these big news of the day. If you missed it, maybe you're just getting in your car Monday, rub the sleep out of your eyes, and listen. Barry Trotz has been fired as the head coach of the New York Islanders. Just to put this into context, and to give you an idea of how shocked the hockey world is, Barry Trotz is just wrapped year 4, the head coach of the New York Islanders. During his 4 years on the job, he took teams under Doug Weight was dead last in the NHL in goals. 31 of 31, 296 in that last year. Barry Trotz came in, they became 10 teams in the NHL. Then, over those 4 years of charge, the playoffs 3 times, and won 6 playoffs. Technically 5 6 playoffs, back-to-back conference finals. That is a resume in 4 years. That is the kind of thing you probably won't have in any job interview. That's what I can do. Every team is terrible offensively. Pace it up. You got a lot of playoffs. And we're already seeing Nashville Predators. Let's get very strong. Maybe make it 3-18. Get very strong. But this way, there's not a market in the league. I'm from Detroit, and there's not a market in the league who wanted to say, here's the coaching landscape.
And right now, it's vacant. Other Islanders now. And Philadelphia Flyers. Winnipeg. New coaching candidate in the interest of their game flower. Couple more interim coaches in the NHL. Eric King in Chicago. According to the Montreal rebuilt the situation and they have with Bruce Boudreau. And Bruce reports right now he has until June 1st to make a decision on whether he wants to return to Vancouver on a 1-year option. I suppose Florida has an interim coach in Andrew Burnett after Q was removed from his position with the Florida Panthers. You could make a case for any of these we should talk about things though, because I heard this question in trust in the coach. What are you going to get? There's this Swedish guy out there with the name right? You know, like I've read a little bit about him, but I don't know much about him other than people have been talking about him. And the fact that he is Swedish, that's a Swedish gentleman here in the Swedes are there, and they have a long history of Swedes in the organization. But other than that, have you heard any, like, okay, if Bruce isn't here, who are you going to hire? And I'm not talking about, like, the joke you replied, like, what about that stuff?
No, that talking makes sense because they've got a relationship with Pittsburgh with Almeida Rutherford, and he's a free agent. We talked to Jeff before, and Kipper had talking on their show a couple weeks ago, and said that's a guy that very clearly wants to get back in the mix. So maybe there's that. The coaching landscape, though, doesn't have a ton of really desirable free agents out.
Claude Julien has been brought up as a potential.
Julien feels like it's to the point where it might have passed by a little bit. He's not young, and he's had a couple kids since the big through with this division.
But I think people bring him up because he was known for the structure that he implemented with the Boston Bruins. And remember, you compared him to like a B-fifth one because of all the layers. Like he's always talking about the layers of defensive responsibility in Boston. You get to the first layer, what's that? Like Shredder Cheese. You got to deal with sour cream, and you got to deal with the meat too. Sometimes there's block in there, lots of layers. Someone texted into the Doug Bar Lumber text line, how about Paul Maurice? Yeah, I mean, he for me, he's more of a player's coach. Like, I don't know if Paul Maurice is the guy that Rutherford and Aldi would target if Bruce Boudreau does not return. I could be wrong about that, but my take on Paul Maurice has always been like, he's the guy that players want to play for. But I've never watched the Winnipeg Jets, to be perfectly honest, under Paul Maurice, and been like, wow, that's a well-structured team. In fact, it's probably the opposite. I've probably been like, wow, that team could use a little more discipline.
Okay, so let's get a couple things out of the way here. We are reacting in real time to the news. Barry Trotz has been dismissed as head coach of the New York Islanders. Probably the most stunning development, well, it's easily the most stunning development of what's an early offseason for some of these teams. As per Darren Dreger, loves with coaching vacancies or considering a change, will absolutely have Barry Trotz on their radar. However, there is some belief within the industry that Trotz maybe has interest in jumping into a management. Dreger goes on to add, what's certain is that you will have options to be considered, whether it's behind the bench or maybe second bench. So there's that. Right now, Lou Lamoriello is speaking to the general media, discussing as to why Barry Trotz was released as the head coach of the New York Islanders. Not a lot of detail from Lou Lam. Quote, I believe this group of players needs a new voice. When asked what were some of the reasons for dismissing Barry Trotz, Lamoriello said, would rather not get into any of the reasons. He then went on to praise, wait, you can just answer that way? That's an amazing answer. Okay, they're like, okay, I can't argue with any of that. Story checks out and it makes sense.
Can you imagine?
Next question, Lou.
If something is massive as this, like, can you imagine, like, the Canucks have traded Elias Pettersson. Jim Rutherford said, I'd rather not get into any of the reasons why.
Jim Rutherford said, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. And got up and walked away.
I declined the question. Yeah. I choose not to answer. And I was like, okay, that's Lou Lam. Lou Lam being Lou Lam. I wonder if they had a blow up. Let's speculate now.
Yeah.
Now that Lou Lam. I mean, we all remember how Barry Trotz's tenure with the Washington Capitals ended with the Stanley Cup, but also some hard feelings.
In year 4 of the gig, too. Yeah, back to amount of time on the job. I'll say this. If we want to start speculating, that Barry Trotz probably knows his worth as an NHL head coach. Just the response to him being let go suggests that there would be a lot of interest. I do wonder if when it came to the direction of the team, Trotz looked at this group and said, I don't know about this roster. I don't know about the way that it's made up. I don't know if we have a chance legitimately to win. If our best chances just came and went, back-to-back trips to the conference finals where they lost the Lightning both times. You look at that roster.
Lou, why did you sign all these old guys?
Right?
It's a long-term contract.
There's a lot of guys that were brought in for the express purpose of making another run. Yeah. Veteran guys, right? The Chara sign, the freezing zone. Getting guys in the door that were long in the tooth. But if you look at the roster, you're saying, did he not make chicken salad with this? Because I know that they have some top-end talent in Barzal, but you are relying on the same old guys, the Anders Lees, and the Brock Nelsons. I don't know if Dobson had a good year, but it's a cast of characters that, quite honestly, if I had to guess, Trotz has seen, and he knows what he's going to get out of that group, or more importantly, what he wasn't going to get out of it.
Sandy in Nova Scotia, how much will Bill Foley pay Barry Trotz? That is a good shout, and it's a team we haven't even talked about. It doesn't seem like there's been a decision made on these before. The Golden Knights came out and said that Kelly McCrimmon is remaining the general manager. The Las Vegas Review-Journal reported that a couple days ago, but there was no mention of the board. So, does this change things? And in Sandy and Nova Scotia, right, they point out the Capitals, under Barry Trotz, need Vegas.
Well, there's a real connection to be made with Trotz, Vegas, and I guess perhaps most importantly, Robin Lehner. That was the best year of his career. Right? That 1 year where Trotz was the coach. Years ago, I think, finished third in Tesla. He had a massive.
Well, Barry Trotz typically does make it easy on his goalies.
So here's
crazy year on his goalies.
So here's what you're saying. In Vegas, let's throw it out as a hypothetical. You have to make a decision, I would suggest, between DeBoer and Lehner. Although, as Jesse Granger came on our program and as Susan pointed out, there was a rift between Fleury and DeBoer that we thought was a chasm too, but they managed to get over. This could be a fit.
Dan in Fort St. John text saying, can we just say no thank you to more coaching retreads? The game is changing, and we need a coach that is willing to change with it. Dan, is the game really changing that much?
Should the Ducks sit under Bruce Boudreau? That's the reason that you bring a guy that knows what he's doing. They went the other route, Dan, in Fort St. John. I think that's what I mean. Yeah. They did it with Willie, and then they did it with Travis. And there were some good moments that came with both, maybe with one more so than the other, but again, you were talking about, it's not hockey. Every sport has retreads, as you put it, because there's guys that learn valuable things on the job and adapt.
And also, in what way is the game changing that wouldn't need a coach that is known for structure and defensive responsibility? Did you hear what John Cooper, the head coach of the two-time defending Stanley Cup champ, said the other day? It's not about how many goals we score. It's about not allowing. It's about keeping goals under your neck. I realize that there have been a lot of goals scored this season. I realize that there's more offensive capabilities, and that maybe on the whole, coaches are generally saying, okay, we're going to give our players a little more freedom. And then the playoffs part. And typically, even though we've seen some high-scoring games in these playoffs, typically it's going to be the teams that defend really well that go on to win the Stanley Cup. There are fundamentals to the game that even though the game might change a little bit, the fundamentals will still remain. Like a team needs to know where it's supposed to be on the ice. And each guy has to know his responsibility. What happens, and Jim Rutherford brought this up, what happens when I get in trouble with the puck in my own end? What am I supposed to do? And, well, that's been the problem, right? And Jim Rutherford said that shouldn't be like the first option. I'm in trouble. High off the glass it out. So you just get the second option. Yeah, also high off the glass. The third option is punt. Exactly. And I think that one thing that Barry Trotz teams have when they're buying in, and sometimes the buy-in wanes as the head coach remains longer, and we see that with a lot of head coaches. But when there's buy-in, that team, no matter the talent level, his teams compete, they know what they're doing, and they play as a group.
Coming up on the House of the Brush Show on Sportsnet 650, Laddie wants to say.
Well, I got some audio real quick. They played some Lou Lamoriello when he was out.
Absolutely. Here is Lou Lamb, the general manager of the New York Islanders, just moments after announcing that Barry Trotz has been fired. I'm here so I won't get fined. That's it. And then he walks away, never answering another question. A lot more to get to in the House of the Brush Show on Sportsnet 650. Coming up, an open segment. If you want to get into anything that happened this weekend, I know we've gone almost exclusively Stanley Cup playoffs, so you have some thoughts on the hoopy, maybe the international footy, maybe the boxing, maybe the horse racing, whatever you want to get into, we can go to the Dunbar Lumber text messaging basket at 650, 8 o'clock hour. We're going to zero in on that Kings-Oilers series, which is even a 2-2 up the Kings won yesterday. We're going to do that with Bob Stauffer from the Oilers play-by-play team. And then right after Bob, yes, after the Bob, we're going to talk to George Richards from Florida to get a preview of tonight's Panthers-Caps game. This is a huge one for the Florida Panthers. The President's Trophy winning Florida Panthers do not want to go down 3-1 in this series. That game goes tonight. We got a lot to get into over the next hour and a half. It's 90 minutes on the program. Your job as a listener is to not go anywhere. Keep it on the dial. Alfred Espresso, Sportsnet 650.
Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
If you're going through Richmond, a crash is westbound Highway 91 at Nelson. You're going to find crews on scene blocking the right lane. There's overpass construction in Delta on Highway 17, lane closures between the Alex Fraser and 91 connector, and also have a construction zone again on Highway 17 between River Road and the 91 connector. New projects, remember, any tool going into the ground could damage a gas line. Always click or call BC1. Call before digging. Visit FortisBC.com/safe digging. In the City News 11:30 Air Patrol, I'm Dawn Powers.
Mom, look what I made today at school. My teacher said it was awesome.
Every day, I'm amazed at how much Luke's learning, and it's all because of Miss Ewan. I don't know what I would have done without her this past year, but I heard she might be moving away. No wonder. Teacher salaries in BC are some of the lowest in Canada, and they've got so much going on in their classrooms. Our teachers deserve more, like a salary that keeps up with cost of living. Students and teachers are worth investing in. A message from BC teachers. Let's shop better to help us reach our goals, so we can live healthier. Let's shop for style and comfort that stands the test of time. Let's shop smarter with daily offers and interest-free payments, so we can spend wisely. Let's shop brands that are true to our values, like buying Canadian. Let's reconnect with what truly matters and celebrate life to the fullest. Let's shop better at csc.ca.
Landmark Cinemas at the Guildford Town Center is for movie lovers, featuring spacious and luxurious recliner seating and introducing Premier Seats. 2 heated recliner seats with power adjustable headrests, side table, and coat hook, all wrapped up in your own personal privacy enclosure. Thursday for more. Experience Laser Ultra with Dolby Atmos immersive sound. It'll blow your movie-loving mind. Plus, Landmark Extras members get rewarded for every movie purchase they make. Landmark Cinemas for movie lovers. With the global shortage, demand for good used vehicles is at an all-time high. If you're thinking of selling your vehicle, Metro Ford at Port Coquitlam and Magnuson Ford at Abbotsford will overpay for your vehicle. Contact or visit the Magnuson Auto Group and they'll write you a check on the spot for your good used car or truck. The Magnuson Auto Group. The name you can trust.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved.
Hi, I'd like a loan to consolidate all my bills into one easy payment.
Okay, I just need to...
I am counting to 3.
Why? I just need to know if you're a homeowner.
Sorry about that. Homeowner, yes.
Oh, you're approved. Yeah, I thought. Never mind.
Hear that, kid? Finally, someone's making my life easier.
Alpine Credit, where homeowners get approved.
Go to alpinecredits.ca to service. Some conditions apply.
Alfred Abruff here for the Dilawri family of Acura dealers in Jason. It's springtime, so you know what that means. Seasonal allergies? No, it means road trips. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready at any of Dilawri Acura's outstanding service departments. But Mike, what if I don't have a vehicle? Not a problem. Right now, Dilawri has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all 3 of their lots. Visit them today, North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Burrard Acura on Terminal Avenue.
Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best continue to amaze in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinals. Look for your favorites to advance to the finale.
Look how much talent we found.
And face special guest judge, Simon Cowell.
Look out, Canada. I'm on my way.
The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow at 7 Central on City TV or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com. PQ presents the sound of a winning summer lineup. Leading off, the promising rookie new Oreo Dirt Pie. On deck, the band's favorite Girl Guides chocolatey mint cookie. Summer standout drumstick with peanuts and cotton candy. And batting cleanup, begin with a red spoon and 6 Summer Blizzard flavors. All part of the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. Get it delivered at DQ.ca. DQ? Happy tastes good.
British Columbia's federal electoral districts for election of members to the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have 1 more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca.
Don't miss a minute of the sports talk. Subscribe to your favorite shows on Apple and Google Podcasts and download the Sportsnet app at sportsnet650.ca.
Happy Monday, everybody. Alfred from Sportsnet 650. Thank you for making us a part of your morning. Whatever you're doing right now, maybe you're in your breakfast milk, maybe you're taking a shower. More people need radio showers in their radio in their showers. And do they still have it's waterproof. It's amazing technology. It's a shower radio. That's one of those ads seen on TV special. There's a great technology out there now called Bluetooth. What's that? How's that work? Wirelessly. Is that a dental thing? Sounds too fancy for me. Alfred Ruff the Morning is brought to you by the Solari family of Acura dealers. Experience Solari difference today by visiting your nearest Solari Acura dealer today. Hold the phone. I've got one more thing to say. Hour 2 of the program is brought to you by North Star Metal Recycling. Vancouver's premier metal recycler pays the highest prices on scrap metal. North Star Metal Recycling, they recycle, you get paid. Visit them at 1170 Powell in Vancouver. Go ahead. So we discussed a lot of the NHL playoffs today. So if you missed that, download the podcast. We also had a big discussion on the biggest news of the day. That is Barry Trotz has been fired by the New York Islanders, no longer the head coach of the New York Islanders, despite all that he did for the Isles before this season. There is a little bit of NHL news trickling in. The Norris Trophy finalists are out. Roman Josi, Victor Hedman, and Cale Makar. I think most people will be like, yeah, fair enough. Those three guys were pretty good. Josi had 96 points. Makar had 86 points. Victor Hedman had 85. The favorites in this are probably Josi, but I think Cale Makar's got a chance. It's funny because I think Victor Hedman is really showing his work right now in this Toronto Tampa Bay trip after a pretty rough game 1 for Hedman and the rest of the Tampa Bay Lightning. I don't know if anyone got snubbed in this. I think those 3 were the main finalists. He's a pushback for Adam Fox. Adam Fox, yeah, he had a good year, but 74 points. Does he have the same sense of responsibilities that Victor Hedman does? I mean, he won a Norris. That's the other. Yeah. I mean, he's in the mix. That's true. It's not how he won. Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of the argument. I don't have any problem whatsoever with this trio. And that's funny because I love poking holes in the voting ever since Allen came out. But I don't miss voting for those awards. There's too much work and there's too much draft. I would always leave it to the last minute. And I'd be like, now I gotta vote for the Selkie. Like, now I gotta go to natural stature to look at a bunch of advanced stats. But you always like giving Chris Tanev the 5th place as Bingman. Yeah, the Lady Bingman's fun to vote for. Because it was completely low stakes. Yeah. It was Jason's version of a DVD Easter egg. Like a little wink and a nod. But that's my ballot. Everyone knows it. Lots more happened in the world of sports over the weekend. Christian texted, horse face. He's talking to me because Ray Ferraro once said I look like a horse. And it's stuck, even though I don't. How are you not talking about the Kentucky Derby? I didn't watch the Kentucky Derby live, but I, like everyone else, saw the result, and I saw that overhead view, which was amazing. Nicky Strike, going from near the back of the pack all the way to winning the Kentucky Derby at an 80-1 long shot. It was incredible because the guy who was announcing the race only mentioned him in like the last 2 seconds of the race because he was so focused on favorites, the guys who were at the front, obviously. And then all of a sudden he's like, I bet someone was in his ear. I'll be honest with you. Like, I bet someone was like, hey, like, Rich Strike is coming. And I was like, Rich Strike comes out of nowhere to win the Kentucky Derby. Surely one of the most entertaining, unlikely Kentucky Derbies ever. 80-1 were the odds going in to the 148th Running of the Roses. Second biggest upset in basically 150 years. You got to go all the way back to 1913. Donerail, one of my favorite old horses, I just learned about right now, was the biggest upset win ever at the Derby. So yeah, it was an interesting. It wasn't just that it was a long shot, though. It was how it played out. Yeah, exactly. All of it was. That was the entertainment value. Nobody told Rich Strike that he was an underdog. Nobody told Nicky Strike, Brett Belichick, that he shouldn't win the Kentucky Derby. And that's the thing about horses. Because they don't speak English, right? I'm saying, yeah, you're one of the rare exceptions. What about Rich Strike fighting one of his competitors? That's how he celebrated. Yeah, he bit one of his competitors. He's a competitor. He just like he didn't know the race was over. He's like, I'm still tight. That's right. Male. Adam, this doesn't bode well for a simple town. Yeah, somehow I'll manage to live. Adam, the former BAP guy, texted in, how about those Whitecaps getting a big win at home yesterday? Yeah, how about those Whitecaps? Late goal. Vancouver beat TFC 1-0. You did not attend the game. First one I missed this year. I had a big you're the bad one. It seems to be the Halford jinx. Telling my mom said, she's like, I don't understand why you guys are so angry on the radio about the Whitecaps all the time. That was incredible. I'm like, well, I think you might have gone to the match of the year. So to recap, yeah, and Jason's not that angry. Yeah, he's also never been. I've been. No, this year. So yes, I've been. Anyway, let's focus on what happened. Okay. Very, very drama-filled match. You had a Thomas Hasal penalty stop, which was great. Also, maybe one of the worst penalties I've seen in memory, but that's fine. Not only did Hasal stop the penalty, he didn't even have to collect the rebound. He gathered it. Such a bad shot. Then, Hasal gets hurt on what some are suspecting is either a broken or fractured finger on a play which, if you watched it on replay, you said, how would they make that call? Essentially, he made a double save, and then while trying to collect the rebound, an on-rushing TFC attacker booted the ball into the net. But in doing so, also booted Hasal in the hand. Hasal started grabbing his hand and was rolling around on the ground. If you watch the replay, he clearly didn't have the ball under control. He didn't have it in his possession. It was kind of being fumbled around in front of him. And the striker kind of kicked home what was like a free available 50-50 ball. I don't know how it stood up on VAR. They had a chance to look at the replay. I'm like, well, this will end up being in the back of the net. Sure, they did. So that goal gets chalked off. So it's still 0-0. Then in the 89th minute, Lucas Cavallini, who true to form, got subbed on in the 71st minute and got a yellow card in the 71st minute. And the 89th, he goes on a nice little run, actually, kind of the things that he was promised to do when he first came over. Big, strong, powerful guy. Fends off the defender, puts it in front, and goes to Ricketts from a TFC man. He scores in the 89th minute. Celebration! Whitecaps win. Obviously, a lot of relief for Benny Sartini and Ashley Schuster, who we had on the show on Friday, because they were really feeling a text into the Dunbar Lumber text line, a soccer text. Sorry, Andrew Victoria. Sorry. Unsigned text. You guys should talk to DPL. Spurs signed Liverpool. Might have handed the title to the City. The race to avoid relegation is wild. Everton winning, yes, at Leicester. I don't want to talk about this because Leeds are down the drop. And Halford's Leeds are now in trouble. Jason's former team, Newcastle United, lost badly after Man City 5-0. So here's the deal. Liverpool are now 3 points back of the City with 3 league games remaining for each. City is at Wolves, at West Ham, home to Villa. Liverpool is at Villa, at Southampton, there it is, and then they are home to Wolves. But Liverpool have also got the FA Cup final mixed in, and then after everything, they've got to prep for a Champions League final against Real Madrid. I think that's May 28th. That's a few days after the Premier League wraps up. So you almost wonder right now if Liverpool is going to sit there and go, like if you look at the betting odds, Man City is obviously very, very heavy favorite to win this thing, because even if Liverpool catches up and ties Man City might still win the thing on goal differential. Now, Liverpool had an opportunity to win 4 trophies this year. I wonder if they're going to go, let's focus on winning the FA Cup and beating Real Madrid in the Champions League.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they've got it's a remarkable team. They've got depth with squad. They've had pretty good luck with health. They haven't run into a lot of injuries. There's already the talk that Villa, led by Reds legend Steven Gerrard, will do the business against Man City. That's the thing right now, is you need Man City to have a banana field. Not unlike what Liverpool sort of had with Tottenham. I think it's hilarious. Oh, they screwed it against Tottenham. Son is playing world-class football right now. And it's a challenge.
lopsided in the absence of world-class players on the other side. But I think it almost becomes a day-to-day, week-to-week, take it one day at a time approach, because if the Premier League title opens itself back up, and by that I mean Man City split, all of a sudden I think Liverpool's tactics might change in terms of squad selection, what have you.
Are they really going to lose any of those remaining games, though?
Again, things get very funny down the stretch when you have certain teams that are either playing with nothing on the line or have certain aspirations about what's at stake or what they want to finish. Also, I mean, we've seen some pretty improbable things this year with City, including the unbelievable match that they had in the semis against Real, where that looked like it was done and dusted, and then Real managed to save that furious comeback in the 90th minute and beyond. I mean, that just doesn't happen, and it did happen.
Well, at the end of the day, both City and Liverpool have an opportunity to have pretty special seasons. Like, if you're Liverpool and you win the Champions League, the FA Cup, and what is it, the League Cup or whatever, but if you win if you win Champions League and the FA Cup, that's a successful season. And if you're Man City, if you win the league, that's 4 league titles in the last 5 years. You're probably pretty happy then. We haven't really mentioned the Vancouver Canucks.
Those guys.
Again, Bruce Boudreau has until June 1st to make a decision. It's May 9th, so 3 weeks for Bruce Boudreau to make a decision on whether he wants to return as the head coach of the Vancouver Canucks. He won't get a contract extension. He'll head into next season as the lame duck head coach if he does decide to come back. I was reading Grant and Harm wrote for The Athletic. They gave final letter grades to each member of the Vancouver Canucks. And the one thing that struck me was how many players received really good grades. Once the Canucks make the playoffs, right? Like J.T. Miller gets an A, Bo Horvath gets a B. Like Boy Hughes gets an A. Even OEL and Tyler Myers, they got B's. Like Von Colson got a B+. They had good grades, and yet they still missed the playoffs. Patrick Demko, of course, got a B. Like they're starting goal gets an A. Now Elias Pettersson, I think, got a C+. Yeah. And that's related to basically there's 2 things that really hurt them in the beginning of the season. One was the penalty kill, and one was the fact that Elias Pettersson was just not himself. That's how I chalk it up. If you want to say that Travis Green had the ball in the press, sure, fine. Obviously, the coaching change that mattered. Obviously, Chris Boudreau was a breath of fresh air, and the vibe on the team, although it's hard to measure, you can measure it in wins and losses. You can measure it in smiles. Smiles for 60 went up for the Vancouver Canucks. So those were 3 reasons that the Canucks missed the playoffs. It was all at the beginning of the season. It cost them. Now, one player that I think, get a double check this, got an F was Jason Dickinson. Yeah, he got an F. And he was kind of symbolic of PK. He was, the Canucks lost a lot of guys on their PK. And also didn't have Brandon Sutter because he was still dealing with the after effects of long COVID still in. Jason Dickinson was supposed to come in and help stem the flow of all that PK. And also the Canucks didn't have Tyler Mott, you'll remember, at the beginning of the season. He's one of the best penalty killers. He was one of the best penalty killers. But Jason Dickinson gets an F. Other guys that didn't fare too well. Nils Hoglander didn't get a very good grade. He had a very disappointing season. And Tucker Pullman didn't get a very good season.
And Pullman spent a lot of time injured as well. Yeah, that's a bit of an asterisk on it. Dickinson it was baffling what happened through his game. Because the things that you knew about him from Dallas were that, one, he played down the middle, and that got taken away from him. 2, penalty kill, I think that was well established. I talked to a couple different people who covered him in Dallas, and the impression was that he could be really disruptive from a defensive standpoint, so he also had some eye test to him. Like, when he was out there, you would notice him being relentless, making sure that, passes were being broken up. He could get in beneath the goal line and kind of disrupt on the forecheck. He would make things happen in a defensive sense where you're like, okay, you can see the value. I did not see
any of that this year. I don't know whether it was a stylistic fit. I don't know, maybe I wasn't enamored with his skating, so maybe that was an issue. But the reality is, for a guy that should have had an important role on this team, he was a non-factor. You can see parts in his game where you're like, yeah, I can see. When he's at his best, I imagine he's just like he played a heavy game. Not so much with like big hits, but he's hard on the puck. But he was just never able to get that going. He really played center. You know what it reminds me of? When Jannik Hansen went to San Jose. Jannik Hansen came from here, and it was like, this is going to be a great fit. There's a spot for you there. You played this particular stuff. We actually talked to him about it. I remember asking, like, what happened in San Jose? He's like, just a bad fit. Yeah. My game just never translated to fit with anybody, any of my line mates. Yeah, I think it never worked. I think Hansen was more surprising because he could have fit almost anywhere in our minds at the time, because remember, he's been playing with the Sedins in a top 6 role, and we all knew that he would have been able to play down the lineup, but it just didn't work. Jason Dickinson was only probably going to be a fit in the bottom 6. He didn't have that versatility that I was talking more about why it didn't work, and just in terms of that nebulous thing. You're like, oh, sure, what went wrong? Didn't work, didn't fit. I'll be curious to see what the Canucks do with Jason Dickinson this offseason. Has his contract become something that is unmovable now? Or would another team say, you know what? We still think that Jason Dickinson has good strength, and our team, he could be a fit. If he wasn't on the Canucks, or maybe the Canucks are going to look at it and go, hey, it's not really worth it for us to give up an asset if they would have to do that in order to trade Jason Dickinson. We're just going to try and bring him back and hopefully have a better season next year. Yeah, we see bounce back seasons all the time in the NHL. Oh, for sure. And you got to remember, especially in the light of the Travis Hamonic to Ottawa trade, it only takes one. It only takes one team to be not necessarily enamored, but of the mind that they are going to be the place where a guy gets his career back on track, and then all of a sudden it becomes win to the general manager. If Dickinson produces like everyone anticipated him to, the cap gets on. But he can't be that local in terms of what we're talking about. Positionally, he wasn't a center by the end. We were playing him on the wing. Minutes are way down in the low teens. That's not going to get him down the either. But in a different situation, maybe he tries. Maybe there's a better fit. What have we got coming up? 8 o'clock, 8:10. There's still 2 guests to go. We're going to do a quick hit with Bob Stauffer from Edmonton. Of course, the Kings evened up their series with the Oilers last night, 2-2, a 4-0 victory for LA. Jonathan Quick with the Shadows. We'll talk to Bob about that as the series shifts back to Edmonton. Then right after, we're going to talk to George Richards, the Florida Panthers beat writer. We're going to talk to him about tonight's big game. Panthers in Washington. Washington, a 2-1 series lead. Washington coming off a 6-1 victory. Yet it's the Panthers that are a pretty decided favorite in most sportsbooks, with good reason. They are by far the more desperate team going into tonight. But the power play stunk. They don't look like the same team that's played in the regular season. And Washington feels like they're comfortable in this series, which is the biggest thing, because you thought that Florida would dictate pace of play and style, but it's definitely Washington's done. Obviously, very curious to see if the Florida Panthers can bounce back and even up the series with the Washington Capitals. Remember, this is the President's Trophy win. Florida Panthers. The Rangers play the Penguins. The Avs will probably put the Nashville Predators out of their misery. And the big game, the most important game of the night from a Canadian hockey perspective, the Calgary Flames are in Dallas, looking to avoid going 3-1 down to the Dallas Stars. All they need to do is score a few goals and stop Joe Pavelski. That's it. That's my seat if I was Daryl Sutton. And run Ottinger. Yeah, everyone else seems to be running goalies. A lot of goalie contact. That Grunstrom goal last night, did you see that against Mike Smith? I thought that, you likened it to it. Well, it's funny because like that, people will give their opinion on this stuff and be like, you're blind. And so there were 2 controversial goals over the weekend. One in the Boston-Carolina series where Rod Brindamore was like, am I taking crazy pills like Jake DeBrusk? clearly interfered at my goalie with the goalie, and that's I actually saw it Rod Brind'Amour's way, but other people were like, no, Pesci was the one that moved the pad, not Joe Pesci. I say Joe or Brett? Brett Pesci. But I had to watch it a few times, and you actually have to watch pretty closely because I don't think Pesci moved the pad. I think it was DeBrusk. He hit the pad closer to Granta's skate. Like, that's where he hit it. And the pad, like, obviously is going to move, and it opened up the 5 holes, and then DeBrusk was like, oh, there's a puck there. I'm going to bang it in. So, for me, I thought that should have been goalie interference. The referees, the league disagreed, and a lot of people on Twitter disagreed. I also thought the Gronstrom goal from yesterday, I thought that was goalie interference. I did too. But a lot of people will say, well, he was tackled. Yeah, but just because you're tripped or you're tackled, like, you can't then be like, well, I can do anything now, right? Like, and I thought he extended his body into the goaltender, into Mike Smith, and I likened it, I had to tweet it out, like, it looked like he was going for the goal line to score a touchdown. Like, it looked like he just extended his body. So people are like, well, he got tripped. So, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want right after you're penalized.
Well, for me, it's what propelled you to the net. If you are the one going to the net in the first place, then why is the act of tripping you all of a sudden take away the goalie interference? It seems to me like if there's any shred of doubt, the league has gone to a stance where, okay, we'll just allow it. He may have been pushed. Okay, we'll just allow it.
Yeah.
That's not the way to go.
It's noted on the broadcast yesterday that it's very obvious that they're letting a lot more go and going to review and not overturning. I guess they're kind of subjective call, right? They're letting a lot go. And in a related story, a bunch of goalies have been hurt in the first round.
That's the thing for me. What you're trying to stop by just allowing these goals are the dangerous net drive. So the sharp angle where they come out wide, nothing scares me more as a goalie when you see that guy cutting out wide, coming into the net. So you have two options. You seal the post up if he tries to go short side. If he tries to cut to the middle, you're pushing into him.
Yeah.
He's running you
That's why
over.
all the goalies love Jake Buchanan.
And that's all you can do. That's literally all you can do as a goaltender is push right into the guy who's barreling in up.
Okay, you're all fired up. So the goalies talking. I appreciate it. But we got to go to break because Bob Stoffler is going to join us next. And if you don't care about Oilers talk, I'll stick around for George Richards because he's going to talk about the Florida Panthers around 8:10 or 8:15 at the House of Rock Show on Sportsnet 650.
Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
If you're going to Richmond, a crash is eastbound Westminster Highway on the Highway 99 overpass, and there is an accident westbound Highway 91 and Nelson with right lane blocked by crews. Ongoing steering work in Burnaby is on 11th Avenue, Cumberland Street, and there is a construction zone southbound Glardy moving heavy with right lane blocked until August. Need a tire change? Stop by Miss Food and enjoy same-day tire service for all makes and models. No appointment needed. Open 7 days a week. Visit SMU.com for location. In the City News 1130 Air Patrol, I'm Dawn Powers.
Hey, should I get a booster shot?
Absolutely. The vaccine booster helps prevent serious illness.
What if I've already had COVID-19? Do I still need one?
Yes. Boosters are the best way to restore your immunity. COVID-19 is still around, and boosters help to prevent reinfection and to lessen the chance of spread. Give yourself, your family, and your community a lift by booking a vaccine booster shot today. Visit gov.bc.ca/boosters. A message from the Government of British Columbia.
Welcome to Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook, dedicated to giving competitive odds on the teams and sports that matter to Canadians. Hockey, football, basketball, golf majors, whatever your sport, Sports Interaction has you covered. Get more ways to play on every sport online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or over. Play responsibly. Hi, Keith here from Speedy Glass. Windshield replacements shouldn't be complicated, which is why at Speedy Glass, we totally simplified the experience for you. Go to speedyglass.ca, select the service center and the time that suits you best. We find your model through our large inventory. Our certified technicians replace your windshield, then you're good to go. We even take care of your insurance claim, and our work comes with a lifetime warranty. Book your appointment today. Conditions apply. Details at speedyglass.ca.
Baby glasses, baby glasses.
The Woody's RV World season opener
event is coming this Friday through Sunday. For 1 weekend only, Woody kicks off the RV season with us. Get out to the party savings and RVs and parts. Enjoy free food trucks Saturday from 11 to 1. Plus rides and draws throughout the weekend. The season opener sales event Friday through Sunday. Only at Woody's RV World. With you all the way.
Ladies and gents, Rodney Tirefield. Hey, what a great crowd. Let me tell you, my old man always said chasing a car might get you exhausted. But running in front of a car will get you tired. Tired. Let me tell you, I had a flat tire and took it in a Grip Auto and Tire. You know what they told me? No pressure. Story of my life.
Tired of getting no traction in your tire place? Get a grip with Grip Auto and Tire. Visit gripauto.ca to find a location near you. Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best is into Mace in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinal. Look for your favorites to advance to the finale. Look how much talent we found and face special guest judge Simon Cowell. Look out Canada on Home My Way. The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow week 7 Central on City TV or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com. HSBC Bank has one of Canada's best mortgage offers. Right now, get a 5-year fixed long-term rate for 7 years.
Whoa, that's 2 extra years of peace of mind.
When you turn legal, get the security of our 5-year rate for 7 years.
With no surprises. The prices are bad.
Yeah, and interruptions are bad.
Protect yourself from rate hikes and shocks.
Stop it.
Oh, I can't. There's no frequency either. Just remember that rates are subject to change without change.
Get pre-qualified in just a few clicks today at hsbc.ca/mortgage. HSBC Bank, opening up a world of opportunity.
Prefer paying with debit but still want points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice than our big for everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking for rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit pcfinancial.ca/get points to learn more.
Playoff hockey.
All the same for hockey. Right in flag. Stanley Cup playoffs. Sportsnet.
Who's going to be the hero tonight?
Top level talent. Time excitement. 2-month-long roller coaster ride. Are you what you do? You reach the biggest moment of all. Every game of the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Sportsnet.
Like scouring the waiver wire for impact players, finding construction equipment right now, slim pickings. Let Avenue Machinery do the scouting for you. Kubotas, skid steers, and excavators add efficiency and toughness to any roster, putting them in high demand. Avenue Machinery will stop at nothing to get you the equipment you need to beat the competition. Big or small, you'll get the respect and support you deserve at Avenue Machinery. The award-winning Popeyes full-line Kubota dealer serving Lower Mainland and Fraser Valley. AvenueMachinery.ca. CISL Banker Furniture Sportsnet 650.
The official home of the Canucks. Download and subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Spotify, and Google.
What up, Coop? 803. What up, Coop? Just working on workshopping with you. Different joiners. A man, building, the Coop. I've seen people trying. Remember we had that conversation? We said, can't call it days, but it's slow day. Can't call it days, city. That message is clean. There's nothing. Stay in there. And you ever said, you're from Dance City. Seriously. Have you ever said you're from the Coop? No. What about the ever said you're from the Sea-Dogs? I don't talk to a lot of people, so I think before. Alfred from the Morning is brought by the Solari family factory. Experience Solari different today by visiting your nearest Solari factory. Are you thinking about purchasing real estate in the Coop? If so, this hour of Alfred Ruff is brought to you by Campbell of Town Real Estate Appraisal. Trust the
Toronto.com today. We had a big game last night. It's still great for the Edmonton Oilers. 4-0 losers at Crypto.com to the Los Angeles Kings. So that series evened up to 2. It now becomes a best of 3 going back to Edmonton. Joining us now to break it all down from the Oilers play-by-play team, Bob Stauffer here on the Elks Nebraska on Sportsnet 650. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. You guys called me to talk about Bruce Boudreau. So you got me on the show today.
Yeah, and Barry Trotz.
Yeah, talk about both represented by the same guy, Gil Scott. But what do you have? A 649 winning percentage for a team that was basically on life support at the start of the year. I think he did a pretty good job. Brett's confidence in his scores, which is a really an underrated ability for coaches and sometimes difficult to quantify if you're going to go down the complete total analytics route. And I know you guys value that. So do I. A lot of time I did. I also value wins. That guy wins games wherever he goes. And I'm intrigued to see how it's all unfolds in Vancouver. Because if I'm the owner, knowing the level of excitement that your fan engagement had down the stretch with Bruce, they're going to come up with a pretty good telling reason not to have a mistake.
Yeah, otherwise they're going to take a pretty significant backlash. Speaking of backlash, the Oilers lose to the Kings. There's going to be a backlash. Last night,
It's hard to win in the playoffs.
oh, come on. They lose to the Kings. There's going to be a backlash. I think they're the better team. And I realize that a guy like Phil Deneau is underrated. You got some veteran guys out there that have done it before. Dante Kopitar, Jonathan Quick. Just watching this series, maybe not the beginning of last night's game, but last night's game, the Oilers should get past the other team.
They should. The numbers would support it. They should. Jalen Croft from February 11th on it, their best winning percentage in the NHL. So the Oilers did as a team. They're a different team once they got. They're a completely different team than last year's team in the playoffs. An illustration of this is last year, Devin Schultz played at Edmonton top 9. Chris Russell was playing at the Oilers top 4. The Oilers won with 13 skaters in the triple overtime game against Winnipeg. Those guys are healthy scratches right now, so we've got a way deeper team. Obviously, key guys on him. He's been a tremendous addition. He was one of the 2 guys that was pretty good last night on Mike Smith. Will there be a backlash? LA finished 5 points behind them in the regular season, and they didn't have Drew Downing in the second half of the year. And Todd McClellan, well, I personally have a lot of time, but didn't necessarily agree with the decision that was made in November of 2018. That's long since passed. He's done a good job. He's got the most done on his squad, but damn, you guys get the game. And between Kopitar and Deneau, that's a tough matchup because David Price and those guys are both really, they wouldn't want to face off. Leon is playing through some things right now. He looks a little labored if you watch him on the ice. And, last night wasn't close. I didn't want him to go to natural stat record. It was just, the expected goals where the Oilers favored 5-on-5. I didn't feel that beat in the building last night. The guys who were on that way, they were a better team. They were considerably more desperate. And Edmonton had a flurry late in the first, had a flurry late in the second, and a flurry early in the third, and then it kind of went away. So it's been a strange series.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because we've had a hard time, to be honest, trying to predict or figure out what's going on. If you had told me after the way that they got Jonathan Quick, he was going to come back with kind of pump again, you obviously bring him out. I don't know if people are expecting a shutout. And I look at it, and you're kind of pinpointing back towards the year, and you go like, he credit to McClellan. I think the changes that he made really worked out for Victor. He put in a line of front with him, really good for him. He made the adjustment. With regard to McClellan, kind of brought it up. I thought that narrative that storyline might play out on this season is changed. Against the former team where it ended kind of accidentally. Hero and McGrath, you're seeing it play out real time. Has that storyline felt the way it's going to eventually downtown to see what's ready?
I know. I get some storyline. I like guys will.
Yeah.
And it's like this is better for me. I have a right now. It's really interesting because of the spec, obviously. Touched everything. It's down to Terry. And
At least Cole Yarn is still successful. Yeah, and he's in the league. Got back on the guy, Anyhow, everybody's got those. I mean, the owners gave up 2 second-round picks to get out of the season. For me, the bigger impact was getting Iafallo on that line with Kopitar, and it can't be. I think it changed the tenor of the matchup because Iafallo, he's the green, he's the guy that goes in and he's the bucket breach guy, and that line, went head-to-head against the Davis line, and he was engaged early, and he kind of tilted the ice and started there. So the coaching thing is definitely, I think for Todd, he's a big guy, I have talked to Todd after, I knew he was agent. He could have done a good job, and he obviously knew off like later in his system in Los Angeles. Guys, they're pretty cool. Should be. Like, I had been cool when I was this year. I got the break in the first meeting. I thought it was going to get me in Vegas with top spots, so should be fine. I think he's not really good talk to us. He's going to say that I'm not as bullish. I've got to wait until it comes time with Todd and our side. That's how their way. They've got to get forward. I think they're a really player. It's going to be interesting to watch out the way for us. That said, anyone wrong with show for people that are some propensity. This team's rebound nothing out games. And I've done 4 or 5 other days that we could help with some things on Tuesday night tomorrow.
Are you surprised at all the shots that LA Kings, the LA Kings are wrapping up on him? They're averaging almost 3 shots a game. That's a lot.
You guys have access to school on.
That's Mike Kelly.
Yeah, nor do I. So, I work in football, and I don't get to go to as well. They don't share everything. Amazing how I love it. Anyhow, I got that. But, no, here's, like with LA, we got a lot of mistakes for the Kings have the lowest shooting percentage in the NHL during the regular season.
So they're just firing anything on them?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Like the game play, they don't start out great scoring chance for 20 to 10 minutes. So it's a little bit of a stuff. It's more of a summer. It's not like you're going to get it. They have better win face-offs and good face-offs. They're going to put lots on it, and they want to spend time because it's defense. And they were confident. And last night they stayed sustainable contact. They didn't come and get the Kings of waves. The Kings were playing for them on the playoff. There were 5 seconds. They lost that game. It's going to be really good. And Connor has taken a significant step this year, in my opinion. You guys numbers the shooting percentage on guys this year. I think the strength is only like 8-40. The guys that trailing Keller with 30%. Matthews, Marner, and Bundy were 11.5%. So Connor's been at 11% the last 2 years. This year, 5.85%. 7%. He's scoring nicely 25 points. But he's been great. His 2 games, but he was a little fine last night. I think the Kings are a little bit deceptive. But we can pull up the game they brought last night. I don't think the Captain necessarily thought they had. I just got them. I don't know what you asked. I said I was a little bit blurred. Just didn't see the evidence.
I'm just very surprised watching that game last night. Like, it's because it just came up much like I think they do others. I think you're right on that. The Kings came out, they were way more desperate, and they kind of put a little less now kind of like Game 5. It will go tomorrow night, and it's been a weird series, but it's been an entertaining one. For sure, Bob, thanks a lot for doing this today, bud. We really appreciate it. Enjoy Game 5 the rest of the series. We'll do this again soon.
Coloring not just take care.
Thanks. That's Bob Stoffer from the Edmonton Oilers, play-by-play team here on the Health and Show on Sports. No break, no gap. We go right back. We got a big game tonight between the Panthers and the Capitals. Joining us now, Florida Hockey Now with George Richards here on the Health and Show on Sports. Good morning, George. How are you? Good morning. Not much. We are going a little Stanley Cup playoff heavy this morning. We're looking back to them. Yeah, we are blowing out. They got a big game tonight. Kind of what is much series in each conference that the results thus far for the most part. The West, we kind of said it's down. We didn't necessarily get going this way. In the East, without question, it's got to be Panthers potentially facing a 3-1 deficit if they lose tonight to Washington. It's not just that Florida trails in this series. It's the way that it happened. I would say, if I were to classify it, Washington really dictated everything, how they wanted things to go in this series. How shocked are you that the Panthers are in this position?
Yeah, extremely surprised. Florida didn't make this start. I mean, Washington's been doing a really good job of wobbling the Panthers up, following, the game plans of other teams. Had success with Florida, and they just haven't adjusted, haven't reacted, haven't, done the things they want to do. Florida wants to play with the puck. They want to have possession. That's what they're successful. Washington's just timing up and keeping Florida from doing the things they want to do. And Florida just isn't reacting to the right side. And I got to say, I'm shocked at Kansas because I'm not going to lie. I have to admit, I did wonder how the Florida Panthers give up the playoffs when the game changes. I would say the game changes significantly. The defensive teams have more success in the playoffs than the Panthers were. A horrible defensive team this season. They were just average. I wonder if this is going to be yet another debate of can run and got hockey succeed in the playoffs. Well, I don't know. I mean, look at the other series. They could be working for some other teams. Listen, I mean, Washington, they're just following Florida. And Florida has been able to score its way out of all places that, we've seen some turnovers and such that I think any league are saying, hey, gives us the puck to eventually get thrown up and hit the blue line. Washington comes in and scores. Usually that doesn't really matter to the Panthers. They just come right back and boom, no problem. But they haven't been able to do that in this series, with the exception of game 2, when everything seems to be clicking. We'll see how they react to us. I mean, they were talking. Listen, some of the players were saying they were nervous. Some of the players were saying they were, really all into it. I can't understand that rationale, especially coming out of last year when all we heard was how Florida learned so much from playing Tampa Bay in that first round series. And they learned so much from playing Tampa Bay 8 times last year before the playoffs. And they come into this series and they say they've got nerves and stuff. I don't know. So they need to, kind of wake up, have a cup of coffee, maybe fly in some Cuban coffee up there and go tonight. Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I saw the same with Mark from Brandon Montour from Saturday where he said that we weren't ready to play. We didn't have the energy. I know some other guys were there, but those kind of remarks about how much we can turn on for that series. I don't know because sometimes the fans game. I thought that really said he said in game 5, and then he did 10 with energy to play. I don't know if I did one of those things, but yeah, you guys so I think that there's going to be some questions. Like your team is being out, whatever you want to say, but it's on the team for you. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world. They can bounce back, and they will tonight. They're going to this isn't the end of the world. They're down. They're not out by any means. But if they play like they did on Saturday, they're in big trouble. Why have a statement that was scoring power play? Lack of opportunity for just power plays and going. They've actually, they've had some bad luck. I mean, it's hard to say that 0 for 9. There wasn't 3 or 4 power plays were absolutely dreadful, but they have gotten their opportunities on the power play. They just haven't been able to put anything through. They've had, extra time on the power play. The difference is they've wanted to been able to go where they wanted to do. They're probably the top 30 league. Florida's power play was top 5, and they're over 9. So Florida's getting to the point where they need to start scoring. They haven't last year in Tampa. Kansas killed the power play early in the series. Then Florida caught up. And they did, got their last week about how much pressure was on the Panthers. Everybody there tonight, but this team is not one of the series that might they get brought up all the time. You've got up to 4 players on this team haven't won the playoff series. You've got interim coach. I mean, this team is absolutely look at what they did at the trade deadline. They got rid of, number 1 pick, first round pick, bring in veteran guys who may probably will not be here next year. So Florida went all in on this. You don't go all in for a first round exit. And, I don't know, if this Panther team can't get it done, I don't know which one ever will. So it's just something that they've got to figure through. They are a better team than Washington. It's not even close. They're better in every position except for, they've got Alex Smith. Okay, so, but other than that, Florida is a better team. They need to start showing it. They showed it a little bit in game 2. They have not shown it in 1 or 3. So if they can come out and early and play the way they play, even things up on the Washington side, they should be okay.
It is the Panthers. It is the Capitals tonight. 4 o'clock puck drop. Our time. The Panthers, of course, looking to get the series to Cap. Looking to go on 3-1. Hey, George, thanks a lot for doing this today, bud. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the series. This should be a good one. We'll do this again soon.
Sounds good. We'll see you.
Thank you. That's George Richardson, Florida Hockey Hour, here on the House of Rush on Sports Day, 650. We need to look at more of these odds laid out. Bet on hockey like different laid out sportsbook. Dominic, doing the work, has alerted us to the fact that you can now start betting on the Conn Smythe winner. That's one. 40 cents Stanley Cup playoff. Favorite out everyone from Colorado. We got it. He'll start the game with the foundation. We get a second. All right. Then, Austin Matthews, Alexander Markov, Darcy Kemper, forget the goal. All right. That is how we get high. A little fuck here. React. Somebody starting with Colorado or like the night side. Yeah, like kudos. When you think about it real time, you're like, yeah, of course the goal every couple of people always for but I'm a good. But how did I like? Yeah, how about Prince? Technically, I'll be here. So here's the thing. By the way, Ian McKinnon had 6, Cam Carney 50, Aquaman 14, just go to play down there, come and check out all the videos. What about sure. Definitely the money down on that. Yeah, 26. 26 was a bit more wow. Yeah, you know why? For a guy that is not getting pedigree, that's fantastic. That's here's the thing. Someone gets early in the process. Because right now, I'm not worried about all that kind of stuff. But then, I mean, they still believe that every play for a game is something that they're not right now. You know, a lot of these guys, they're just kind of sitting around Johnny Control. What's market? I think market. Okay, now you got the clubs. It's a bad thing to look at this early in the process. Kind of look at Colorado back where you might be able to distract the valley. Or whatever. It just makes it that there's only one series that is interesting, and that's Colorado Nashville. Yeah, that's fair. I would say there's such a weird divide. Yeah, and I'm not going to lie. I'm thoroughly entertained. Yeah, it's funny because I've been to Colorado Nashville, which is very entertaining just because you had Connor Ingram standing on his head and the Preds had a chance to win that game. And the only other game in Colorado. So many of these games that have been really long. And we brought up that earlier in the show. There's that, like 60%. Because this is not a much rare more goals. But that doesn't mean that big picture. It isn't interesting. Like you've got the Calgary Flames with the doctor and I think down. Not using them to come back. But for me, that would just be like, that would honestly, in some way, be more surprising than Washington giving Florida a matchup. Because Washington's not that group of players that have been together for so long. They know how to win. I didn't necessarily,
could be proven wrong, and maybe I'm probably too early about the Florida Panthers, but just the style that they play. We see so many teams play that style. And it's just not conducive to playoff success. Like a great example was the Dallas Stars, who used to be this really entertaining team. Remember when they were like, bend and Sagan, like that were outscore their mistakes, right? They couldn't, so they went completely the opposite direction. They went, all right, we're going to play more conservative, and guess what? They'd have more team success. I am a little bit surprised in playoffs. I am a little bit surprised that Washington was able to say that. In part because of, like, they don't have very good goals. Yeah, they've already used two different goalies. So I thought, okay, you can back down the hatches and try and take it up. You're also going to be good, and they can do that. And they got it. Like, Sam Donald was good last game. That's where, again, I go back to that Dallas Calgary too. I remember I said Brian Ross. Unless Calgary decides that they want to go and play a game that's comfortable in Dallas, this should be an easy series. And then they got into the series and went, well, Carol Sutter has decided that he's going to play a game that Dallas is more than comfortable playing. Well, that's one thing too. Dallas is so much. You want to play another hockey? Play another hockey. The biggest difference in the biggest difference in those two. Yeah, the biggest difference in those two series is that Washington has dedicated itself to a certain style of play, and it's made life uncomfortable for the influence. Calgary got into the series and decided they want to play one way, and it's made it very comfortable. For Dallas, good home. Their mothers were fun. They like being in a box. They enjoy it. They got that ability guy, I think, on the left. They like it. So, yeah, that's the Dallas there. I got the 40 minutes going. Oh. Come on, we're going to get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's come up for this. I'm going to handle that in a minute. Why is Ricky such trending on Twitter? Oh? I don't know. 8:30, we're going to do what we learned. Okay, I don't think we have to cut on them right now. Hashtag WWL. This is the number on the protection list. I guess it was in Will Reedham. I believe Vladdy has one. I think I want to play the Rob Watt audio too. I like how impressive very interesting. I like it. So we'll get into that. Get Ross and Trump. We'll get into all that on the other side. We'll do our side. Don't go anywhere. Keep on the dial. Alpha Drop. Right now, for sportsmen, traffic for the city 11:30 Air Patrol.
Before your story of crashes north on 152 and 105, driven by the accident northbound Alex Springfield Road shift at 11:15. But an earlier crash westbound on Highway 99 Elton. The one crash was Center Highway on Highway 99 overpass. And the community go back to COVID-19 services, trucking services, helping BC communities by replacing what display a message from CBB, BC Emergency Vehicles in the city of Electric Air Patrol and Don Power.
With mobile stations in the same parking lot where you get your protein, pasta, and produce, aka the groceries, filling the tank when you fill the truck is more convenient than look, if there's something more convenient than filling up at a mobile station located less than 100 meters from the grocery store where you earn PC Optimum points, it hasn't been invented yet. Sealed officially.
British Columbia's federal electoral districts for election of members of the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca. Used in floated wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro live sauce. Deliciously satisfying. Used in floated wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada. Let's shop better to help us reach our goals. So we can help better. Let's shop for style and comfort. Let's share this at the time. Let's shop smarter. Daily offers and interest-free payments. Buy free. Let's shop brands that are true to our values. Let's shop convenience. Let's reconnect with what years we matter. And so life is over. Let's shop better.
for today? The check faucet. Oil change, check. Tire rotation, check. Brake inspection, check. Free. Check. Purchase a Streets and Line maintenance service at the All-In Spring event, and you'll receive a brake inspection and a free diesel tire changeover. And of course, when you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free. Your Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Jeep Edition. You built it. We know it. When you need an appraisal, trust the experience of Campbell & Pound Real Estate Appraisers, an institution of Greater Vancouver and the Fraser Valley. Campbell & Pound has provided top-tier service to the mortgage brokerage, credit union, and financial community since 1939. Campbell & Pound is a local family-owned business and platinum member of the Better Business Bureau, specializing in probate, estate valuation, financial, and litigation appraisal. Whether it's residential, commercial, or consulting, trust the expertise of Campbell & Pound. Visit campbell-pound.com today. This badge is a promise to deliver the best for nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Racing, it's about more than just a vehicle. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all the vehicles. From the qualified technicians to the scientific experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond. Now we have an opportunity to keep working together and safety is major shortage. With some of the lowest teacher salaries in Canada, it's getting harder for teachers to afford to work here. That's how many government teachers' salaries to keep up with the cost of living. Because more teachers means more learning support on hand. That's a teaching for busy teachers.
Find a new AC to meet the summer rush is smart. But find a new AC to save big is even smarter. During Reliance Home Comfort's early bird sale, save $1,100 off the regular price on our featured air conditioner. With over 50,000 five-star reviews nationally, trust us to find the right air conditioner for you. Don't miss out on this limited-time offer. Act now to save $1,100 on our featured AC. So if you're looking for a great deal, conditions apply. See website for details.
The race that is for gold for less. That farm, metal glass, Kentucky Valley, or selling down 3 and 4. My discount gold card .ca. That's discountgoldcard.ca. The people who open this are in Brand New Canada. Today and one and on demand anytime through Apple, Spotify, or Google Podcasts. Happy Monday, everybody. How's the road? Albert from the Morning Express, Lemon Delari, family of Actor, and you will experience the Delari to the state by visiting your nearest Delari Express. Today, Albert Play on brought to you by Campbell & Pound Real Estate Appraisal. Trust you, Campbell & Pound. Find us on this live web, the internet, campbell-pound.com. What we learned on the show on 4766. We got Laddie, and the chair with James and the chair with you. And he was like, yes, every meeting, Laddie goes. But you know, let's see, laundry. My son is very ill. The mom later, he's going to see dinner. He's like, he got his kid. Broke up with me. I understand. tie it all together. Right. You see Ryan O'Reilly on yeah. To local cricket. That's correct. He recorded one of those like last day Longhorn Texas talking to the Mother's Day. He did that yesterday. Very nice. Very good Mother's Day vibes. I hope everyone out there had a good Mother's Day. Special shout out to Mike Fiorillo who rode in on Friday for our advice. He was going to go with sunglasses, Shoppers Drugstore, and his face haircut, which I said had something to this. Is Mother's Day when moving. So I feel like it's nice that we were able to add sentimentality to that. What did you do for someone? One of the many things that are on the way, like mine, like
think of it, when I learned that I have no clue what goalie interference is. And you guys did miss a few other controversial goals should the captain do the goalie interference. He then goes on to list some of them. He said, I was adamant that all these goals were going to be overturned, and I was completely wrong. Let's get this straight. This is not a new development in the Stanley Cup play. Every year we go through this on this game. Part of me thinks it is intentional. I think it's one of those accidentally on purpose things where the league doesn't really want to clarify what goalie interference is and isn't, and I think it adds to the drama and entering a big down. I think that, for example, Woodcroft's challenge after they said it was a good goal yesterday on the run for the goal. And I remember thinking, that's just a challenge because they would have waved it off in real time. That was a mighty clutch. It was, but if you know that you're not going to win it. Now, I thought he had a chance. This is interesting. I thought it was going to in the post. Reach came on and said, referees are mandated not to tell you anything all over first. I'm thinking of a challenge thing. You give me a little bit more insight. The ref is supposed to say it's either a good goal on the ice or it's not, and that's it. Now, why or how? If you want to challenge it, that's totally up to you. We're not going to sort of give you the note before the exam. So it makes referees I think that would be a good decision. Hey, Jay, wait, you might want to challenge this. They can't do any of that, right? Yeah. So to me, that's the NHL. Honestly, I'll use the phrase again, winking to say, you know what? We want this to be a bit of a dramatic event in the playoffs. Because all these calls are all baggage. Well, I appreciate your theory that the NHL loves the drama. I just think it's really hard to determine what is and what isn't goalie. Also, birds are not real.
You're forgetting there's nice stuff.
First off, what do you mean? There was. Are we doing that? Is this something that I don't know because I'm old and out? Yeah. Like flatter. Yeah. Birds aren't real. But flatterers you understand. You're like, some idiot might just look out at the horizon and it drops off the edge. So it's pretty fun there. But you can't see it that far. What about what's the big birds? They're not real. They're robot cameras. I'm opening your eyes. There was a stat, very popular hockey stat. How many of you think that the NHL draft lottery has been fixed? How many people do you think voted yes? That they thought over NHL, I would go over 60, maybe like 69. It was over 60%. That's not. You know what's funny? How? The conspiracy theory that I enjoy is that Edmonton Oilers, the draft lottery is fixed to keep giving the Edmonton Oilers the first overall pick. But Gary Bettman doesn't want Canadian teams to stand up, right? But those conspiracies are working against one another. Sometimes the conspiracies join forces to create a mega conspiracy, but those ones are working against one another. The league literally uses like a security firm to help do the draft draw, and they release the unedited video of the drawing every year. 60%. But all you have to do is attack the credibility of the accounting firm that they use. Like, they use they get, I don't know, White or Arthur Anderson. I don't even know. One of them went bankrupt because of all the accounting fraud that happened in the accounting scandals, whether it's Enron or whatever, or the NHL draft law. That's what bankrupt. Eventually, an NHL fan knows. Jordan and Langley, the McDavid one was fixed. What is? McDavid in Everton. Okay. Jacob, what we learned once, Vancouver, as a sports city, got some breaks from the officiating at yesterday's Whitecaps game. When does that ever happen? Anytime you complain about not getting a goal, you should make a mental bank. Go back and look at the time. Because I know the classic example that I always bring up is ask Nashville Predators what they thought of the officiating in 2011. Right. I think, Ryan Kessler formed a chicken wing in overtime. against them that call. I'm with you. Like, I understand that in the moment, and we're kind of joking, but there's a conspiracy theory that the referees have been out to get the Canucks metaphorical. Here's most frequently the last. You have to go back, and I know relitigating the past is annoying if there's something that doesn't make sense, but generally speaking, people tend to forget the time to all go your way and only remember the ones that didn't go. What we learned unsigned the Vancouver Giants are for real. They are pushing the Blazers to the limit in each game. Yeah, they're down 2-0 to the Blazers in the playoffs, but they have played well. And the first two games were in Canada. Now it's coming back to Langley. The Vancouver Giants have shown a lot in these playoffs. Huge upset over Everett. Now again, giving the Canada Blazers all they can handle. What we learned, Marcus and Gibson, we learned the Battle of Alberta may take place on the golf course. Yeah, I want a Battle of Alberta, but I would be satisfied with both of them going out in the first round because that would be funny. There's got to be one or the other now. Either both advance to play one another or both are out in the first round. Yeah, but I don't want to see it like Calgary. Don't need that. I have 4 states right now, and Edmonton, I know it's going to sound crazy. I got 4 states in Edmonton right now that I can count. I don't know. I'll probably be counting. Yeah, well, that's big for Edmonton. No, that's very good analysis. Through the first 3 games, if Calgary looked like they were on the verge of breaking out and we're getting the lead, I'd say, okay, the dam will break eventually. But I feel like they've almost embraced an entirely different approach because they think they need to play different play. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, we can't play the way that we played the regular season. We have to change, and we have to become this year. And I'm not sure that they're going to be able to figure it out. What we learned, empty net goals are ruining hockey pools. They're also making it very tough for over-under bettors. Yeah, they call it post. Was it the Dallas empty netter that came with the second left? 4-2 on that push it over 5.5. Yeah, yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, it would make sense to play the under in that series because, you know, it had 2 goals in the first 2 games. Yeah. And that was a total both listed at 5, I think, and 5.5. So it either costs under bettors an outright win or just a push. I think it's 5.5. That's not surprising. Watch, you know one of these games, they're going to explode on that. It'll happen for 1 game. Everything goes in. There's a lot of people that are guys. I just don't know how many games that's going to happen in that series because it is so tight. Doug from Seminar, what we learned, I learned that I'm a little suspicious about the winning force of the Kentucky Derby. One of those results I think to go, what's suspicious? A long time he doesn't have very often. Second biggest underdog to ever win. No, I just think they're just reinforcing. I don't know if people follow it. There's been allegations that cheating seems like a pretty clean sport to me. Political sources really enjoy their time. Rich Strike looks like he had rocket boosters on him, did he? I don't know. He was able to, probably would have noticed that, right? But is there a test? You see a dead giveaway. I also think, as I mentioned, that fighting afterwards, he was really hyped up. Yeah. He was ready to go. I don't want to use the phrase Floyd Bridge. But I guess I just did. Or they're fighting people. Josh in his video, man, what we learned, I learned that Canelo lost to Bevo Saturday night. It kind of ruined the plans from Canelo fighting Triple G for the trilogy fight. That might still happen, but I guess they're going to do a rematch. Yeah, wait the line now. That's how boxing works. The Bevo rematch, I would presume. Here's the thing. You can't go into a trilogy fight with Triple D outside. Triple D. That's Sanders driving the shot. This is a great show. Triple G. What? It's a good show. Helping small businesses across America during a trying time for the hospitality industry. Anyway, we can't go into it. The first thought that I when I hear diners, whatever it's Friday, die. Yeah, go to something else. No, really, I think we'll go to Rick Bonus. I think we'll Flavor Town. So does Rick Bonus. Okay, focus. Eagle, Canelo. You can't go into a trilogy fight with Triple G on the heels of the loss. It's going to be the way that the timeline has to get orchestrated. You got to go back. Canelo's got to do the rematch. You got to win that, and then you'll get the trilogy fight. By the way, did you see the price tag on that fight? No. So
Please subscribe to the zone.
Canelo's the most popular boxer in the world, right? Against Trump? Yeah, for sure. I don't even know who's second. Right. Okay. But how much was it?
$50. $69.99 on top of your subscription fee to the zone.
Yeah, but isn't that for...
No, he signed the agreement with the zone.
Oh, I thought you were like, I thought with the signing of the zone. Like,
No, I thought when you subscribe to the zone, it's like that's why you pay for the streaming service.
I got
get
it.
all the stuff they stream. But no, that's not how it works out.
J.A.D. said what we learned. This observation goes back to the start of the playoffs. As an objective fan, Crosby is still the best hockey player on the planet, dominating nearly every moment he's been on the ice. Simply incredible. And he has great pass on the ice. Yeah.
Don't get rid of highlights that I did.
Crosby is such an unbelievable player that we've been watching him for so long. He does so many things that we don't appreciate anymore. He's a terrific player. And it's interesting to watch this Penguins group because, as Sean Gentili put it earlier in the show, he's our friend from Pittsburgh, Sean, said this does feel like the last dance for Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, it's not like the Chicago Bulls last dance because that team was absolutely loaded and that team was like expected to win. And they announced it. The Penguins aren't that, but it sounds like it's very likely that Malkin and Hank will be back in the league. If that will be, I think there's some pretty good players, but every team has some pretty good players. Except for Arizona. True.
Unsigned, someone
Scary. We were just talking about that. I think WWE.
What I learned, defending the over-under is like trying to get the weather in Vancouver. It's not going to happen. I don't really like playing. Because I find, like, if you're betting under, you're kind of rooting for low events. It's not to happen. Like, at the end. And the Stanley Cup playoff has been thrown into rear one because of all the empty net goals. You almost have to take those into account more than the regular season. Because here's the thing. Let's say you're in game 3 of a series, it's tied at 1-1, you've gone out, and it's 3-0 to make the third period. It doesn't matter who you're just trying to grasp on any momentum. You can pull the goal with 9 minutes period. If you've been completely out of the game, and you've just got one shot to try and get back in, you don't necessarily deserve it, coaches will be more aggressive. The Woodcroft challenge. That's a 3-0 game. So he's saying, great. Got nothing to say score on the power play, 3-0, 4-0 makes those. Yeah, those situations play out a lot more in the playoffs.
All right, so tonight, thank you for all those ones learned, by the way. I set a record in actually reading them.
You did a very good job today.
I was so tired this morning, I didn't even know what day it was. Tonight in the NHL, Florida at Washington, New York at Pittsburgh, Colorado at Nashville, and the one that I'll be focused on the most, even though I'm kind of dreading actually watching the game, is Calgary and Dallas. Calgary really needs to win this one, otherwise Calgary playing what many consider to be the most likely Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup will be down 3-1 to the Dallas Stars.
Enjoy all the games tonight, everybody. We got to get out of here for today, but we will be back tomorrow. Signing off, I have been Mike Alfred, he has been Jason Ruff, and he's been Laddie. This has been the Alfred Ruff Show on Sportsnet. Thanks, guys. Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
Eastbourne Surrey crash at 1:32 and Highway 10 reports that northbound is blocked. An accident in Richmond is westbound Highway 91 to Rochelle, and two pumps in Vancouver crash is Bramble northbound north of 33rd, where it's down to a single lane, and a stall is happening westbound from the Cass Yard in the center lane. As the community still back from COVID, let's remember to truck public services, help make BC communities with vibrant places to live, work, and play. A message from CBC, BC's Clerks Union. In the City News 1130 Air Patrol, I'm Don Power.
Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best continues to make in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinals. 3 more favorites to advance to the finale. Look how much talent we found. Big special guest stars, Simon Cowell. Look out, Canada, I'm on my way. The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow week 7 Central on City TV. Or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.com.
Out my credits, where homeowners get approved.
Hey, howdy, hello, I'm looking for a loan. Gonna get afforded now. $80,000, $80,000. How about a $500,000 loan?
Sure. I just need to know if you're a homeowner. And if your home isn't all yours, name on the title and nothing more.
Oh, yes, I own my home. We burned out home. We've been living for 10 years. I bought it on my own. Now, how about that loan? No, what's going on?
No. I mean,
Alpine Credit, where homework get approved.
go to alpinecredits.ca to get started. Some conditions apply.
Public workers deliver services our communities rely on, whether it's fighting wildfires, protecting at-risk children, staffing the court system, or running our liquor and cannabis stores. The BC Public Service is there for us. But as the cost of living skyrockets, these workers are falling behind. Now is the time to invest in sustainable public services for our future. A message from members of the BC General Employees Union, BCGEU.
Who's going to be the hero tonight?
Now, for the crop here for the Dilawri family of Acura dealers, it's Jason. It's springtime, so you know what that means. Seasonal allergies? No, it means road trips. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready at any of Dilawri Acura's outstanding service departments. Looks like, what if I don't have a vehicle? Not a problem. Right now, Dilawri has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all 3 of their lots. Visit them today. North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Burrard Acura on Terminal Avenue. If you're in the construction business, you want to work smart so you can build fast and on budget. That's why over 1 million construction professionals use Procore. Procore is the #1 ranked construction management software according to owners, GCs, and subs. It gives you the power to connect everyone across your projects from field to office on just one platform. From pre-con to closeout, Procore gets everybody on the same page, eliminating less rework and more great work. Visit Procore.com today so you can build smarter.
Discover an urban oasis. Relax at the Hilton Vancouver downtown. Now's the perfect time to plan a vacation. You'll receive a 10% discount and a $25 food and beverage credit for each night booked. Enjoy the comforts of a 1-bedroom suite with a fabulous outdoor pool and hot tub overlooking Robinson Street and Library Square. Yaletown, Historic Gastown, and Rogers Arena are all nearby. Be sure to use promo code RELAX when booking. Your ideal place for your next getaway. Hilton Vancouver downtown.
How do you know when to bring it to boy?
When objects in your mirror are actually much closer than they appear.
When the fender can't fend for himself.
When that parking space wasn't as spacious as you thought.
That's when you bring it to Boyd. Boyd Auto Body and Glass has over 25 years experience and one of the quickest turnaround times in the business. So when you want it done right, bring it to Boyd.
Bring it to Boyd. It's Mr. Boyd. Auto Body and Glass. A historic playoff run contingent for the Vancouver Giants. The Giants and Kamloops Blazers take the A's for 2 games in the LEC, starting with Game 3 Tuesday, May 10th. Game 4 is then set for Thursday, May 12th. Visit VancouverGiants.com/tickets today.
New Tim's loaded wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy seasoned chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's loaded wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
CISL 650 acknowledges that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Sportsnet 650 is the official home of the Vancouver Canucks. Right left wing of the NHL on Sportsnet, Elliot Friedman. Sportsnet Canada 32 thoughts here in a couple of moments. But first, the news of the day comes to you courtesy of Lou Lamoriello, general manager of the New York Islanders. The news breaking this morning that the Islanders have relieved Barry Trotz, the duties of head coach of the Islanders. There were no reasons given. Lou Lamoriello was asked, and he chose not to get into what the reasons were. But nonetheless, now Barry Trotz is pretty clear of his obligations to the New York Islanders. Now, Trotz still has 1 more year left on his contract. It is a $4 million deal, so he's got 1 year, $4 million. But I would have to think that teams would be lining up to at least talk to Barry Trotz right away and
Terry from Winnipeg are the Jets, who are now coming up in this circuit, of course, for a full-time head coach. And we're all sort of trying to maybe like out, okay, where do you think it might fit? You might look at the Vancouver Canucks as well. We're talking about a structure coach, and all those comments from Joe Rutherford. Listen, they may end up going to anyhow, back to the but now with Barry Trotz out there, that adds a whole new wrinkle into a whole bunch of coaching searches. Either coaching searches that are underway right now, or perhaps coaching searches that will get underway as teams start to fall out of the Cup playoffs. I wonder about Vancouver with Barry Trotz to do that just because he has played in British Columbia. Maybe there's a thing to, if you're looking for the structure coach, that might work there. And then the question turns to who might be the next coach of the New York Islanders. And I think many people right away would wonder about Lane Lambert. Lane Lambert's name is most fluently associated with the Detroit Red Wings. We all know part ways with Jeff Blashill, former teammate of Steve Yzerman, but this has been a situation where Lou Lamoriello thought that long-term Lane Lambert would be the coach of the New York Islanders, but with the Detroit availability, thought that he might lose Lambert to the Detroit Red Wings, and therefore he made this decision now in order to cut Yzerman off the top before hiring Lambert. Don't know. Right now, all we have are questions, but the reality is Barry Trotz has been fired as the head coach of the New York Islanders, which is kind of a, when you look at what's happened to the Islanders, like I've always been a believer, get into the belly here in a couple of minutes. When you look at the team that Barry Trotz has to work with, not unlike the Nashville Predators, and you could also make the argument the Washington Capitals as well. Barry Trotz has consistently got the best out of every team that he's coached. Certainly said that about the Nashville Predators. I think it's safe to say, listen, he was the guy that got the Washington Capitals over their Stanley Cup hump, right? I mean, leading up until Barry Trotz took over, what was the hue and cry about the Washington Capitals? Great regular season team, but can you get them over the playoff hump? Can you get them to the Stanley Cup and finally win this thing? You know, we first started talking about the Washington Capitals as Stanley Cup favorites or in contention for the Stanley Cup going back to, 2010, when they got surprised by the Montreal Canadiens. I've always felt that Barry Trotz got the most out of this lineup, which is an older lineup. And I'll be on the same page about that. Certainly outside of players like Matthew Barzal, the Islanders are very much an older lineup. I've always felt that Trotz got the most out of this group. 2 semifinal appearances back-to-back. This year's season started off with essentially waiting for the rink to be built. And although it wasn't, a marathon road trip like they're gone from home for weeks on end, there were still plenty of night ticket fans at home in their own beds. They still started off with a lengthy road trip to kick off the season. The thing that people pointed out about Barry Trotz is he helps goalies, and wherever he goes, goaltenders perform. And you look at how good, the goaltenders have been with the Islanders. And interestingly, in this quote-unquote lost season for the Islanders, you look at Ilya Sorokin and his .925 save percentage. Sorokin's right there with some of the best in the NHL. Look at Semyon Varlamov, who was the subject of a number of trade rumors all season long. He really had a decent season. You consider how underperforming the Islanders team was on its own. Normally you'd say, show me a good goalie, I'll show you a good coach. Well, you got both here. You just had an underperforming team. So what does that mean for the future of the Islanders? What does that mean for the future behind the bench? This is an older team outside of, as I mentioned, Matthew Barzal, Noah Dobson, and the like. A lot of questions. We'll start the conversation by welcoming in Elliot Friedman on the discussion from 32 Thoughts and Hockey Night in Canada. Elliot, to set the stage here, before we get to the NHL, the Stanley Cup playoffs, we'll talk about the Islanders news. And Barry Trotz has been fired as head coach of the Islanders. No word on his replacement. A lot of speculation on where he may end up next. But he has 1 more year left on term, $4 million is the compensation there. what was your, or what were your first couple of thoughts when you first heard the news this morning?
Holy bleep! Like that was probably my first thought. There were some rumblings going around about a week ago that maybe this could happen, but there's no way that you're going to be able to confirm this, right? And Lou Lamoriello is going to announce it on his schedule, and he's not confirming any rumors or anything until he's ready to do it. And but I was shocked. I mean, I was absolutely shocked. It's one of those rumors you check into, but you don't really know whether or not to believe it. And part of you says there's no way that that could be happening, and you kind of let it slip when you don't get any immediate intel on it. So I was surprised. I was very surprised. And I think that Todd will have the pick of things that he wants to do. I don't get the sense that anything is immediate, but he's going to have teams reaching out to him, and the Islanders talk to him. He's still got a year under contract. You know, depending on what he does he want to coach? Does he want to take some time? Does he want to do something else, maybe a different role? I think he's going to have some time to decide. But if he does want to coach, I can see no shortage. I think. You know, I've got to think Winnipeg is going to be right up there. One of the teams is going to throw bags of money at him. I've got to think Philadelphia is going to be another team that's going to be right there, potentially throwing bags of money at him. You know, I think there's still some teams in the playoffs that are deciding what they're going to do after the season that might be throwing bags of money at him. And it's one of those situations, Jeff, where teams, you know, that have coaches already. Some of those coaches get nervous because they're like, uh-oh, Barry Trott's available. And I think that there's going to be a lot of that. I do think that there are going to be teams that are going to reach out if they haven't already. The biggest thing is how long does Trott decompress and kind of figure out his path.
You know, one of the other ones, and you're right, there are some teams that are still in the gig. I wonder if there's going to be a coaching decision here. And maybe I'm just drawing too sharp a line just because, you know, he has a lovely home in BC, but depending on how, you know, what happens with Boudreau and Jim Rutherford, the entire Canucks situation, could that be a landing spot for Barry Trotz as, you know, we continue to hear the hue and cry about a structure coach?
You really like just blowing up Canucks Twitter, eh? Like, you really enjoy doing that. Well, you know, the interesting thing about that is Boudreau and Trotz share the same nation, right?
Yeah.
They're both represented by Gil Scott. But I think Boudreau's going to be back. You know, they had a Zoom call last week with Kuzmenko, the KHL prospect, and I heard that, you know, Boudreau was part of that call, and I think that one of the things that Kuzmenko has asked is, you know, here's this coach who's talking up what I can do here. Is he going to be there next year? And I'm under the impression that, you know, it was told that yes, he was. So my thinking is he's going to be back. I mean, who knows what could happen. But my thinking is he's going to be back. And I still think that whole situation is still very weird. But yeah, I mean, look, who's not going to be interested in Barry Trotz?
Well, hang on a second. Here's why I bring it up. Everybody has a plan. What's the old plan? Everyone's got a plan of saying as much as about. Well, everybody has plans what they want to do with their coaching situation until someone like Barry Trotz becomes available. Like, doesn't that give every organization cause for, okay, everybody, Zoom call at 2 o'clock today?
Yeah, I think it does. Like, Trotz is one of those guys who absolutely everybody's thinking we could have an interest in. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm just saying that's a unique situation because they would be represented by the same person. I'd have to think the Jets are going to be all now. I think that he's going to end up there. I don't know. But, and the other thing too is there's a lot of pressure on Philly to be really good, really quick. And if I was the Flyers, I can't imagine how they would be all over today.
I think I would imagine, you mentioned Bill Scott a couple of seconds ago, the players can be all over the ethos climbing from his mention. Throw in Barry Trotz. Like if you want, I've made this point about the Hockey Flyers and tend to talk about, what Chuck Fletcher may end up doing here. They need two things. They get to the playoffs and they need to take the pressure off. Joe does both. Joe does both things. That's an aside. I want to get back to Barry Trotz here. So here's the theory that I'm pushing for the Islanders. Let me know what this resonates with. Lou Lamoriello named Lane Lambert as his long-term coach. Now that there's a vacancy in Detroit, we're not going to get anything confirmed that it's Detroit. There's some speculation that Lambert may end up there, and this is Lamoriello saying, I need to cut Yzerman off the path.
I think it's possible. I think Lambert will be a contender there, and to me, it's about time he gets his opportunity, right? I mean, actually, I've been saying that for years. I think we all kind of thought that they would get to a point where Lambert would get his opportunity, and that's a good theory. It makes some sense to me. I've been thinking about it for a little bit, kind of what happened here, and if you go back to the conference call, and I was listening to it today, Lou Lamoriello says, I think if the players need a new voice, but he won't say anything more than that, and he takes pains to point out what a good person Barry Trotz is, which is true. I've been thinking about that since it happened, and this is my theory, okay? I think Lou Lamoriello told us the answer in those few words. He just didn't want to say any more than he did, because what this says to me is that the Islanders had their exit interviews, and a picture got painted where Lou Lamoriello was made to believe that the message, or for whatever reason, stopped getting through this year. Now, to me, that it sounds crazy because this is a team that had really good success, that took an outstanding Tampa Bay team to 1-0 in Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Final last year. And this year was a lot about COVID and a long road trip. But I think something, and that's the thing, like Lou Lamoriello's not going to tell us what happens in those exit interviews. He believes that those kinds of meetings are sacred, and he doesn't want to reveal anything more than he has to. And he goes out of his way to say that, like, Barry Trotz is a good person. I think what happened here was that something got painted in the exit meetings, that the message between Trotz and the players, it wasn't getting there anymore. It had run its course in New York. And that doesn't mean that Trotz is a bad coach, and that doesn't mean that Trotz is a bad person, as Lamoriello said. It just means in this particular situation, I think I'm guessing, this is a guess, just my theory based on what was said, that the message just wasn't getting there anymore. And that's what Lamoriello said he did. He didn't, and I don't think he wanted to tell us much more than that, and I'm not convinced that this is something he really wanted to do. But until, it's just my theory. After thinking about it and going through my notes from the conference call, I really wonder if the exit interviews painted a picture of players and coaches weren't buying into what each other was doing anymore. That's purely my theory, and that's just what I'm thinking.
The thing about this one is too, though, and I'm not disagreeing with your theory. The only thing that I think we should maybe add to it is, I don't know that any of the players disliked Barry Trotz. I've heard Anthony told quite the opposite. Like, and I'm not saying that the two things can't exist at the same time. The message, maybe the message isn't getting through, but the players still like him. Like, those two things can be true at the same time.
Like players can still like and respect the coach, and also say as a person, and also say that it's just not working from a hockey point of view anymore. I completely agree with you.
I even wonder if you went a step further in saying that Toronto would have gone as far as to actually endorse Lane Lambert for that position.
Yeah, I could see
You
it.
can think if that's the way it goes, like, well, if it's not getting to me, then I hope it is. I don't know. Well, again, we're dealing with the Islanders, so all of this is speculation. All of this.
But like I think the one I remember is when John Tortorella was fired by the Rangers. Initially, they had said he was coming back, and then they had the exit meeting, and it became clear to, I guess it was Glenn Sather, that they couldn't bring him back, and they made the change. And that's exactly what happened in that case. And I don't think the situations are obviously the same, but I always remember sort of that process. Remember that process. You think they're bringing back coach, then you go for a few, like, again, Lamoriello didn't say much today, but I think he gave us the clues. And sometimes it's not said as to what was to put into it. And I'm just thinking that, you know, for whatever the case was, like, you know, with the just say the players need to do voice. I don't know. I'm just kind of getting the impression that maybe everybody thought that this particular marriage had run its course. And I think it's unbelievable to me, considering the success which it's made in two ways. I can put up a lot of other stuff that is the best thing, but I just wonder if this year is a very hard year. It just cracks for everybody involved. And again, I will say, for the upkeep time, I think this will have no negative effect at all on John. And I think he'll be able to pick whatever he wants to do. You know, even that he has very good stuff. I mean, look, I think he'll play out pretty tough. And then coach him either now. You know, he's that shocker. Around NHL. To the weekend that was not exactly healthy. That's the ball possible weekend for a lot of questions. Happening for there's a service that rightfully will be talking about the plane after the getting of healthy in his body track. And then last night was whether it was Oakdar, whether it was Jersey, and pick your poison. A lot of people were taking it and but not the best weekend we had. No, it wasn't just Happy Mother's Day. obviously have to prepare for it. You don't have to worry about it like 3 days overnight. There's 3 different teams and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know, we just have one team. And a coach can say, this is how we're going to attack my team. And especially a good coach like Laviolette, you know, that they're soft and giving us understanding. They absolutely did that. The power plays loving. They absolutely did that. Their best players with their best players. They absolutely did that. But you're right, they take the neutral zone away from them. And, you know, again, I don't think that Florida's going to be incapable of winning this series. I still think they are very capable of winning it. But I think what has happened is Laviolette, and this is going to be a blueprint that we have to stick to, and Washington is committed to discipline enough to stick to that blueprint. One of the challenges is the possibility here is especially Compton, Charlie McAvoy, protocol, didn't play yesterday either. But Brad Marchand did a job. Did a job with the goal for Grant Sampson, Mike Wilson did a job on Tony and driving to go in some frustration. And you know, I look at the NHL right now, Elliot, and I look at Wings. And I think right now there are, you know, there are more quality left wingers in the league than there are right wingers. I think away from the division partner in the world. But if you go down the left side of the NHL, you see Ovechkin and Kaprizov and Panarin and Monroe and Huberdeau and Carter and GM. Like the left side of the NHL is just that. You could probably put Brad Marchand on top of that one. You look at the world play, you look at Geo, you look at impact. He has been, I think a lot of people said last week on the podcast that came out this morning about, you know, Marchand in the Hall of Fame conversation and how good he is and he was part of my ballot this year at times that voted for him for the heart. I think that this, when you look at the class of left wingers in the NHL, not taking anything away from all the players I just mentioned, he's the top of the creation. You know, I think, you know, as you were saying, first of all, my first thing was the headline. Favorite right wingers are garbage. Secondly, I'm just going to blow my all-star to the balance of the all-star team. And, you know, Marchand is one there for most of them. I think the three I had was Kaprizov, Huberdeau, and Monroe. And, you know, those guys all had great years. But I think yesterday was lost the season on the line that really showed you. Like that said, like they needed it. So, not only am I going to get lost 5 points, I'm going to drive someone else's matches. And I had no idea like that. It was just a conversation. I needed to hear it. Certain subjects are no longer I'm not sure about this concept. But there's no way that it is on the way. And it really comes to mind. I mean, and it's replay. I mean, there's a lot of ways to say it, but you may not like this exact situation, but you cannot deny like what people are and I'm looking at you and I was just saying the only thing that was going through my head was the Bruins are in trouble and he steps up and he didn't step up, he put his team on his shoulders. You and I did you and this a couple minutes left, well actually a little bit left. One year on real quick, that's just now tied at June. For a while, 5 to 2. I was allowed a couple of games. Just marked a couple of seconds here on George City. Just to me, as much as we'll talk to Barrett and scored yesterday, to me, the story of yesterday game is George City. And no, I think there's no doubt about it. You know, for Hoosiers, you know, I remember a few years ago in Pittsburgh and when they won their second cup run, you know, came in with the big back Morgan Markov, Murray, like Murray injured, and Markov and Murray also in the conference final.
Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 11
Road, Leslie block both directions. In Surrey, a crash with 132 and Highway 10 reports that northbound is blocked. Identified roadwork on the 3-zone border, 96th Avenue closed between 115th and Scott Road. And in Langley, there's roadwork on the 200 overpass off Highway 1. Void on-body glass will also serve wheel. All British Columbia locations are open for your estimates for repairs. Visit voidautobody.com details. In the city news, 11:30 Air Patrol and Bob Howard.
This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best for nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just those vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit the Mercedes-Benz Richmond in the Richmond Auto office. Dilari.
Prefer bank to debit, still want points. Your target may have made a better choice than our big for everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking to rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Subscribe to PCFinancial.ca to get points to learn more.
North Star Metal Recycling has you covered. North Star Metal Recycling is Vancouver's premier metal recycler, offering the highest prices on scrap metal. It's fast service that's easy to deal with, and they even offer pickups if you can't make it in. North Star Metal Recycling. They recycle, you get paid. Visit North Star Metal Recycling today and ask for Adam, 1170 Powell Street in Vancouver, or at NorthStarMetalRecycling.com.
Buying a new AC to beat the summer rush is smart, but buying a new AC to save big is even smarter. During Reliance Home Comfort's early bird sale, save $1,100 off the regular price on our featured air conditioner. With over 50,000 five-star reviews nationally, you can trust us to find the right air conditioner for you. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Act now to save $1,100 on our featured AC. So if you're looking for a great deal, Reliance. Conditions apply. See website for details.
How do you know when to bring it to boy?
When you back out of the garage, or you open the door.
When you hit the brakes in time, but the guy behind you doesn't.
When the teenager puts the dent in the student driver.
That's when you bring it to Boyd. Boyd Auto Body and Glass has over 25 years experience, and they guarantee their work for as long as you own your vehicle. So when you want it done right, bring it to Boyd.
Bring it to Boyd. Auto Body Glass.
I asked my Mopar service expert today to check all the boxes. Oil change, check. Tire rotation, check. Brake inspection, check. Free, ding. Purchase a peace of mind maintenance service at the All-In Spring event, and you'll receive a brake inspection and a free seasonal tire changeover. And of course, when you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free. See your Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealer for details. We built it. We know it.
New Tim's loaded wraps are packed with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy pizza chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's loaded wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
Great Vancouver Golf, Burlesque, Guilford, Newland, Sandpiper, Big Sky, Westwood Plateau, Golf and Slice the Falls, and more. Go to discountgolfcard.ca for all the details. That's discountgolfcard.ca.
Join the Magnuson family. Metro Ford and Magnuson Ford need you. They're looking to hire auto body and automotive technicians. There's great earning potential with these two very busy dealerships. Also hiring for parts advisor, warranty clerk, and shuttle drivers. If you have President's Award level customer service, apply now at employment@metromotors.com. The name you can trust.
Mom, look what I made today at school. The teacher said it was awesome. Every day, I'm amazed at how much Luke's learning, and it's all because of Miss Ewan. I don't know what I would have done without her this past year, but I heard she might be moving away. No wonder. Teacher salaries in BC are some of the lowest in Canada, and they've got so much going on in their classrooms. Our teachers deserve more, like a salary that keeps up with the cost of living. Students and our teachers are worth investing in. A message from BC teachers.
CISL Vancouver is Sportsnet 6
coach of the Islanders, someone else perhaps. So my little name perhaps out there as well. That would fall reinstatement. Where's Barry Trotz end up? Winnipeg seems like a likely destination. Perhaps a longer shot to Philadelphia, perhaps Vancouver as well, depending on what happens with the Gaudreau situation there. We'll talk to Kevin Kurz about that in a couple of moments. Meanwhile, just the news page here. A lot of hand wringing around Toronto after they got crumpled up like a piece of paper last night by the Tampa Bay Lightning. Series now tied at Tuesday, shifting back to Toronto. Here for comments on this and other NHL stories with Nick Kipper, co-host of Real Kipper and Foreign Herd, Monday to Friday, 3 o'clock Eastern, on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Kipper, great to hear your voice again. How you been, pal?
Jeffrey, what's going on?
Oh, what's going on is a lot of anxiety in Toronto, Kipper. That's what's going on right now. I want to get there, but the night before having you on is I can go a lot of places. What are your thoughts on the shocker of the day? Like, the one thing we know about Lou Lamoriello is he moves in silence. Like, there's no leak. That is sealed up tight. Barry Trotz gets as head coach of the Islanders, and now it's a whole bunch of questions. What did you think of this one?
Well, what is abundantly clear is Lou's expectations for his club, regardless of what you think about their schedule, the building, not being ready till later on in the year, COVID, whatever the case is, he expected to make the playoffs. And he didn't. And there's probably a lot of reasons why. Once he finished his exit meeting, I heard that there wasn't a lot of players that had a lot of faith in Barry moving forward, and he had to make a decision. Lou's getting older, so you know the patience to wait are thinning out a little bit, but the expectations were there for a team not only to make the playoffs, but to contend for a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And Lou was embarrassed this year, and if you're gonna ask for someone to take accountability into the equation here, unfortunately, it was Barry Trotz.
You know, it is interesting too when you sort of pull back and have a sort of bird's eye view over it. I always wonder in these situations when a team underperforms, and you nailed it. Like the last 2 seasons, they're in the semifinals of the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're one game away from going to the final last year. That 1-0 game against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Expectations are they'll take another step, and instead they stumble backwards. I always wonder about one thing. Did what happened? Like, do we point at roster construction, or do we point at coaching? Do we look at composition, or do we look at coaching? And I look at the Islanders and I say, goaltenders, like Ilya Sorokin is elite. Semyon Varlamov had a really good season. After that, I thought Noah Dobson took a real step this year on the back end. Injuries were a factor with the Islanders as well. I don't think that the issue was coaching. Like, I really don't get, like, when you look at, when you look at the Islanders, you say, like, oh yeah, clearly the problem is coaching here, because I look at Barry Trotz, and whether it's Nashville, or whether it's Washington, or now the Islanders, I've always said the same thing. Barry Trotz, and you've seen coaches like this before, Jeff, Barry Trotz is always able to get the absolute most out of every single team he's coached. The best example is probably the Caps. Took them to the promised land of the Stanley Cup, a place they said you could never get to with Alexander Ovechkin. Trotz took them there. I don't think coaching is the issue.
Hey, there's 2 parts of coaching, Jeff, and there's the tactical part and the X's and the O's, and that's always been a strength, and we've always accused Barry Trotz of not being the most entertaining guy for the fans, but as far as getting results go, he's as solid as there's been in many years behind the bench. And then there's the ability of the coaching, and that is to get the most out of your players. And while he's had a history of that, it was the complete opposite of that, Jeff. So that's when your theory kind of runs out of gas a little bit, is that he didn't squeeze out the most out of any of the players. And the guy at the top of the list was Matthew Barzal. Where do we have Matthew Barzal? How elite is Matthew Barzal? Is he a top 25, top 40, top 50 player in the league? Because if he is,
Once you get up in the $10 million range, he signs the short-term deal for what, seven and a half, and he has a horrific year. And the other thing I heard was, even that dumb, meaningless penalty where Matthew Barzal grabs Mitch Marner's jersey. Remember that one? And no penalty, but a fine. And that one kind of embarrassed, I think, Lou a little bit as well. That when that's acting out. That when you see a player do that, and you can sit there and say, well, are they friends? Is it tongue in cheek? It's unprofessional, right? And that shouldn't be from your star player. So there's a lot of issues going on there, and there's a lot of things that factor into the decision. And it's not an easy decision. This guy's got an impeccable reputation. Was a great coach, a Stanley Cup champion. Probably, as you mentioned, will be in demand, right? May have some options here, but squeezing out the most out of his lineup was probably his biggest issue, and led to him losing his job.
Yeah, one of the things we'll close on this with the Islanders and get to the big league Tampa page here, but I always wonder about teams. I say to myself, okay, whose timeline are they doing it on? Like you look at the Vancouver Canucks right now, it's pretty obvious. They're doing it on the timeline of Demko, Quinn, Patterson. Like if you're not part of that timeline or complementing that timeline, throw Horvat in there as well, clearly. If you're not complementing that group's timeline, there's not room for you here. And I look at the Islanders and I think, like, okay, so whose timeline are they doing this on? Like it can't be, Parisi and Wallstrom and Dobson, because everything here is dominated by guys in their 30s, whether it's Brock Nelson, whether it's Andrew Lee, whether it's Josh Bailey or Cal Palmieri. Like, that's not on a younger player's timeline here. So that's when I go back to Lou and I say, okay, well, who are the Islanders? And what should the expectation of young players be when you're not doing it on their timeline? You know what I mean?
Yeah, listen, I get what you're saying, but I always go back to that Mike Tyson line, which is one of the best in sport, where everybody's got a timeline until you get punched in the nose. And where the Islanders are right now, clearly it's Lou wants to bring a guy in there that can help them compete again. And, you mentioned Vancouver Canucks. Well, Horvat's got, I think, another year before he can renegotiate. And are you sure that they're going to re-sign him? Are you sure you want to step into that $8-9 million range for Horvat? And, it's always a moving target with a lot of these teams. And you start losing games in a row, and less season tickets get reissued, and sponsors are like, yeah, maybe I'll put my money into digital now or whatever. Like, there's so many underlying reasons why sometimes, the timeline in a perfect world on paper doesn't match up with what's going on behind the scenes. So this move with Barry Trotz tells me that there is no real timeline. It's just, what can we do to get the best team on paper and have a coach back there to squeeze the most out of them? That's your timeline for the New York Islanders next year.
I think you mentioned more of that in the Vancouver Canucks. I think if you're Jim Rutherford, Patrick Allvin, you're doing, I don't know, what do we call it, hockey triage, and you're saying, okay, who's going in to see the doctor first? I'm guessing it's probably Bo Horvat. Like, that's the one thing, because they got, now they can negotiate 1 year out, which leads me to another great, one of my favorite boxing lines of all time, Skip, and that is, like, I love the Tyson line. It's a great one, and it fits in so many situations. Look at the Panthers and the Capitals right now. But Don King used to always have the great line, gentlemen, where there is money, there is understanding. That's the one thing that we all need to remember. Where there's money, there's understanding. Let's get to the big weeks and Tampa Bay Lightning. Your thoughts on what we saw yesterday? The panel on Hockey Night was making the point that it's not so much that the big leagues went down, it's how they went down. Churchill would always talk about the Russian Revolution and say the problem is, the ship went down within sight of port. how the Maple Leafs lost?
Without a doubt, 100%. They did not have to win that game. Come on, 2-1. Up 2-1 going into last night's game, there's a tremendous amount of breathing room to lose a hockey game. But how you lost it, how you were prepared, where was the mentality coming in, where was the sense of urgency, where was something that, if we go back the last few playoff runs, what's the first thought? When you're dealing again with teams that are up 2-1 in the series, and you have a chance to take a stranglehold. Yes, they did it against Montreal last year, up 3-1. But where were we a week later in a conversation? It was killer instinct, the ability to see an opening and take it. And I don't know where they were, and I include Sheldon Keefe and his prep work. Again, I just spoke to you moments ago about Barry Trotz, and somebody's got to be held accountable. And obviously, when you talk about a team unprepared, yeah, we can go through the individuals and say, hey, where was Matthews and where was Morgan Riley and Jack Campbell, but where was the state of the team with Sheldon Keefe? And I get the theory behind we're now a best of 3 series and we got home ice and it's a split. I'm not overly crazy about that whole thought process that I'm going to find positives in this. Sometimes, sometimes it's not positive, and sometimes you gotta rip on them a little bit and call them out and try to push for a sense of urgency, because you didn't feel it last night at all out of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
If you're Sheldon Keefe, I think you're bang on a lot of that stuff right there. Technically, there is something called success anxiety, and this weird, or success phobia. This fear of success that people have. I think it does happen with sports teams as well. As a collective, it looks like this has been the Maple Leafs the last few seasons, and a complete inability to close out. We saw the freeze against they go up against the Montreal teams, they're 3-1, and the whole team freezes, and the whole team freezes. And this year, you wonder if it's going to be different, and if it is going to be different, I always wonder about head coaches getting in their own way, and I wonder about the deployment of Austin Matthews here, and Sheldon trying to find the right time to insert him, get him in. So much special teams. He's going to sit on the bench a lot. He's killing penalties.
And Tavares too, right? And Tavares, they don't kill penalties.
They don't kill penalties, and they sit on the bench. Maybe the coaching staff is just overthinking this thing, and it's like, you know what? Start thinking with Austin Matthews. Feed him as many minutes as he needs to take. Maybe it's just like the simplest thing that is the most obvious. Sometimes is the hardest to grasp.
Listen, in Game 3, he looked like a genius. He did the same thing. He didn't get him out there until about 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes into the first period. And yet we were talking about one of the biggest wins, in recent history out of the Toronto Maple Leafs for a playoff game. So it is hit and miss. At the end of the day, you're going to live and die by these guys anyways, your star players. And you can sprinkle all you want around with a supporting cast, and they are important. We do know that you don't win Stanley Cups without them. But those guys, first and foremost, have to be carrying the freight here. And last night was an example for Matthews, and even Morgan Riley getting caught up on the maroon goal. You're still searching guys, I'm sorry, to find ways to kind of compete and win when it matters the most. And you just hope that there's plenty of time left in this series to bring it home and create an A game. And if you're going to lose, have people say that you went down fighting, and at the end of the day, you're up against Hall of Famers and Stanley Cup champions and one of the best teams in modern history in the National Hockey League. Those are kind of memorable ways to lose a series, but not like last night where you're a complete no-show and you didn't prioritize coming out and playing one of the biggest hockey games of all of your careers. That's how you needed to feel last night. Not like it was game 6 of an exhibition game season.
Let me pay the respect of being perfectly blunt. Justin Hall has to come out, right?
Well, I think you can go down a long list here and start critiquing. He's that reporter after the game. Yeah, like, I've been around the media a long time, and if that's your opinion, that's great, but, like, to come out and just act like you're the biggest expert in the history of the game, and, like, I thought it was an embarrassing question by the reporter that asked him about Hall. But, you know, you're asking me, I like Liljegren. Justin Bourne and I on Real Kipper and Bourne went back and forth on this the last, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And listen, Liljegren's far from being a top 4 defenseman on a contending Stanley Cup team. But I like the range, and I like the trajectory that he's shown in the last 6 weeks is better than Hall. But, you know, it's not a perfect defense. If we look at Tampa Bay, led by Hedman, how big, strong, mobile they are, the ability to shut down. It's hard for that blue line to compete. So you just hope that you can advance the puck up to the Matthews, the Marners, the Mikheyevs, and hope that they can take over a series. But big advantage to Tampa Bay's blue line over Toronto's right now going into a best-of-3 series.
Are you a game-to-game momentum guy, or do you believe that each game itself is its own little community? Because I'm 100%. Because there's momentum in the game, right?
No, because, well, there is mentally and psychologically there is, but the moment the ref drops the puck and I get a chance to look you in the eye, I get to say something to you, maybe I give you a little spear when no one's looking, then momentum's up for grabs. Brand new, 0-0 score. Who's chasing who? Who's initiating? Who's retaliating? That's a clean canvas from game to game. And unfortunately, when that puck was dropped, Tampa Bay got all the momentum right back to them in 10 seconds, 15 seconds, you win a face-off, you get the puck in deep, you send in Colton, right? And boom. You tell me who got shot out of a cannon in the first 5 seconds. There's your momentum, 5 seconds.
What are, it is curious, too, because if you look at the last couple of years, the Tampa Bay Lightning class of the NHL back-to-back Stanley Cups, that story's been certainly well told. We always made a lot about the Yanni Gordon line and what Gordon meant, what frankly Goodrow meant, what Coleman meant to the team. And we said, okay, they're going to try to, put together this new look Yanni Gordon line. They're going to do it like MacGyver style. It's going to be like toothpaste and toothpicks as we piece together players. When you think you can do things like the Yanni Gordon line did, and they came up with Nicholas Baum from the Ottawa Senators, Brandon Hagel from the Chicago Blackhawks, and Ross Coleman, who's a draft pick of the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm not going to say that they're the Gordon line because that was elite for what they did in the playoffs. But how do you measure off this? Playoffs are always so fascinating with third line. How do you measure off this third line amongst some of the other third lines you've seen in the playoffs, Kevin?
Yeah, it's a little inconsistent at times, but we could say that about Tampa Bay's first round so far, where some days they do look like the world champions, and other days they look like they're tired and ready to pack it in, right? Yeah. So, like anything else, you just worry about that consistency, but what's not to like, Jeffy, when it comes to having some size, having a presence? Paul's got a huge presence. He's a big man, and he carries it. He carries the weight, and Colton
you know, all you need to know is we'll go revisit the first shift. And then Hagel, they paid a hell of a price. Who can find a way to put the puck in the net? So they've got some good touches there. The one that again is getting it done is this fourth line. Much like the Islanders over the years, you can just know what you're getting out of your fourth line and not worry about tinkering it, not worry about shifting one guy in, one guy out. I need this, no, tomorrow I need that. It's like, no, this is your fourth line. It's been together all year. How many goals did they end up scoring all season long? Never broken up, always consistent. And then you look on the league bench and you're like, okay, where's the wind blowing? What do I need? Well, I need more skill. All right, tomorrow you need more toughness. And now tomorrow, the next following day, you need more skill. Where's Sheldon with his fourth line? Simmons in, Simmons out. Spezza in, Spezza out. Right decision, wrong decision. I don't know. We got to wait and see the next game. And then we'll tell you after the game, right?
Let me ask you about Patrick Maroon. Right, a couple seconds left here. Let me ask you about Patrick Maroon. He was one of the more, one of the biggest personalities in the NHL. You know, 3 Stanley Cups, home with St. Louis, 2 with Tampa, and he's not shy about reminding people that he has 3 Stanley Cup rings. Thank you very much. And the year that St. Louis, I was mentioning this the other week to someone. A couple of years ago when St. Louis won the Stanley Cup, before they went on that tear and Binnington got hot, and the coaching changed. Doug Armstrong was going to, waive Jay Bouwmeester. Patrick Maroon was going to go down to the American Hockey League. And I always think about that. Doug Armstrong didn't do it. He resisted doing all of it, and it paid off. But I always think about Patrick Maroon, Jeff, and I say to myself, at that point in his career, based on how he was playing and where his career was headed, if he gets sent down that year to the American Hockey League, I don't know that he ever gets back to the NHL. And Army didn't do it, and next thing you know, Patrick Maroon's got 3 Stanley Cup rings, and the Tampa Bay Lightning actually believe they can repeat. What do you think of Patrick Maroon?
Well, I think he done a hell of a job. I really do. And the key for those guys, Jeremy, is when you look at the score sheet after, and you see that they only play like 5 or 6 minutes, but it feels like a lot more because every time he went out there, he was either pissing somebody off or actually coming up with a big goal. And that's what, again, Pat Maroon did the other night. And that's why those coaches absolutely love those guys, and they never waver on them. Even if they have a bad game or a bad week, they know when the chips are on the line, they're going to find a way to be difference makers. And if you want to just stay on the theme of St. Louis, there was that series against Dallas that went 7 games, and he scored the double overtime goal.
Right? Hit the post. Remember? Hit the post. That could have been it.
Like, there were times when Doug Armstrong wanted Maroon out of the lineup. Yep. And Craig Maroon, he said, not on my team. Okay? If you have a different coach, maybe you get him to sit out Pat Maroon. But Pat Maroon's playing on my team. And he ended up getting the deciding goal that led them, to a Stanley Cup. So those guys, like, we want to talk about, you live and die by the Matthews and the Marners. But, for the Leafs to go on and not only beat Tampa, but go on and win 2 rounds or get to a conference final or Stanley Cup final, somebody's going to come up huge hero here. And unfortunately, in Game 3 for the Leafs, they had some with Labushkin's play, and McKay, of course, and Angelo looked like real leaders. And then they went from heroes to zeros within 60 minutes. So, work on the hero part for Game 5 back home, right? And when I watched last night, and the best part of last night is you and Elliot on a commercial. I'm like, something's wrong here.
Taylor Hall, Taylor looked good. One of the 3 of us looked good.
Oh my God! Listen, you did an amazing job. Unfortunately, I can watch that commercial 100 times, and I have no idea what the hell you're selling.
What are you talking about? You don't know what we're selling?
A computer?
Oh, it's I don't like too much endorsement here, but it's the new, essentially, it's the new Microsoft product.
Okay. So I can call you and Taylor Hall and Elliot together.
Correct. It's a way of organizing your life. It's a way to do video conferencing.
Oh, it's Zoom.
Which is what we all do now.
Yes. Which is like Zoom. Why don't you just do a Zoom commercial?
Well, that's not Microsoft.
I'm just teasing. Go Rogers, go Microsoft. Go buy it. Jeffy says so.
You're the best pitch man going. Thanks, Tiff, as always. Continue this, and you and Borny, same. You got a great thing going. Keep it up, pal.
Thanks, man. You too. Keep up the great work.
There he is. Nick Kipper from Bill Kipper and Born, Monday to Friday, 3 o'clock Eastern on Sportsnet 590 Fans in Toronto. Let's get our producer out here. Maddie, how you doing, pal?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's the latest and greatest?
Not much. I mean, after last night's game, I was coming home from a baptism and it was already 1-0, and as soon as I walked in the door, it was 2-0. So probably could have stayed a little bit longer at the baptism. Didn't even get dessert because I came home. My wife's back was bothering her, so off we went. Didn't miss much of the game.
You know, there were other games. Other games this weekend. You don't have to just watch these games.
I know. I watched the Calgary Dallas game the other night. I didn't stay up for the Oilers game when they were down 2-0. I was like, well, there goes that one. But the Calgary game the other night, I'm just waiting for the Flames to break through here. This is the most mind-boggling series because the Flames have 3 guys who scored 40 goals this year, and I know the regular season doesn't mean anything when we get to the playoffs, but the track record's there. These guys can produce, and Lindholm has 2 goals, and Tkachuk and Gaudreau have 2 assists each, and that's it. I know Dallas tightens things up, but my God, I can't believe how they've just smothered that top line, and have limited them to basically nothing. I think one of Lindholm's goals was a power play goal. They're getting nothing at 5-on-5.
Yeah, it's well, one of the secret weapons here is, and I guess it's not really much of a secret, but Miro. We talked about that draft a lot around Cale Makar. What Cale Makar is, that he's number 2 in scoring in the playoffs right now. You probably should, although that might be a lot of votes for certainly Logan Josie, but Makar probably should win the Norris Trophy. All things being considered. But the job that Hayes is doing so far for the Dallas Stars, it's one of the best things going in the playoffs right now. He's flat out one of the best players in his league playoffs, hands down. With all due respect to Cale Makar. Do you not think that?
Yeah, he's just so good. You know what the thing that I love about Heiskanen is the way he plays the game is so smooth. And I think, and to me, that's a compliment to a defenseman because even when you have to play a little bit physical, the rest of the game is just smooth. There's not a lot of mistakes, and he's one of those defensemen that when you watch him play, it's really easy on your eyes. It's very slick, and that's why I love watching. Like Cale Makar goes without saying that he's great to watch, but everything is just done so precisely and so smooth, and I think that's why Heiskanen is just such a treat to watch, and he's pretty good.
Yeah, but listen, I am like you. I'm just waiting for the Calgary Flames. Like, okay, flip the switch now, guys. Like, okay, Johnny Gaudreau, Matthew Tkachuk, Lindholm, and Giovanni back. Like, okay, switch it fully. It's time to switch this here. Hanifin, Anderson, etc. Right down the lineup. Does it happen tonight? See, 9:30 start Eastern. Sportsnet. I'm with you because I didn't think that this series was going to be anywhere close to the series that we're seeing now. No, it's been great. Pavelski's been great. Heiskanen been great.
We do have some news from Hockey Canada. They've announced their World Championships roster. Some of the interesting names that are on there, one of my favorite players to watch, Kent Johnson will be on the team. Some young guys,
big international year for him. It really is.
It really is. Drake Matheson will be there. I know someone else like Dawson Mercer will be there. Matthew Barzal will also be there. So we'll see how good he is offensively against Trump behind the bench.
Matthew Barzal is a better player than Pisani.
100%.
He is a highly skilled right shot center, which is such a valuable commodity around the NHL. He's a lot better than Pisani. Anybody else of particular note on this squad?
Not the one came off that injury. Another interesting guy who I'm not trying to check the league more of the stuff in my league. So another interesting.
Not just passing.
So
His name has been out there as well leading up to the trade deadline. Obviously, that didn't happen. We'll see what happens with Humphrey in the off-season. But that is also, he had a really tough year, whether it was the injury to start off, whether it was COVID. Like, he was false started a lot this season.
he was.
And he couldn't get a lineup. Like, look at that left side of Anaheim. It was tough, man. Tough to call.
Yeah, especially for a slow guy like him. Also, Hockey Canada giving a nod to some of the guys from the Olympic team. I mentioned Ted Johnson already. Eric Liddell will also be there.
You want to know that on the move stuff? Yeah, so let's move this one just so that and then I'll move some of it, move this one and move the first one a little further out. With all the rough and shooting all that, I'll do it so they will stop places. I was doing like more stuff down here. I was just thinking of staying modest.
And he also followed it up easily, and not just like, what's your heart rate for Logan Thompson, who was so good that Vegas just couldn't score one.
It's the shootout. He literally couldn't have done anything more than what he did. I felt really bad for him. But you know what? He put himself in a good position because he is viewed as an NHL goaltender now. Good for him.
He was playing at Brock like 5 minutes ago, and now he's one of the big stories from down the stretch is the biggest Golden Knights made their push. Okay, we got to hustle. Kevin Kurz is going to stop by here in a couple of moments. We'll talk about the Islanders today. They hired Barry Trotz as the head coach of the New York Islanders. What does that mean next for that position? Maybe what's next for Barry Trotz? Kevin Kurz, who covers the Islanders for the Athletic, joins us in a moment here. Merit Show continues across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome home, where it's all about right place, right time.
It's probably yeah. Well, even if there was, it's like I don't see anything that opposed to it. It's like we just put it out there and also I think I power wash it. Power wash it. Oh yeah, this backpack leaf blower. Yeah, you leaf blower everything, clean all this, right? And we also have so any kind of junk you want, get rid of it. Okay. Can you want to drop that? We can go over.
If you're a construction contractor, you're automatically a member of the BC Construction Safety Alliance. The BCCSA, representing all areas of industry, offers many programs and services at no cost to all construction contractors. With a mandate to promote and develop workplace safety and regulatory compliance, they offer a range of services for injury prevention, increasing or enhancing the culture of safety. BCCSA.ca, making safety simple. Metro Ford and Magnuson Ford need you. They're looking to hire auto body and automotive technicians. There's great earning potential with these two very busy dealerships. Also hiring a parts advisor, warranty clerk, and shuttle drivers. If you have President's Award level customer service, apply now at employment@metromotors.com.
This is kind of something you do.
The name you can trust. Randy Pinsat here with our friend Robbie Johal from Remax 2000. You gotta tell us about the home sale guarantee that you talk about. What exactly is that?
I'm just gonna grab my stuff.
Guarantee your home.
I'm just gonna grab my stuff.
If I can't get the job done.
I'll do it for free. And you still have to pay out to the buyer's brokerages. But on my end, there will be no fee for my services and all my marketing expenses.
Can you kind of elaborate a bit about how valuable that can be?
It can be very valuable for those who can't afford to have their homes sit on the market for some time. Even in hot markets, people can be guilty of overshooting and maybe being a little too optimistic and overpricing and risking being stuck on the market. If you have a scenario where you got an upcoming closing on a purchase, you have to have your sale by a certain date, or maybe you got a relocation, you got a job transfer, and you got to be there by a certain date.
The only agent that matters all, Robbie Joel for Remax 2000. Go to RobbieJoel.com. That's JOHAL. RobbieJoel.com and get your home sold guaranteed.
When you're busy, it can be hard to find private time to focus on your sexual well-being. With Intimately You from TSC, you can get expert reviews on sex, intimacy, and well-being with practical advice and exciting products for you or your partner to make together time special. Watch full Intimately You episodes anytime, anywhere for your viewing pleasure at tsc.ca/intimately-you. Must be 18 years or older.
HSBC Bank has one of Canada's best mortgage offers. Right now, get our 5-year fixed closed-term rate for 7 years.
That's 2 extra years of peace of mind.
Which are turn legal. Get the security of our 5-year rate for 7 years.
With no surprises. Surprises are bad.
Yeah, and interruptions are bad.
Protect yourself from rate hikes and shocks.
Stop it.
Oh, I can't. There's no appraisal fee either. Just remember that rates are subject to change with other things.
Get pre-qualified in just a few clicks today at hsbc.ca/mortgage. HSBC. Opening up multiple opportunities.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh, starring Aria, pro sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you've got to refresh to eat fresh.
Welcome, Kata. Great start, Aria, but it's more like welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Try your new smashed avocado and turkey, or maple with smoked bacon and ham.
You forgot about the new deli-style turkey raised on Canadian farms.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Aria, take it away.
Freshly prepared for your order.
Cut. Let's take it on the top.
Hi, Keith here from Speedy Glass. Have a chip in your windshield? No worries. Because with Speedy Glass, having your windshield repaired is quick and easy. Go to speedyglass.ca, select the service center, and the time to be best. Our certified technicians repair your windshield in 60 minutes. Thanks to our cutting-edge tools. And you're good to go. And remember, your work also comes with a lifetime warranty. Book your appointment today. Conditions apply. Details at speedyglass.ca. Welcome to Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook, dedicated to giving competitive odds on the teams and sports that matter to Canadians. Hockey, football, basketball, golf majors, whatever your sport, Sports Interaction has you covered. Get more rates to play on every sport online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or older. Play responsibly.
Note about the Colorado-Nashville game. Colorado notes here quickly as the Avalanche took the closeout tonight and sweep the Nashville Predators. Landeskog was sweet this morning, but Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avalanche, saying he is in tonight, and all this is a big mistake for Landeskog. Also, Pavel Francouz will be attending tonight for the Avs. Darcy Kemper is doing okay, but the eye that we saw get poked by Ryan Johansson accidentally focused on Saturday. Still swollen. That's what the Mark Rovers don't need at all with the Avalanche up 3-0 to rush Darcy Kemper back at all. Welcome back to the program. The headline story today was a surprise this morning. It's the walls around the New York Islanders. The successful Barry Trotz as the head coach of the Islanders, leading to questions about who takes over next and where does Barry Trotz go. As we know, he'll be unemployed for, well, as long as Barry Trotz decides he wants to be unemployed. Kevin Kerrs covers the Islanders for The Athletic, and he joins me now. How you doing today, Kevin?
Good, Jeff. How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks so much for doing this. It's a busy day for you. Scale of 1 to 10, how surprising was this to Kevin Kerrs?
I guess it's probably like an 8. I was going to say 7, but probably like an 8. You know, just because you think it's Barry Trotz, it was so many circumstances they had to deal with this season, and really that's, I think, what most people chalked up their missing the playoffs to was those strange circumstances. I don't think anyone really pointed and Barry Trotz. But I will say, after having some further discussions with some other people, maybe I'm a little less surprised now than I was 4 hours ago.
And my theory is they wanted to head off.
Any scrap metal that you want to throw away? No, really? None of that?
Yeah, maybe, but logic dictates that they would have announced this currently with the Trotz position, unless they do it tomorrow or something. But I would think if that was the path they were going to go down, why not just announce Lane Lambert today?
I just watched it.
It's a good question. I don't want to try to get into the brain of Lamoriello. Because honestly, Kevin, I have no idea. Because you think all of this revolves around what Lamoriello heard in the exit interviews?
That's the impression I'm getting.
I didn't mean to do this for so
You
long.
look at the way the Islanders play the game, and Barry even said this, I'm going to say about a week before the season ended, that it's possible that the way they play holds up better over a short period of time than it does an 82-game season. If you look at the 2020 playoff bubble, you look at the shortened 2021 season, maybe there's something to that. And maybe the players would like to play a little bit more freely or a little bit just on instinct rather than under, this sort of system. But at the same time, the system has success, right? You're talking about back-to-back conference appearances in the conference semifinals. And a team this year that, you can make the case that if they had to deal with all these circumstances, they might have been a way to find themselves in the playoffs.
I've been asking this question they were officially eliminated in the coaching issue or the compensation issue is always like a first strike because they said it's not a trade is going to go down. So that's here you look at you don't have that one back. Now you have a situation that get it. They not have effective defensemen in the lineup for the New York Islanders. And it leads you to wonder here, like, who are these guys? And are they in fact good? And it sounds weird saying that about a team that was the semifinal 2 years in a row not that long ago. But is this still a good team, or COVID and the road trip, or was last the past season the Islanders the real team?
Well, I think you look at the biggest issue they had is that they just didn't play with enough pace on their back end. And that's something that I think Lou was basically admitted. He said it again today, that he'd like to improve their defense, give them more offense from their defense. And Adam Pellet, when I relayed that to him, that philosophy or that thought, that was the biggest issue, that they didn't play with enough pace back there. He basically said that he agreed with it. And that's not always joining the rush, it's just making that quick play in the corner to start the transition. And, when you've got Daniel Chara back there playing 20 minutes a night at 8 degrees, that really wasn't possible. And it wasn't just all on them. Noah Dobson worked their throwing pains and was just fantastic the whole second half of the season. Ryan Fullock was out of the lineup for 2.5 months, so that didn't help. But I think that's something they have to address in the offseason. What I do like about the score is you've got the franchise goalie, Ilya Sorokin, as Darryl was like one to me. You've got the improving young star in Noah Dobson. You've got some pretty good strength down the middle with Brock Nelson, Matt Barzal, and Pajot was up and down a little bit this year, but as a third center guy, I think he's fine. You got to improve the scoring on the wings a little bit, whether that's free agency or a hockey trade. So I think Lou recognizes that he certainly has to make some moves in the offseason to improve the roster, but, getting rid of Barry Trotz and bringing someone else is still something that a lot of us could foresee.
It's interesting, Matthew Barzal didn't have the best of all possible teams against on the player like Noah Dobson, who he took another, I think we're all on the same page here, step in his career. I was thinking about this a couple of seconds before you came on. Whose timeline are they doing this on? Like, is this still the timeline of Nelson, etc., or are they going to look to try to something on the timeline of Noah Dobson, Walter, and Barzal?
I think they look at this might be a little bit of a reach, but when they signed Cal Colorado to a 2-year extension after the trade deadline, that to me says that's the timeline they see for the current core. It's 4 years because you've got Flutter Bucks, the defense of Matt Martin, not nearly as effective this year as it had been in years past. But they're going to keep that together, and I think they're Clutterbuck and Vegas maybe more smart. They look at them, I think, as real strong venture guys. I guess you could throw Martin in there too. But then, they're going to keep that line together and I think hope for a better result next season. That line has been such an important part of their success over the last few years. And then you've got Brock Nelson and Anders Lee. Obviously, those guys are now, over 30, but they're not so far over 30 that they can't still be effective. So, if those guys hold up, and then you get better playing out of some of the youngsters like Thompson and Wallstrom, and, Billy has been up and down. And then maybe supplement it a little bit with some additions, whether it's trade or free agency. And, they still look at this team as a team that can compete for a Stanley Cup. Again, I think we're looking at this window as 2 more years.
Who do we think goes in? Thoughts out? Who goes in? I mentioned Lane Lambert. Elliot and I in the podcast brought up the name Joel Pointville, and that would certainly involve the process of reading statement, etc. But is there a name, or are there a couple of names, Kevin, that seem obvious either to you or the people around the organization?
Yeah, it's nothing that stands out, but what if Pete Morgan let go in Vegas is that, me and Lamoriello have still a strong relationship, and I know that from my time covering Pete, and that a name that might make sense. But other than that, I haven't really gotten that far yet in terms of they might be interested and like my thought immediately turned to Lane Lambert. We didn't get any clarity about him from Barry or from Aldo today, so it's a good question. Your speculation is good advice at this point. I don't know, but I would think it would be a coach that has experience with a veteran team, a coach that's won before, and could step in and have the immediate respect of these core guys that have been around for a long time, and they know what it takes for them to have success.
So when?
Yeah, you wonder, right?
That's one of the first places that we sort of look at and speculate on. Again, that would still involve a process to get there. How are you going to look back at the Barry Trotz era? I mean, looking at Jack Adams, the semifinals, the playoffs. How do you look at the Barry Trotz era?
I've only been here since December, so I was only around the day-to-day for a few months. But I can tell you one thing I appreciated from Barry, and one thing that I do think is true, is that what he was saying to us in the media was, I do believe that was what he was saying to the players behind closed doors. And what really makes me think that is the way he handled Oliver Wallstrom. He was really tough on Wallstrom in the media, and there were no secrets when if Wallstrom didn't play for a 10-minute stretch in the third period, and Barry would flat out tell us why. It was his performance. He was going. It was almost a weekly occurrence where someone would ask him about Oliver Wallstrom, and if you're watching it from the outside, you probably thought, boy, this guy is not like Oliver Wallstrom at all. Like, what's going on behind the scenes here? But then we talked to Oliver Wallstrom after the season, and he had no problems with it. He said, what, sometimes I need that tough love sometimes. I still love the game. I have no problems with the way it was handled. It was impressive, I think, for Wallstrom to react like that, but it also, I think, reflects to me that Barry was he understood the role that a head coach has to play, and that's a team spokesman. And maybe especially in an organization like this where information was harder to come by. He was the guy that was really the reporter's best friend, and the one with he handled himself. So that's something I'll always appreciate. I know the guys who come from this team here for longer than me would say the same thing.
I know we're all sort of right away are tapping ourselves in Canadian about it right now at Sportsnet.ca. We're attaching Barry Trotz to the Winnipeg Jazz, Manitoba guy, etc. For a coach. Is that outside of Winnipeg? Is there another maybe obvious landing spot for Barry Trotz? Maybe Philadelphia would come into that conversation too.
Yeah, I mean, I would think if you're Barry, you're probably looking to go somewhere where you don't have to undergo a multi-year sort of rebuild like it seems the Flyers would have to do. No, I know they haven't admitted that yet. Winnipeg makes sense, especially because after the season, I mean, Barry was really honest that he had a lot of things to take care of in his personal life without getting into too much detail. And his mother tragically passed away in January, and obviously he hails from that part of the world in Manitoba. I think he's about 3 or 4 hours away there. So that doesn't seem to be the most logical landing place for him. Now, I don't know if he thinks of Winnipeg. I know they're going through some of the issues of their own. And sure there could be some other guys headed out. But, just like everyone else, Winnipeg does seem to make the most sense. And, but I also think that Barry has to decide himself, and this is me speculating a little bit, but just based on what he said at the end of the year, it sounded like he had a lot of his plate just from a personal standpoint that he had to take care of. Does he want to jump right back into this right away? And I wouldn't be surprised if he said, hey, I might just have to take some time here and think about this, or take a year off and then reassess.
Interesting time. Last one for you. How active do you think the Islanders are in the top?
I think they're pretty active. Just trying to read the tea leaves of what he said. He said multiple times that he's going to look at hockey trades this offseason. He said it right after the trade deadline. So he knows how it works with these general managers. A lot of times I don't think they say that unless they've had plenty of discussions already that who knows, maybe he has the framework or something already in place and he's waiting for a team to get knocked out or something like that. But it does seem to me that there's more coming. It's probably going to put involvement forward groups. He's got to find less shot defensemen to play with no options. That's priority number one.
Makes a lot of sense. Kevin, sharing your expertise is always appreciated around good things when it's not fun.
Of course, Jeff. Take care.
Kevin Kerr covers the New York Islanders for The Athletic every day around Islanders Land today. Thanks very well to Barry Trotz to help take this team to the Eastern Conference Final. Not once, but twice. Took them, we all remember that 1-0 game against the Tampa Bay Lightning. I mean, they're right there to make it to the Stanley Cup Final. The expectation, as we all know, bringing that for Dave because it's going to close this program like Maddie, the expectation this year from a lot of different corners was, okay, the Islanders are going to take yet another step there. We say the Islanders are going to return to, not return to dynasty, but really return to the Stanley Cup and compete for the most legendary trophy home.
That was the key. When we look at that roster, though, it's not as if it's not star-laden. They played a specific style, and the reason why we thought that they were going to go back to the Cup final was because of how the coach got the most out of the players, which is all about Barry Trotz. So the way we looked at it, yeah, the Islanders were back there, but it was because of the coach. I had a thought, because I wasn't thinking of the Lambert and Detroit. I think Barry Trotz would be a great fit in Detroit with that younger team. They've got a lot of talent, and they've got a bunch of veterans after that. And I think that Alex Rodolfo would serve very well to have a coach that coaches like Barry Trotz does on that team.
I'll throw you another one. But your parlor team. If Rick Bowness doesn't go back with the Dallas Stars, how about Dallas with Barry Trotz?
Yes, sir. Very interesting. People want Barry Trotz. I think we know that.
Well, and it'd be very one to stay in divisions that you know really well. You go to Washington Capitals, you coach the New York Islanders, there's a job sitting there in Philadelphia last time I checked. So we shall see. There'll be no shortage of options for Barry Trotz. Thanks to all my guests today, Kevin Kurz, The Athletic, Jim Rios from Real Skipper and Born on Sports at 590 The Fan in Toronto, Wyatt Leslie from the NHL on Sportsnet, and Elliot Friedman from Hockey Night in Canada. Enjoy the game tonight. Colorado looking to close out against Nashville. Calgary back in action against Dallas.
Yeah, I was walking around by
Sportsnet 650 Vancouver. Dispatch is seeking North Promise. A promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just a vehicle. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit Mercedes-Benz Richmond
plan a staycation, you'll receive a 10% discount and a $25 food and beverage credit for each night booked. Enjoy the comforts of a one-bedroom suite with a fabulous outdoor pool and hot tub overlooking Rossman Street and Library Square. Milltown, Historic Gastown, and Rogers Arena are all nearby. Be sure to use promo code RELAX when booking. Your ideal place for your next getaway. Hilton, Vancouver, downtown.
If you're in the construction business, you want to work smart so you can build fast and on budget. That's why over 1 million construction professionals use Procore. Procore is the #1 ranked construction management software according to owners, GCs, and subs. It gives you the power to connect everyone across your project, from field to office, on just one platform. From pre-con to closeout, Procore gets everybody on the same page, leading to less rework and more great work. Visit Procore.com today so you can build smarter. Join the Magnuson family. Metro Ford and Magnuson Ford need you. They're looking to hire auto body and automotive technicians. There's great earning potential with these very busy dealerships. Also hiring for parts advisor, Ford dealer, and truck drivers. If you have residents or some customer service, apply now at employment@metromotors.com. The name you can trust.
Boyd Auto Body Glass is in your neighborhood, and they are here to help. Boyd has over 30 years experience, and they guarantee their work as long as you own your vehicle. When you want it done right, bring it to Boyd. Visit BoydAutoBody.com for your nearest location.
The playoffs mean everything to Tollway Saki. And now the streaming home of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Watch the unmissable moments anytime, anywhere on any device. Plan starting as low as $14.99 a month. Visit SNL.ca. Present the sound of the winning summer lineup. Leading off the promising rookie Zero Oreo Dirt Pie. On deck the fan favorite Girl Guide chocolatey his cookie. Summer standouts drumstick with peanuts and cotton candy. And batting cleanup, it's you with your red spoon and 6 Summer Blizzard flavors. All part of the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. Get it delivered at DQ.ca. DQ? Happy days good. The new Kiss Radio.
Your radio station for the biggest hits.
That's throwback.
With the Kiss Promise,
Less commercials and way more music.
only on the new Kiss Radio.
All right, we're back with all the playoff hockey action. Here comes the shot as he checks the middle. Time for a little celebration dance from the living room. Oh, talk about thrilling. This is what sports betting is all about.
Game day just got better with Play Now Sports, your local BC sportsbook. Take hockey to the next level with a $250 welcome bonus. Know your limits, play within it. Must be 19 plus.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.ca/save. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You can qualify candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job at ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/save. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/SAVE. ZipRecruiter.ca/save. ISL 650 acknowledges that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Sportsnet 650 is the official home of the Vancouver Canucks. You're listening to the best of the day. Now, Ezra.
We're going to circle back to the big news of the day. If you missed it, maybe you're just getting in your car Monday, rub the sleep out of your eyes and listen.
Barry Trotz has been fired as the head coach of the New York Islanders. Just to put this into context, and to give you an idea of how shocked the hockey world is like, Barry Trotz is just wrapped year 4 as the head coach of the New York Islanders. During his 4 years on the job, he took a team under Doug Weight, was dead last in the NHL. He goals 31 of 31, 296 goals in that last year of Doug. Barry Trotz came in. They became the 6th team in the NHL. Then, over those 4 years in charge, playoffs 3 times and won 6. Count them 6 playoff wins. Technically 5 in the playoffs. 6 playoff wins. Back-to-back conference finals. That is a resume in 4 years. That is the kind of thing you can drop on someone's desk. And any job interview. This is what I can do. He took a team with terrible defensively, cleaned it up, he got a lot of playoffs. And I'm already seeing Nashville Predators let's get Barry Trotz. So basically, what? Create teams. Get Barry Trotz in. But at this point, there's not a market in the league. Hey, Rich, Philly, I throw Detroit in there. There's not a market in the league who want him as a head coach. Okay, here's the coaching landscape as it stands right now. It's officially vacant. Detroit, the Islanders now, and the Philadelphia Flyers. Winnipeg, an interview head coaching candidate. The interim coach there, Dave Flowers. A couple more interim coaches in the NHL. Derek King in Chicago, Marty St. Louis in Montreal. We know the situation in Vancouver with Bruce Boudreau. The ball is in Bruce's court right now. He has until June 1st to make a decision on whether he wants to return to Vancouver on a 1-year option. I suppose Florida has an interim coach in Andrew Brunette after Q was removed from his position with the Florida Panthers. You can make a case for almost any of these teams to hire Barry Trotz. We should talk about Vancouver, though, because I've heard this question a lot. If Bruce Boudreau isn't the head coach, who are you going to get? There's that Swedish guy out there, what's his name? Kronberg, right? So, like, I admit I've read a little bit about him, but I don't know much about him, other than people have been talking about him. And the fact that he is Swedish, they have a long history of Swedes in the organization. But other than that, have you heard any, like, okay, Bruce isn't here, who are you going to hire? And I'm not talking about, like, the Chelsea or Bloods, that pocket makes sense. If they've got a relationship with him, and he's a free agent, he's talking about before, him and Kipper had talking on their show a couple weeks ago, and he said that's the guy that's very good and wants to get back in the mix. So maybe there's that. The coaching landscape doesn't have a ton of really desirable free agents. So, Flo Julian has been brought up. He has the potential. It feels like it's to the point where it might have passed by a little bit. He's not young. And he's had a couple of hits since the peak of Bruce. But I think people bring him up because he was known for the structure that he implemented with the Boston Bruins. Remember, you compared him to like a big step once because of all the layers. Like he's always talking about the layers of offensive responsibility. You get the first layer, trigger cheese. You gotta get sour cream, and you gotta get well, you gotta get what you can do. Sometimes there's lots of there, lots of layers. Someone texted into the Doug Harlumber text line, how about Paul Murray? Yeah, I mean, he for me, he's more of a player's coach. Like, I don't know Murray. He's a guy that Rutherford and all teams would target if Boudreau does not return. I could be wrong about that, but my take on Paul Murray has always been like, he's the guy that players want to play for. But I've never watched the Winnipeg Jets, to be perfectly honest, with Paul Murray and been like, wow, that's a well-structured team. In fact, it's more the opposite. I've really felt like, wow, that's usually more just Okay, so let's get a couple things out of the way here. We are reacting in real time to the news that Barry Trotz has been the head coach of the New York Islanders. Probably the most stunning development will easily taken off of what's an early offseason for some of these teams. As per Darren Dreger, plus the coaching vacancy, before considering a change, will absolutely have Barry Trotz on their radar. However, there is some belief within the industry that Trotz maybe has interest in jumping into a management. Certain that you will have options to consider whether it's that. Right now, Lou Lamoriello is speaking to the general media, discussing why Barry Trotz as the head coach. Not a lot of details. Lou Lamoriello. I believe this group of players needs to, when asked some of the reasons for dismissing Barry Trotz, Lamoriello said, rather not get into the media. You know, when I'm afraid, wait, you can just answer that way? That's an amazing answer. Yeah, they're like, okay, can't argue with any of that. Before he checks out, and give you a action. Next question, Lou. There's something massive. If you imagine, like, the Canucks created plays there. Rutherford said, I would rather not get into any of these. Hey, Rutherford, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I choose not to answer. Okay, back to Lou Lamb. Lou Lamb being Lou Lamb. I'm Lou Lamb. Let's speculate now. Yeah, that's Lou Lamb. I don't remember how Barry Trotz's tenure with the Washington Capitals, with the Stanley Cup, but also some Barcelona here for the game. Kept back a lot of time on jobs. I'll say this. If we want to start speculating, that Barry Trotz probably knows his worth as an NHL player. Just the response to him being let go suggests that there would be a lot of interest. I do wonder if when it came to the direction of the team, Trotz looked at this group and said, I don't know about this roster, I don't know about the way that it's made up, I don't know if we have a chance legitimately to win. If our best chances just came and went, back-to-back trips to the conference final, where they lost the Lakers all the time. You look at that Ron Lou, why did you sign all these old guys, right? He's a long-term contract. There's a lot of guys that were brought in for the express purpose of making another run. Veterans, like the Chara, breathing, getting guys in the door that were long in the future. If you look at the roster, saying, did he not make chicken salad? Because I know that they have some top-end talent in Barzal, but you are relying on the same old guys, the Anders Lee, Brock Nelson. Noah Dobson had a good year, but it's a cast of characters that, quite honestly, if I had to guess, Trotz is seeing, and he knows what he's going to get out of that group, or more importantly, what he wants. Sandy and Nova Scotia, how much will Bill Foley pay Barry Trotz? That is a good shout, but I think we haven't even talked about it. It doesn't seem like there's been a decision made on this before. The Golden Knights came out and said that Kelly Crimmins maybe the general manager in the Las Vegas future reported that a couple days ago, but there was no mention of it. So, does this change things? And if Sandy and Nova Scotia rightly points out, the Capitals, under Barry Trotz, beat Vegas. Well, there's a real connection to be made with Trotz, Vegas, and I guess perhaps most importantly, Robert Lehner. Now, Lehner, that was that year's career. In that 1 year where Trotz was coached, he was like third in everybody. Yeah, that. Well, Barry Trotz typically does take it easy on his goalies. Say it's an easy year on his goalies. So you're thinking in Vegas, let's throw it out of the hypothetical. You have to make a decision, I would suggest, between DeBoer and Lehner. Although, as Jesse Granger came on our program and pointed out, there was a rift between Fleury and DeBoer at the top and captain. But they managed to get it. This could be a thing. And in 14 John texted in, can we just say no thank you to more coaching retread? The game is changing, and we need a coach that is going to change with it. And if the game really changing that much, you acted under my control. That's the reason the spring guys don't. They went the other route, and of course they got that. did it with Willie, and then they did it with Travis. And there were some good moments that came from both people, but some of the other. But it's, again, we're talking about it's not hockey. Every sport has great friends, as you put it, because there's guys that learn valuables on the job and adapt. And also, in what way is the game changing that you need a coach that is known for structure and professionalism? Did you hear what John Cooper, the head coach of the two-time defending Stanley Cup champ, said the other day? Not about how many goals we scored, about not allowing. About keeping goals out of your net. I realize that there have been a lot of goals scored this season. I realize that there's more offensive capabilities that maybe on the whole coaches are generally saying, okay, we're going to give our players a little more freedom. And then the playoffs come. And typically, even though we've seen some high-scoring games in these playoffs, typically it's going to be the teams that defend really well that go on to win the Stanley Cup. There are fundamentals to the game that even though the game might change a little bit, the fundamentals will still remain. Like a team needs to know where it's supposed to be on the ice. And each guy has to know his responsibility. What happens, Jim Rutherford brought this up, what happens when I get in trouble with the puck in my own end? What am I supposed to do? And then, well, that's a bit the problem, right? And Jim Rutherford said that should be like the first option. If I'm in trouble, high off the glass it out. So you just give the second option. Yeah, high off. Third option is fine. Exactly. And I think that one thing that very Trotz teams have when they're buying in, and sometimes buy-in clean, as the head coach remains longer. We see that with a lot of head coaches. But when there's buy-in, that team, no matter the talent level, his team, they know what they're doing and they play as a group. Coming up on the House and Rush Show on Sportsnet 650 last one, I take a look at the audio and play some Leverello. Absolutely. Here is Lou Lamb, the general manager of the New York Islanders, just moments after announcing the Barry Trotz said, I'm here so I won't get fined. Who's this? And then he walks away. Never answering another question. So we've discussed a lot of the NHL playoffs today. For those who missed that, download the podcast. We also had a big discussion on the biggest news of the day. That is Barry Trotz hired by the New York Islanders, no longer the head coach of the New York Islanders, despite all that he did for the Isles for this season. There is a little bit of NHL news trickling in. The Norris Trophy finalists are out. Roman Josi, Victor Hedman, and Cale Makar. I think most people will be like, yeah, fair enough. Those three guys were pretty good. Josi had 96 points. Makar had 86 points. Victor Hedman had 85. The favorites in this are probably Josi, but I think Cale Makar's got a chance. It's funny because I think Victor Hedman is really showing his worth right now on temptation. Pretty rough game one for Hedman and the rest of the Tampa Bay Lightning. I don't know if anyone got snubbed in this. I think those three were the main finalists. But even like back around Adam Fox, yeah, he had a good year, but 74 points. Does he have the same responsibilities as Hedman? I mean, one of them. That's good. Yeah. I mean, he didn't make. That's true. Yeah. I mean, that's a big part of it. I don't have any problem whatsoever with this trio. And that's funny because I love hopeful promoting people now. But I don't miss voting for the awards. There's too much work and there's too much stress. I would always leave it to the last minute and I'd be like, now I gotta vote for the Selkie. Like, now I gotta go to natural stature to look at as much of that. But you always like giving Chris Cannon the Lady Big was fun for because it was completely low stakes. It was Jason's version of the DVD Easter egg, like a little wink and a nod. Like, that's my ballot. Everyone knows it. Lots more happened in the world of sports over the weekend. Christian texted, Horse fan, talking to me, says Ray Ferraro once said I look like a horse. Okay, stuff. I don't. How are you not talking about the Kentucky Derby? I didn't watch the Kentucky Derby live, but I, like everyone else, saw the result. And I saw that overhead view, which was amazing. Richie Strike. Yeah, Nicky Strike going from near the back of the pack all the way to winning the Kentucky Derby at an 80-1 long shot. It was incredible because the guy who was announcing the race only mentioned him in like the last 2 seconds of the race because he was so focused on favorites, the guys who were at the front, obviously. And then all of a sudden he's like, I bet someone was in here. I'll be honest with you, like I bet someone was like, hey, the strike is coming. And I was like, strike! Nowhere to win the Kentucky Derby. Surely one of the most entertaining, unlikely Kentucky Derbies. 80-1 were the odds going in to the 148th running of the road. Second biggest upset in basically 150. All the way back to Texas. Donna Reynolds, one of my favorite horses. I just learned was the biggest upset ever at the Derby. So yeah, it was an interesting game. Just that it was a long shot. So it was the exact boost. All of it was that was the entertainment. Nobody told Rich Strike that he was an underdog. Nobody told Nicky Strike that he should be. That's the thing about it. Because he is Rich Strike fighting one of the competitors. That's how celebrating. That's one of the competitors. I mean, he's a competitor. He didn't know the race was over. Like, that's not like, right? Male. Adam. Yeah, so I'm actually Adam was a former draft guy. Said, a couple of those white caps getting a big win at home yesterday. Yeah, how about those white caps? Vancouver beat PFC 1-0. You did not attend the game. First one I've been this year, I had a case for the bad one. And it seems to me, Alfred Jinks telling Rob my mom, Dad, like, I don't understand why you guys were so angry on the radio about the Whitecap program. That was incredible. I think you might have gone to the match of the year. So recap, yeah, and James is not that angry. He doesn't ever been. I think, no, this year. Yeah, I mean, anyway, let's focus on what happened. Okay. Very, very drama-filled match. You had a Thomas Gasol penalty, which was also maybe one of the worst penalties we've seen. Not only did Gasol stop the penalty, didn't even have to collect the rebound, gather the match. Then, Gasol gets hurt on what some are suspecting is either a broken or fractured finger on a play which, if you watched it on replay, how would they make that call? Essentially, he made a double save, and then while trying to collect the rebound, an on-rushing PFC attacker booted the ball into the net. But in doing so, also booted Gasol in the hand. Gasol started grabbing his hand, was rolling around on the ground. If you watch the replay, he clearly didn't have the ball under control. He didn't have it in his possession. It was kind of being fumbled around in front of him. And the striker trying to kick almost was like I don't know how he stood up on VAR. They had a chance.
How do you maintain the
so that goal gets chalked off. So still 0-0. Then in the 89th minute, Lucas Cavallini, true to form, got subbed on at the 71st minute and got a yellow card in the 71st minute. In the 89th, he goes on a nice little run, actually. Kind of the things that he wants to do when it works. Just It also didn't have practice James Dickinson was supposed to come in and help Canada and also defensively have a lot of that but James Dickinson gets the gap. Other guys that get fair as well. game, the most important game of the night from a Canadian hockey perspective. Calgary Flames are in Dallas. There's the Dallas Stars. All they need to do is score 2 goals and stop Joe Pavelski. That's it. That's my team out there on Sunday. And run on the street. And everyone else seems to be running goalies. I mean, Miley contact that runs their goal last night. I think it's like this. I thought that, well, how do you like it this way? Well, it's funny because it's funny like that. People will give their opinion on this stuff and be like, you're blind. And so there were 2 controversial goals over the weekend. One in the Boston Carolina series where Ron Brindamour. Like, am I taking crazy pills? Like, Jake Frost clearly here at my goal. With the goalie, and that's, I actually thought Ron Brindamour play, but other people were like, no, Pesci was the one that had Joe Brent Pesci. But I actually watched it a few times, and you actually have to watch pretty closely because I don't think Pesci had, the thrust. He hit the pass closer to Francis skate. Like, that's where he hit it. Had for me, I thought that should have been totally interference. Referees disagreed. A lot of people on Twitter disagreed. I also watched the goal from yesterday. I thought that was totally interference. A lot of people will say, well, he was tackled. Yeah, but just because you're tripped when you're tackled, like, you can't then be like, well, I can do anything. And I thought he extended his body into the goaltender. It's like said it, and I liked it. I tweeted out, like, it looked like he was going for the goal line just for a touchdown. Like, it looked like that. It's extended his body. So people are like, well, he got tripped. So, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want right after your game. For me, it's what propels you. You are the one going to the net in the first place. Then why is the act of tripping all of a sudden take away the goal interference? It seems to me like if there's any shred of doubt, then you've gone to a stance where, okay, we'll just allow it. He made up his foot. Okay, we'll just allow it. Yeah. That's not the way to go with that. To go on the broadcast yesterday, it's very obvious that they're letting him up. He's going to review it not hurting. I guess they're trying to suggest they're letting him up. So, in related story, a bunch of listeners in the first round. That's the thing for me. What you're trying to stop by allowing people to take your attention. Start in when it's out wide. Nothing scared you more than the goalie. See that guy cut out wide, coming into the net. You have 2 options. You're a post up if you start to go short side. Trying to cut to the middle. You're pushing third into that. I think you can apply all the goalies projects. And that's all you can do. That's literally all you can do as a goaltender is push right into the guy's barely in. Okay, you're all fired up. I appreciate it. I gotta go to break. I'll stop for and enjoy that time. And if you don't care about Oilers talk,
Every day, I'm amazed at how I'm learning. And it's all because of the US. I don't know what I would have done without her this past year. But I heard she might be moving away. No wonder. Teacher salaries in BC are some of the lowest in Canada. And they've got so much going on in their classrooms. Our teachers deserve more, like a salary that keeps up with the cost of living. Students and teachers are workers at parents.
Mother's Day went. So I feel like it's nice to get rid of that mentality to that. You know what? I mentioned earlier. Wake up. One of the many things that are on the wake up to get nice gift basket. We had a dinner on Saturday, and then sort of wait for this June 1st election to come up. That's definitely possible. The things are still inevitable. But, the organization would have handled it the way they did if they were their replacement, right? And there's no way that the way that they handled it left a positive for its green taste in terms of it didn't fill it with shady like I promised. So we'll see where this goes, but it does seem to be trending in a positive direction, particularly with news that we which obviously Santos is their contract. But I was hearing that last week, I thought there was frustration on both sides. So I didn't think that there was frustration on both sides. I was catching some wind of that last week, and then things seem to be moving in a more positive direction. But there's a bit of frustration. You understand, and I'm certainly from a perspective, right? When you have pretty pointed evaluation of where you stand in your future in public like that, and obviously the irreparable are already like that. Like that is going to quite cause frustration. It's probably not going to be good. Admittedly, it's a lack of alignment. We need to make versus fundamental change. I mean, that's the other thing here, right? There seems to be a fundamental distinction in how the club's latter 60 games are built. What came from the club's latter 60 games, right? Number one, money. Shouldn't keep up with the club. The Canucks want to give Bruno credit for that, while saying that the team is far away. We've talked a little bit about the Pittsburgh, New York series being sort of a litmus test, for these issues. Well, the Pittsburgh Penguins are up in that series with, between the Knights and the Ingrid receivers striking for Christmas. And you know that if the shoe was on the other foot, if the New York Rangers were down to their third goal, this would be over in 400. Instead, the Pittsburgh Penguins have a shot. Well, do you want to be the Pittsburgh Penguins or do you want to be the New York Rangers? Right? That's the fundamental argument. You want to be the laissez-faire team that can win on goaltending, or do you want to be a team with a durable system capable of replacing even the best players? You lose Chris Letang, hey, we can still win the cup. Ron Hainsey, you're our top pair defenseman now. Sure, we'll make it work. But who do you want to be? Who do you want to be? What direction do you want to go in? And that feels to me like this. Look, it's an easy dichotomy. I'm presenting it because it's easy to understand. It's like Larry versus Magic, or one of those quick dichotomies that you immediately just get, lights up your eyes, right? The Tampa Bay Lightning versus the, I guess St. Louis Blues would be the other one, although I don't think. Point being, for me, that's sort of representative of my bigger concern. It's not about decisions and Rutherford and Monroe go back 30 years, 40 years, right? They can get over a press conference easily. That's not part of the concern. What concerns me is, are you aligned in terms of your vision, in terms of what your club's goals are and should be? That to me is sort of the bigger risk that the club is taking, that you bring back the coach, because the deal is running out, and you use the team in a fundamentally different way than management does. And I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that's sort of what did that to me when I digested for the first half of the year. And so 650, if you know Marlover text line, Marlover, Marlover, Great Fit Ladder, or if you send it for online at JohnMarlover.com. Get your thoughts about Barry Trotz news, what's Costas' growth, ongoing situation. And we just want to out here if you think Barry Trotz should have been fired. That's the thing I want to hear. Great news. Now, explain it to me. If anyone can explain it to me, I will give you mad down on it. At the very least, I think if you were trying to put this in, if you were hired to do the yardstick for the Islanders of this one, it would be incredible coach, one of the best coaches in the NHL, but sometimes he's the best coach in Manchester. And I'm not saying I can beat that. I'm saying that's like the best chance I can come up with in justified. But even in that, in light of that, it feels like you got to look at your circumstances. You please have people that understand to get back to do it for Barry Trotz. But anyway, the question is, and I think you could ask the question, like going back to a national level, are you getting closer to winning Stanley Cup by letting Barry Trotz go? Right? But I don't think the answer is yes for Nashville. I don't think the answer is yes for the Islanders. Here's the text I want to get at. And towards the latter half of the year, have Matt Martin on their third line. That's Harry. That's the one argument I'll hear.
So you got something running this watch or whatever? Yeah, I mean, you got to keep it off the that's a track. That was supposed to take that. That was going well, good. It's not successful. I don't feel like it's pedestal there. It's so, what? I feel like it's pedestal there. Oh, it's in here? Yeah. Who knows? But our original plan was give the tour. After what I'll do is I'll go and empty the tour after I load it, and then I'll bring it back to empty it, and you get when the driver going anywhere. And then when you think you don't have your driver, if you don't have yours, we'll just go dump it.
So maybe while you're in town.
And then I'll take this trip, right? Okay. Well, after I take off the stuff. Yeah, I just said that. I already did. Oh, you won't. No, I will bring it. I'm going to put a seat on the
I believe that Nuke and Ahmed has been doing diligence on Kuzmenko dating back to before they went on, dating back to their first Kuzmenko's a 26-year-old forward who's sort of been like a 30-point per 50 games for the KHL until this year, but at the age of 26, he popped off.
All I did, I said, I'm not seeing the soldier news.
Something like that. I might point off. He's like 3 points in 40 games.
The last what I
you're
said.
going to see some
I'm
like
not hearing this.
Baker for nuts, never was guys who in the day, and Nicholas Jensen and Jordan Trader among the top 10, Curtis Hall among the top 10 in the NHL scoring or thereabouts. But point per game plus, they're not right. Like there are players in the NHL who point per game plus, tier 1 for the the other day, Andre Kuzmenko, who had a career year.
Still, that's
When
really
you
cool.
look at comparable players, right? Players similar height, similar age, similar point per game rate, in the KHL of the last 30 years. Well, let's even narrow it, 50 years. The only guys that pop off as calm for what Kuzmenko did this season are Stefan DeCosta, who you may remember was like one of those highly recruited college prospects, sort of flamed out with the Ottawa Senators organization. But also, that was a decade ago. You know what I mean? Stefan DeCosta was like an undersized, sort of skilled finesse forward. Might have been a completely different story for him today than it was then. And the other is 26-year-old Alexander Radulov, who was a point per game player, who was the worst this season that he had, right? It was an injury-plagued year in the Olympic years, but he had 34 points in 33 games at the same age. Those are basically the guys that pop off when you do sort of the core style analysis. And so one of them came back to the NHL 2 years later, and over the next 3 seasons had 200. Right? One of them sort of never got another shot, never got another look at the NHL level. So he was a
Maybe
stud
like,
player.
you can buy them for
Here
$20.
for many years.
If it was
That
up
could
maybe
come from,
yeah,
right?
high end.
You like when you do that type of analysis when there's not a big play, right? Because that means that what they're accomplishing is rare player profile. And you especially like it when that short list includes a guy who went on to be a first-line caliber player in the NHL for the next several years. Now, I don't think Kuzmenko is late 20s Radulov, don't get me wrong, by any means. I don't think he's at that level of creativity. He's certainly never been that category of player at any point in his career along the way. But there very well may be a middle six or even a little bit better player within that. Now, here's what you have to understand about the structure of this situation. Kuzmenko is 26, which means he still is governed by the entry level, right? You cannot sign a standard player contract that's not a 1-year deal, limited time. So what does that mean? Well, it means that his max paragraph A salary is $925K no matter where he goes. No one can sort of outbid. You can load him up with performance bonuses, but that's really all you can do. Now, as we know, performance bonuses can be pretty lucrative, particularly if you want to get into Schedule Bs. But, you know, you're probably looking at 850K Schedule A's, and maybe you look at some Schedule Bs, but boy, that would be a big thing. So, either way, you're sort of capped. $4.85 million would be your cap on bonuses. I don't think it would take that much to get him. And even then, you're not
$60.
there is no ability for anyone to outbid anyone else. So this is one of those restricted bargaining.
They're actually,
Where teams are
maybe
going to
after
differ, where the advantages are going to differ is for Kuzmenko, you are 1 year away from unrestricted free agency. So it's really about being selective about where you land. And know or feel very, very confident in the idea that should you go to X team, you're going to use the power play money. You're going to play with guys that are going to accentuate your team. You're going to have a chance to show not just you belong, but you belong as like a top six guy, like a $4 million player. That's the financial incentive. Far more important, I'd say, than hanging over an additional, $500K in Schedule B performance bonuses, which you'll only earn if you're a top 10 scorer in the league, or right? Like you really have to really buy into guys. Yeah. So, well, not buying the guy for the guys who can read stuff, right? You do have to be careful, right? But yeah, for this player, most likely, we're not like that. You never know.
If you get in the tons like this, you know, just like nothing.
That's why you would have to coach in that way. Right? That's why this opportunity is going to probably be decisive in shaping the outcome. The Canucks are very interested. I think Kuzmenko's had their eye on them for a while. There was early on, but there was a sense with Patrick Allvin and Jim Rutherford were talking
Oh shit. It's a
getting
weed eater?
college guys and European
Or is
free
it weed
agents,
eater?
part of the reason that they thought they'd have a chance in those pitch talks was that there's going to be opportunity available in Vancouver. But you look up and down this roster and you see wingers like Messer, Garland, Hollander, you know, you see
Oh, it's actually an electric scooter.
certainly for top 6 spots. Unless there's changes, right? Unless there's perhaps significant changes. So, does the recruitment of Kuzmenko in general, not just on the growth, but on the future of the Canucks growth that we saw, you know, crush it over the last 60 games of the year, to some extent, does what the Canucks are telling Kuzmenko now indicate that we may see significant changes in the certainly we expect at this point, right? So we're going to see those are the sort of the dynamics of the Kuzmenko recruitment that are worth being aware of. It would be hard for me to imagine them staying the Kuzmenko sweepstakes if they're not selling. Oh, don't worry, there's going to be changes and great opportunities, right? Because if his expectation is this will work, the base is going to be bad, and I'm going to be really bad on our top 6 minutes, let alone our 5 minutes. Well, chances are pretty good he's going to go somewhere else, right? For sure. But if he sees legitimate path to powerful 5 minutes, I think they, and you know, this coach, Boudreau's reputation of getting really good offensive production from his top players, I mean, I think they would have every chance to use the running. But it's predicated on those opportunities opening up in front of them. And we might have a chance to get into this in the second half, but the need from Langley said that, Greg, can you explain your recent article in The Athletic with tiers of Canucks players based on how likely they are to come back next year? He says you make it sound like every meaningful player is returning, which clearly isn't the case. And we can talk about that on the other side, but it does seem like if they're going to land, it's going to have to be some sort of significant changes that open up the path to playing time for that player next year. And not just for him, but if they're going to be running for other interesting European or college free agents, right? That part of what you're selling to those players is opportunity, and if things remain the same, if things remain as they are right now with the Dutch group, especially a forward, it's not clear where that opportunity is going to come exactly. We'll get into the article on the other side, but I think the fact is that we're always conservative in pegging individual situations. That doesn't mean that you know, just because guys like returning we say, which is one of our tiers, like for me, that means those are the guys that I expect they move on, right? Like that to me is not the for sure they're here. That there's some complicated circumstances. You may have to read past the subheaders to get a sense of exactly what we're talking about within that article. I want to talk a little bit more about Kuzmenko and sort of one issue that I also think is worth being aware of. That's the issue. I don't know if this is a very good place to talk to you on the other side of the break, but it dovetails nicely with something I want to discuss about the Canucks Stanley Cup, which of course is the NHL draft lottery, and that comes tomorrow. So that'll dovetail together. There you go. That what an international work visa analysis coming up. Oh baby, let's go. Let the hot takes fly. It's the Canucks hour here on your home of the Canucks Sportsnet 650. Go Bears. Hershey Bears.
Relations with Sweden have never been better. Stacey Patterson's house. Sportsnet 650 is the official home of the Canucks.
Jack 96.9 is playing multiple months. That means you might hear this. And even this. Jack 96.9 Vancouver. Check us out today on your radio, on the Radio Player Canada app, and on your smart speaker. Just tell it to play Jack 96.9. How do you know when to bring it to boy? When objects in your mirror are actually much closer to here. Better can't fend for itself. When that parking space wasn't application that's when you bring it to Boyd. Boyd Auto Body and Glass has over 25 years experience and one of the quickest turnaround times in the business. So when you want it done right, bring it to Boyd. Bring it to Boyd. Auto Body and Glass.
Rob here for the Delari family of Acura dealers. Jason, it's springtime. Do you know what that is? Seasonal allergy? No, it means road trip. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready at any of Delari Acura's outstanding service departments. Like, what if I don't have a vehicle? No problem. Right now, Delari has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all three of their lots. Visit them today. North Shore Acura, Acura Langley, and Burrard Acura on Turbo Avenue.
Use Tim's loaded Raptor pack of delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy beef and chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro live sauce. Deliciously satisfying. Use Tim's loaded wrap. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada. When you're busy, it can be hard to find private time to focus on your sexual well-being. With Intimately You from GSC, you can get expert opinions on sex, intimacy, and well-being, with practical advice and exciting products for you or your partner to make together time special. Watch full Intimately You episodes anytime, anywhere for your viewing pleasure at csc.ca/intimately-you. Must be 18 years or older.
Baseball is back at the Nats. Your Vancouver Canadians baseball season is officially underway. Enjoy Friday neuters, Saturday fireworks, A&W family fun Sundays, and more. For info and tickets, visit CanadiansBaseball.com. See you at the Nats. Grayson, why the Browns? Wait, you're not still upset you didn't get picked for Canada in Beijing. Have you not seen me dominating for the Dunbar Lumber hockey team? Ken, the dream's over. You helped make Dunbar Lumber one of Metro Vancouver's top sources for building supplies for 50 years. This is your team now. Yeah, good point. Hey, you know I got 2 rings, right? How much you got? I'm not here to talk about the past. And you can give me a coffee. Visit Dunbar Lumber on Bridge Street in Ladner, or Peter Street in Vancouver, or check them out online at dunbarlumber.com.
Yeah, you have antifreeze back there. Is that antifreeze in there? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you found it? Yeah, you must have- Yeah, we're down tonight. As it's going down. Right there on the right. On the ground. I guess like a upper side, it's only 500. Oh yeah. Definitely enough for your car cover. You what? It's just the white. Okay, I can do it. Archer's ring. Is it good? No. This is a whatsoever. The other one. It's not. I'll use my water. I don't think the other one is antifreeze.
tradition and event for Canucks fans, also a very frustrating one on a year-to-year basis for Canucks fans. And this year, I don't know if frustrating is the word because the odds are just so daunting, but
That's motor oil.
be a major cause of celebration because they had a 98% chance of picking 15th overall. It's only a very, very slim chance of moving up to either 5th or 6th. And what was that chance?
Give me one right here, no? You feel that?
You know, it is. Yeah, draft lottery tonight from the Canucks have been, you know, not good. It's not good. But, look, on the one hand, people will say, oh, how can I see if they were to win this year, right? They win it in the year that you can only move up 10 spots. That would be huge. Oh, the difference between 15th and 5th is enormous. Especially if you're talking about, right? Especially if you're all of a sudden, if you wake up on Wednesday morning and you're talking about the Canucks team getting, you know, a player like a Nemec, and you know, in this draft, that's a massive, massive sea change from, you know, oh, I wonder if the Canucks like Owen Pickering or, you know, good prospect, but a totally different conversation. You're in a completely different realm of upside when you're in the guy and immediate. You're also in a totally different realm of guys who can step in, if not next year, then the year after, versus, you know, guys where you're hoping a few things line up all your way. So it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. The Canucks will probably remain at 15, and even there, 15, they're going to get prospects that can come immediately. They're top prospects, not slow, no doubt. They're so desperate for an infusion of talent everywhere. Okay, really quick.
You ever lived this?
Yeah, the little square one there. Yep.
As a result of the war in Ukraine, as a result of the war in Ukraine, the sense around the league is that work visa issues for Russian nationals may be difficult now, and there's a question about whether it may be extra difficult for Canadian teams to navigate versus their American counterparts. So that could be a factor to be mindful of. That's the Canucks pitch has been along with, you know, a variety of American-based teams, including
And then the other one. Came in late. I'm gonna turn around and then I'll hook that up.
9th highest scoring team. Hilltop 10th. Yeah, the year before that, they were the 3rd highest scoring team in the league. Team can put up numbers with Barry Trotz. He is not, Kevin hates the idea of scoring. It just has to happen within a certain parameter. When the draft this year, he joined the team, and he really started talking about top quality. And the way he described it and the philosophy that was for the Washington Capitals, it really didn't seem like the defense was going to them. It just had to creating opportunities. So that's what we talked about my neighbors here before than just shots on goal anymore. And we talked about shot share of the players, how they play, but as far as team play goes, I think we generally have the idea of shots are the only thing that matters. What chances are you trying to create? And that first of us mentality, while it can be frustrating to watch, it is in the idea of how do we limit their chances and how do we create their own chances. It's, hey, if you fuck on the perimeter of our zone, go ahead, we're not going to change. And in doing so, it does look a little bit that maybe it's intentional. I think there's going to be elements, and we talked a lot about this even last week, where the word cheat, right? There's more players cheating. I have my cheaters out there. Very Trotz, there's one thing he will not stand. I don't care what team he's doing. That word of cheating offensive cheat in the game is not going to happen. And that's why I really like it, because we talked about, whether it's Stacey Miller, whether it was Horvath, whether it was the old Voigtlander, where you're blowing the zone, that Barry Trotz system, that is ingrained in your mind to say, if you ever do that, you're asking on the bench, or you're gonna get it. Yeah, that's who Barry Trotz is, especially for younger players. There are some criticisms on the island as well, where just having a chance to maybe go over what was written about Barry Trotz on Long Island was that some of those things we hear about veteran coaches, especially when they're trying to win, where overvaluing certain successes. Oh yeah, man, he does that. That's a criticism of it. So if you're talking about development and getting the young players in there, getting a nice look at them from his most recent experience on Long Island, and sure there's the exception, Noah Dawson, the Bellows, and a few of those guys working their well. Walton got the chance. There were always criticisms of were they getting enough ice time, and that happens in any team. Travis Green went through that for a while. There was hearing that as well. But I do look at that needing for offense. Phrase that we heard a lot this year, thing. You're not going to get that in. Jim Rutherford and Al Lee were kind of referencing that as well. When you talk about structure, when you talk about knowing what to do in the moment and not having to think about like it's ingrained in your mind. You know your system. Your muscle memory, just muscle memory. That's where Barry Trotz and Barry Trotz thought process is. That's why I think you have to make that call just in fire and what the situation is. It's not for nothing. Who eliminated Rutherford and Alvin in the last 4 playoffs? Guess the guy named Barry Trotz. Mike on the island is once in a while. If every year you look for last of the bed, obviously Alvin and Rutherford won Stanley Cup. But near the tail end, it was not the thing with Rocky. Barry Trotz. A lot. It's not just like a one thing. Yeah. No, Barry Trotz did it in multiple locations, multiple different teams. Intriguing side twist there, like a little bit of a twist on the story. The biggest question here is because we know it's going to come down. We haven't even actually exactly. They've paid for a press. They've paid for a bigger front office. Yeah. How much are you willing to pay for Nicholas? If you're making that call, it's not going to cost you any less than what it's cost. Like I know he got Canada right now, but he is still not a 1-year deal. That's offset. No. So you're looking at what? If you want to be really, really, I think I'm looking at a 3-year deal, but if you're a head coach betting in goal situation, it's like 3 deals. That's what he got in the Islanders. So you're looking at probably $15 million, $16 million range. Are you willing to spend that money when you're still paying Travis? That's a big part of what kind of the point, I guess, that Alvin and Russell are making as talkers as well. Talking about paying multiple coaches. That's I heard to me as a manager today. This is what we're paying for coaches at once. It is what now. I get it. Nick Cesar, Randy Janda will continue with that conversation Island. Andrew Raycroft will join us in about 10 minutes from Nesson for the Bruins and Carolina series. But let's look at that. They've been stifling. Now, he got a bit more energetic on Saturday, but switch those to the post. How much confidence do you have with Boudreau and that break wing? Just for a moment, you can feel like every other fake fan for the last 2 years.
Okay, I went 50-50 on this. Normally during the regular season, it'd be like 80-20. Like everything he touched was a goal. 40-goal guy. But on Saturday night, it was, you know what? That doubt started to seep in big time. We're going to have Ryan Suter on the show a little later on. So, as somebody who's watched a lot of Calgary hockey, like you have this year, covered a lot of their games for Hockey Night, those goes to the past. They're starting to work their way into the conversation, especially when Johnny Gaudreau, Matthew Tkachuk are doing Matthew Tkachuk. He's got the backing of his teammates. When John Klingberg is your main focus for the last 2 games, a guy that you were kind of softening off and saying, oh yeah, he's going to go out the rest of the net, so we're going to teach him lessons. Are you really focusing on the right thing? John Klingberg, the guy that you're going after every 2 games. Like, Andre Fleury, those upper lessons from when you need a goal late in the game. Makes no sense. These guys are a little rattled right now. Saturday night was a telling moment. I think they can get back in this year, no question. But game 3 was different from game 1 and 2. It definitely was.
You really watch that game tonight and see how they were scoring early. Because it's not just like a Tkachuk Klingberg thing happened like late in the game. It was early, man. You know, it was early, and it's like a repeat event early in the game. If you see that happen again tonight, I think the Stars will up 3-1 here. And then at that stage, man, like tonight is so. I don't think Calgary's going to come back down 3-1.
No. Not the way Dallas plays it. They are as effective as they are in game 1 and 2. You know, they're very good. And I think the fact of the matter was, at the end of the year, we didn't see that same structure. We saw it to a certain degree, but they're not stepping on the gas pedal. They were not fully committed to that game, and you question their want. Nobody's questioning their want right now. The way that they played the first 2 games, they're fully committed to their system. And when Calgary threw the kitchen sink at them in game 3, they won a different way. And that's the scary part with Dallas, is that if they can get those types of efforts from a man that I think is disrespected for the last decade, but we're finally getting his flowers so well, just easy moves around the net. He's always been that guy. Like, you know what? We're really focusing on this now, but he's always been that. But is it a greater appreciation because he's older? You cannot go down 3-1 seriously because Dallas ain't going to lose it. Like, they're going to just lock it down. And they've got good enough goaltending where they're going to scrape out a game in the final 3 if you give them that opportunity. So you have to win tonight if you're Dallas.
Playing out sports, better hockey like never before with Playing Out Sports, the local BC Sportsbook. You want to pick that game this evening? And also Colorado, Nashville, Pittsburgh, New York, and Washington, and Florida going this evening. I'm Andrew Raycroft on the other side. But let's get to wrong answers only. Randy Chanda. What is the wrong answer only?
Today's wrong answers only. Now that the Canucks season is over, what is BC's top sports event? Wrong answers only. I'll get the phone. All right. It's in my backyard. See how many Supreme pizza boxes I can finish in a week. Swing by every Friday or Sunday. Just check out the boxes. Competitive eating. That's enough. There's enough, yeah.
You make designs.
That's a true leading power, not the overrated kind. What is that number that we're looking at? Great question, Dave. Great question. Maybe it starts this weekend.
Wrong answers only. Now that the rest season is over, what is BC's top sports event? 650, 650 if you want to text in. For me, it's Wings and Wizards.
Magic round of Wings and Wizards. Wow. I didn't even know that was a thing. They were doing the research. That was a 10. That was, yeah, I think. Do we know if they're back in town?
Rogan only support for whoever's playing a game will be talking. That's the next sports thing here. One wording? Yes, we have one wording for that. Everybody's got cool Plaza wants to pick the game 7 of the league from Tampa Bay. Yeah, what are your blue pressure? It seems it'll be like Tampa Bay. You know, that team, man. Just imagine across the country, Canadian United, their hatred of the league. And they're trying to do that. How far can you get them? Like a gap. 3-4 months. Like, they're not far. Not far. Traffic and people are weeping on the side of the road. We got this one going in. Lip reading. And when you do it that way, like how much stress does that alleviate? I can quite a bit in confidence too. A lot of times our clients, they know if we're confident or not, but if it sense that we don't know what we're doing or we don't think it's possible, then it's not a lot of stress for our clients. They don't think they're capable of making it happen. For more info, to book an appointment, go to RobbieJoel.com. That's JOHAL. Welcome to Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook, dedicated to giving competitive odds on the teams and sports that manage Canadians. Hockey, football, basketball, golf majors, whatever your sport, Sports Interaction has you covered. Get more rates to play on every sport, online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada's sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or over and play responsibly. Prefer paying with debit, but still want points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big on her everyday spending account.
I get points with every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned 50,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm freaking excited too. For no monthly fee banking, the rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit pcfinancial.ca/get points to learn more.
At Triple O's, we believe every burger should require at least 2 napkins. Meat must be 100% fresh and 100% Canadian. Cannabags are the perfect potato for perfect fries, and life's better when you stay saucy with our secret Triple O sauce. And like us, if you've been rocking the pickle top since day one, you keep on rocking. Because that's how you get a taste like no other. See you soon at Triple O's. Buying a new AC to beat the summer rush is smart, but buying a new AC to save big is even smarter. Join Reliance Home Comfort's early bird sale. Save $1,100 off the regular price on our featured air conditioner. With over 15,000 five-star reviews nationally, you can trust us to find the right air conditioner for you. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Act now to save $1,100 on our featured AC. So if you're looking for a great deal, conditions apply. See website for details. Hockey playoff bracket. 3 family companies each round compete for $25,000. Enter now at sportsnet.ca/bracket. CISL Vancouver is Sportsnet exclusive. Sportsnet 650 years Lincoln Hard and Randy Janda. Throw it back and flip it the birds, the cat. Welcome to hour 2 of the People Show. This is our Randy Janda and you. Thanks for making us part of your day. Always appreciate it. Podcast. One from Andrew Raycroft from that Boston and Carolina series. One penalty for that one. Got to pick here. Boston, Carolina, Boston. 2-2 separate men advantage. Canada. Yeah, that is a joke. They should be in the series for the rest of the room. That first round. Stanford, Toronto, Richard, We're going to get to some of these those two ways to play out. We're going to be talking to our state in a second. But what happened? Really shocking today because it felt like so many things went wrong for the other group, right? Like team play was one. They started off with 13-game road trip. Whatever the play it was, rough day, like honestly was injuries and COVID, but it felt like this year was a bit of an outlier where you're like, okay, yeah, they'll be better. They wouldn't be on the final play. Things that went against them, they'll be back next year. He's not a part of that conversation, but I felt like there was an outlier when it came to
break. Shockwave was sent through the NHL today on a rather surprising announcement, maybe for those on the outside. This is more here, multiple insiders would say, there's rumors most of this last week, although hard to translate rumors into actuality. But it feels like it's quite a big shock to those on the outside. Was there an element of maybe something to see that's coming in New York?
I don't know if you can say that definitively. There were definitely some, I think a few of us here and a few of us, up there in Canada too probably heard some rumblings over the last few weeks, but so you hear it's final from Lou Lamoriello, you're going to be in the dark, and this one definitely came as a surprise, even with the lack of success the Islanders had this year, and Barry Trotz going into the last year of his contract. It didn't seem like firing is how this run would end. It was the most successful coaching run the Islanders have had. They had Al Arthur behind the bench back in the 80s. I think there's a lot of Islander fans that feel a little bit confused today. There's probably some Islander players who feel a little bit confused when this guy came in, and they were at a certain point after John Tavares left for 2018, and all they did was very strange COVID effect team that they had this year. So it's definitely a shock. I think all the way around.
We were just talking about that. It felt this year, there was a resume of success from the previous years, but it felt like this year had a bit of an excuse as well with teams that became progress throughout the year. The COVID, obviously, issue as well. There was injuries. It felt like there was a bit of a built-in excuse.
I think when they started to get back to themselves, I think there was maybe some disconnect between the coaches and the younger players. Certainly all the culture team seemed to take steps back this year and really weren't playing style hockey that the Islanders needed them to play, and maybe that they played in the year before recent seasons. There's been some rumors that Matthew Barzal wasn't too thrilled with continuing to play this kind of very tight check defensive grade. So as he sees the number 6 moving around the league for guys in terms of length, he's going into an offseason at the end of the final year of his bridge deal, maybe start to negotiate a new deal. So I think there were multiple factors that were let Lou, and I think one thing we've been saying about Lou for many years as a GM in the league is that I think if he senses that there's maybe the beginnings of something that's wrong, he's not going to hesitate. He's going to act decisively, and he certainly did here.
Yeah, I was going to say, is the thing for West people say, hey, we're having our hands played a little bit because Lane Lambert's maybe a guy that's going to attract eyes elsewhere, and if we wait too long and we try to run it back with Luger or with Trotz, and you go this year, and now everything doesn't kind of go the way you want it. Now you're out on Trotz and you're out on Harrison, and that, in theory, will be the next guy to run the bench.
Yeah, I have to hear to take Lou at his word today, saying that they don't need a new voice. These guys have heard Lane Lambert's voice probably more than they've heard Barry Trotz's voice as the associate coach the last 4 years. So I don't know that they're going to decide who's going to vote for the next guy over who's seemingly a natural successor. But if they do, that would be an interesting decision to kind of keep the continuity. I'm not so sure that if one of the issues was disconnect with the players, that the guy that's been Barry Trotz's right-hand man for well over a decade is going to have a different sort of approach to some of those same guys. But I think there's certainly a wide variety of candidates available, guys with incredible resumes, Stanley Cups, guys that have worked for Lamoriello in the past. So maybe that also played a part, that there are a lot of good candidates out there, and maybe someone out there that can change this team a little bit stylistically. Paul Lou was trying to change the roster to make them a little bit more offense-minded and a little bit less interested in shutting teams down first and trying to score second.
You talk about, teammates that could be out there. Well, do you have any in mind? Somebody that you're looking at saying this could be it?
I think that if you're looking for guys that work for Lamoriello, obviously, like Julian, who might be looking to get back to the NHL, somebody works in New Jersey, but Lou is definitely a guy who likes familiarity, really curious. One of the few guys he never hired that he was familiar with.
Your life is rich, very
Vegas
little.
makes a decision on computer.
Shut up, you fucking stupid fuck!
Lou in Jersey a decade ago, Weiser started as a coach, and he kind of jumped right in and hit the ground running with the team.
Shut up, you fucking bitch!
Then I think he kind of
Bitch ass fucking coward O'Keefe, you stupid fuck! Mike O'Keefe is the person you're talking about. The disgusting.
Trying to, for 3-year contract, Dallas, Palmieri, Pajo, Lincoln, Dawson, that's the forward. This roster construction, it feels like it's still going to be in the division of blue on the show, but it feels like the design and the sort of play differently is still meant to be like this style of player. Yeah, I agree. Nobody can say, even with the failure this season,
You'll never get it.
So, and then certainly roster construction falls to our manager, and if you're looking for reasons why some of the things, fell apart a little bit this year, even aside from the long road trip and the COVID, absence that they had for a long time in November. They traded Javonte 2 off seasons ago, and then they traded money for some reason last offseason. Didn't replace really either one of them with anybody that's similar style player, and that is a failure that falls on the general manager. You don't trade 2 guys that are under 30 who have the offensive ability that those guys do, and then try to plug in Daniel Chara as a surefire Hall of Famer, but also 45 years old, and Andy Green, and kind of feel like you're going to play the same style of game. So there are some definite gaps in the roster construction of the team. Like you said, not a lot of room to make some changes. So I was going to have to be aggressive this offseason, and I think adding a coaching search to your plate maybe isn't the natural move for a lot of GMs to just need to fix some things after this the class, but he's willing to do it. If he's got somebody in mind, it's a quick turnaround, and he can get to work on that other stuff. But they had some of these decisions to make last couple of seasons, didn't really go out and make major changes, and now they feel like they need to. That's just one more bit of upheaval for a team that just started to get some stability finally the last few years. Well, you mentioned some of those moves that may need to be made, and we've talked a lot about Philadelphia as a team to watch because they got to change something there. Winnipeg could be another team as well. A lot of expectations heading into the season. Obviously, they don't get to the playoffs. With the New York Islanders, do you see them in a similar situation with this move today? All of a sudden, there should be fireworks when you're talking about roster construction as well, because they may want to zoom out here a little bit more and say it wasn't only on the coach. There were some players that maybe don't have that same fit that we want going forward. Absolutely. I think it's accountable on how do you move these guys off your roster. There's some guys that are good veterans, and certainly good veterans for the Islanders. Guys like Josh Bailey, guys like Kyle Palmieri, who they signed to a pretty decent sized free agent contract last offseason. John Gabriel Pageau, these are guys that have very well in the season that they've developed. He's attractive to you to bring in, even if you have that.
I'll fucking destroy you. I'll destroy you, you fucking asshole. You'll be motherfucking annihilated. Fucking shut up. You're gonna actually give a fucking hours or you're go fuck yourself, you cheap piece of shit idiot. Michael Keith, that's what your piece of shit is. Michael Keith is the hate criminal. You're in the background saying making excuses. You're fucking bullshit. Dirty fucking low-life criminal shit.
Especially with so many teams that are
Am I worth that? Am I getting a... How's my call score? You can myself over on that. So, what's my call score? Are you gonna have to do something? It's so low. Yeah, I guess you're a fucking idiot. You look at the heart attack. You got sick of this.
Situation where they're going to Arthur Staple joining us here on the People Show, Vic Bernard and Randy Panda. So the name that we get into our text message inbox are the most out of any I would say the best part of that was the local connections and people constantly trying to come up with great ideas for Matt Barzell. Not that he's going to get traded. Just, you know, you look at this last week when the contract is will be our thing. Make it $7 million. What are the parameters of what the next contract looks like? And do we have a sense of what's important for Barzell?
I mean, this was a situation where in their competing force with Barzell, they're more veteran guys in the team said that maybe the relationship wasn't as strong as it needs to be with one of our important players. One guy who's gone now, and it's not Matthew Barzell. I'd say it's a very big year for him coming up. I don't know if they're going to talk contract this offseason when they start to do it. If you're looking at a guy who's, you know, that he wants to be here and Lamelo wants him here, and we're talking something in the 6 to 8 year range for whatever, something, you know, 10 million, maybe a little bit less. That's just, you know, he's going to be the star of the show, and if the system is going to change, we're going to want to move things up a bit more, and Trae's going to try to return his numbers that got him in 2017-18. Scotland's going to be very strong on his. You know, he's sacrificed success in the last couple of years. They've gotten close with opening it up and creating a different kind of system. Will be beneficial for him and for the team. We haven't seen that from the time that it was beneficial for him. The team terrible. So
shut the fuck up!
Show that his sacrifice was worth it. That's part of the equation here. They want a different voice, somebody who's going to have a better relationship with Matthew Barzell and fulfill that high-scoring potential that he's had since he's winning that Wilson Trophy. That pressure is definitely going to be on this coming season, and we'll have to see what he can do. But it seems like if there was some sort of, you know, if there was a conflict there, well, you know, one guy's left standing and it's number 13, so he showed on the ice that he was worth keeping.
A lot of disappointment on the island this year, but no disappointment with Noah Dawson in this game. It was a positive story for the franchise, how they took a priority was to play somebody alongside him on the left-hand side of the ball.
Yeah, they do have to find somebody there. You know, they really seem quite set. They're, you know, at least 3 or 4 of their defensemen, you know, 3 in terms of Dobson, and then their top pair, that's not like Ryan Bullock. Scott Bailey was the guy who could be attractive on the trade market for only a year. That's been a very reasonable captain. But Dobson really defensive now. That guy who's in the top 4 games a lot. Top power play guy. You know, I think he's one of the few guys who's a huge step forward this year, and be able to find somebody to play alongside him. He's got cost control on Miller for 2 years, on Bullock for 2 years, and Dobson for at least 1 more year. You know, I think it's imperative that they find somebody to kind of round out that top 4 on the left side, whether it's via trade or signing, whatever they had in mind last offseason.
You know what, the rest of
They
the
trade
world,
there seemed to be a plan in place that just fit. They never know what it was, but if he can revisit that or find somebody that's got decent skating ability, a little bit of size, and fits in with what they want to do, that becomes 4 anchors there, and Ilya Sorokin, that gives you a pretty good base to work with, and you can start to tinker a little bit with the forwards if you've got that base going. But they were definitely missing something back there alongside Dobson, and that's a spot where they definitely need to improve.
Just really quickly, if not the left-sided D, what is their biggest need this offseason?
You know, maybe a scorer for Barzell's wing. Somebody who could just keep up with them when they made the decision to let Jordan Eberle go via the expansion draft in Seattle. He's not a guy who's a prolific scorer here, but a guy who works well with Barzell. And I think he was a little bit lost this past season for various reasons. You know, I think every team went through where the lineup seemed to change on a night-to-night basis. Barzell himself missed a couple of games, but he never seemed to find that anchor winger that he needed to kind of go through that 5-on-5, be a guy who knows to be reliable on the power play. You know, Eberle, like I said, his numbers dipped pretty strongly from the days in Edmonton, but he was a guy that meshed well with Barzell. It's not an easy thing to find, and they're really searching for that replacement this year. So if they can either find someone from outside or designate someone inside, whether it's Oliver Wahlstrom or somebody, somebody that can come along and fill that role, I think that's probably the biggest priority up front.
He's Arthur Staple at Stape Athletic on Twitter. Make sure you go follow him and read his stuff that they cover as well. The Rangers thing. Thanks a lot for the time. We'll chat soon. You got it, guys. Thanks a lot. Arthur Staple, the Athletic cover of the Islanders and the Rangers. I think. There you go. And it's really entertaining right now. You got one team playing in the playoffs, the other two linked trade rumors. Really, it's New Jersey willing to apparently shop the first round pick. You got New York Islanders that actor coach seems to be in the middle of the league. But like your extension, no matter how much you have, all the players that you mentioned, right? I love them as stars. I think Evan Anderson, no, how you in the playoffs is funny. Great, too. Yeah, that $5 million doesn't look great at point, right? Bailey, 32 years old, you have $5 million, and you go to the list of players that you have. There's not much wiggle room at all. Rock Johnson, especially fantasy team. Yeah, $6 million at 3 more years. And I think it's a tougher, I don't know where my cap is, things they have to do. Rangers mentioned OEL up there, and it's a tough 10 situation. But the Islanders are the way up the road. Shut the fuck up. Awesome. Got two reps, companies, those teams under 30. I think some of them are on the way every day. Cole Mary, 31 years old. Brock Nelson, 30 years old. Now these are inventions of his own creation. I get it. Anders Lee, 31 years old. He's like, relevant. Relevant. These are all young. We're debating a one contract here. Hang on. It's about 30 years old. There's more. And I wouldn't take all these players, but it's really this year. Like, are you getting the rest of man? These are pretty players. Long term. Yes, if there's a bad money for bad money move out there, guarantee the Islanders will get it. Because they have to make some sort of move. And the only way that you can get it done is, all right, we got this guy that's making $5 million per season. That really works here. You got to really fit with the vision that we have. We like that guy that's an inflated salary years ago. So when they keep on going back to the Philly convention from last week, you hear more rumblings about maybe making a move to OEL. If you can move that money off of your Islanders and take them back on the other way, is that a deal I can pass? There's a reason I asked that Noah Johnson question. They're looking for a left Johnson to play alongside the young defense. So if there's a team that would be saying, all right, we got this bad contract, we'll give you one of our guys, whether that's Tajo, whether that's somebody else, whoever it may be, and we'll take that contract off your books. That's the team I look at. I'm not scared to make this one. Now, which contract are you comfortable taking back the other way? That's what I'm gonna. That's a big one because John Bailey, I'm not touching. 32 years old, making $5 million. He's still 21. I know that's very good third line center at $5 million. That's a very steep price. So that's where I can't really find that contract that would make sense to knock. But I could see the Islanders being a team that would, if OEL is on the market, like I see it fit, they got to fit themselves. Tajo, if you're telling me I can one contract, yeah, and OEL and Tajo both have to agree. Yeah, right. So you'd have to be okay. This is still very pie in the sky. No, there's no links, there's no whatever. This is just us thinking outside the box. And if there's a deal up there, if there's a player you're taking back, probably not. Probably not. But we need to know. So I love the John Baker stuff. It's absolute beast, especially the playoff time. But here's the good thing. He's on under contract in 2026. At that point, he's going to be 33 years old. So it's not like he's 35 or 36. Sure. Not bad. Vic Nazar and Randy Tanda were talking about Soro Liverpool. That's again, so they can be together. I hate that. And then he actually told us not to move, and I think personally can. Again, we're going to game. I'd rather you break the net on the net. It's aggressive, but I understand the frustration. But we're full of JC, go back to the bench. Yeah, like, show yourself, though, right? Like, show your emotion. That's not showing emotion. But obviously, what you're actually doing, you're For the Texas event, really great one for us. Giving the visiting team incorrect direction. That's very that's brutal. That's hard. On the other side of the aisle. You might be a bad person. But nevertheless, Marcus, Rick, what are you talking about? Hold on. This is no justice zone pick. The thing is, if you've ever been to Gibson, it's not hard. There's one road. It's not hard to find your way back to the ferry. So you're not near Fort Bay or like, if the other teams are being led astray by Marcus' direction, that's not that bad. That's not fully on that. So I'm just Marcus' corner here. If they can't figure out how to get back to the ferry, that's their problem. It's gone into the stick that's coming with us. Sore loser moment. Zidane headbutt in the World Cup. It wasn't a headbutt. The sore loser moment is losing trap talk or using the trap talk before the headbutt. He goes back to the loser base. That's not a sore loser. That's someone that just got God. That's trap talk. And I'm a huge, massive Zidane fan. He's my favorite soccer player of all time. Like legit. I am huge on Zidane. But in that moment, Matarazzi used the tool that he has. Rick Marler is it. That's what I'm saying. Rolling somewhere. You cold? You cold, right? You cold, yeah. Paul Campbell. Saul? Just listening to Saul Campbell is all time up there because he left Fox for free print. You're right. Yes, that is the biggest Fox move ever, right? Yes, that's he joined the cross road rival. I mean cross down. Let me just say what Arsenal there. Hearing down. All right, keep coming with your sore loser. It's kind of like a fake defensive line. It is. We're not judging. Bring it in. We got a lot coming in. They don't even have to be you. They could be, in that experience. Favors, this might be your finest one. I can understand why you play. It's so good, but it makes sense. But that's why it's so much like, it's like crazy. Right here. That's what I need in Calgary coming in with. Keeping the lights off. Crypto.com arena. Sort of lose your moment. Right. We'll get some more of them on the other side. We'll continue talking about the NHL playoffs. Listen to the theme so far. We talked goalie interference. We had a good text coming into the inbox. Talking about penalties. Are you even enjoying the playoffs right now? Because I got to admit, it's hard to get the flow of the game right now. We'll get into that more on the other side. But first, let's get some Terps trivia before we go to commercial break here. And we're going to carry into Game 3 in the Giants-Blazers tomorrow night. A lot of very cross conversation on the show today, so we're going to make it cross-related. Only two coaches have more regular season wins in NHL history. The Barry Trotz 914 wins. Who are they? Who are those? You know it's 650, 650. It's the Dunbar Lumber next message inbox. That's the answer to the winner. The other side. Holy crap, of course that is. Security here is pretty tight. Now pass ready for the left circle. It's right to play. Booster goes. It's stopped by Dimco again. This is Dimco's house. Sportsnet 650. He's the official home of the Canucks. Prefer paying with debit but still want points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned 850,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm super freaking excited too. From no monthly fee banking to rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way you make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit tcfinancial.ca/get points to learn more.
Tomorrow on City TV, the best of the best continues to amaze in week 2 of the Canada's Got Talent semifinals. For your favorites to advance to the finale. Look how much talent we found. And today's special guest judge, Simon Cowell. Look out, Canada. I won't my way. The Canada's Got Talent semifinals continue tomorrow at 7 Central on City TV. Or stream on City TV Plus, the app, or citytv.ca.
the trusted expertise of Campbell & Pound. Visit campbell-pound.com today. The Woody's RV World season opener sales event is coming this Friday through Sunday. For one weekend only, Woody's kicks off the RV season with us. Get out of the park savings with RVs and Parks. Enjoy free food trucks Saturday from 11 to 1. Plus props and draws throughout the weekend. The season opener sales event Friday through Sunday. Only at Woody's RV World. With you all the way. All right, we're back with all the playoff hockey action. Here comes the shot as he checks his man on the phone. What a mess! Time for a little celebration dance in the living room. Oh, talk about thrilling. This is what sports betting is all about.
Game day just got better with Play Now Sports, your local BC sportsbook. Take hockey to the next level with a $250 welcome bonus. Know your limit, play within it. Must be 19 plus.
Like scouring the waiver wire for impact player. Finding construction equipment right now? Slim pickings. Let Avenue Machinery do the scouting for you. Kubota skid steers and excavators add efficiency and toughness to any roster, putting them in high demand. Avenue Machinery will stop at nothing to get you the equipment you need to beat the competition. Big or small, you'll get the respect and support you deserve at Avenue Machinery. The award-winning authorized full-line Kubota dealer serving Lower Mainland and Fraser Valley. AvenueMachinery.ca.
Step 1. Acquire a free recycling bin from North Star Metal Recycling. Step 2. Deposit your scrap metal into the bin. Step 3. Drop it. Just that easy. If your manufacturer needs to recycle metal, then contact North Star Metal Recycling today. Vancouver's premier metal recycler. North Star Metal Recycling. They recycle. You get paid. Visit North Star Metal Recycling today and ask for Adam, 1170 Powell Street in Vancouver.
How do you know when to bring it to boys?
When you back out of the garage, before you open the door.
When you hit the brakes in time. But the guy behind you doesn't. When your teenager puts the dent in the driver. That's when you bring it to Boyd. Boyd Auto Body and Glass has over 25 years experience, and they guarantee their work for as long as you own your vehicle. So when you want it done right, bring it to Boyd. Bring it to Boyd. It's done Boyd. Auto Body and Glass.
For a few years, parents and teachers have worked together to adapt, to keep our kids safe and learning. Now we have an opportunity to keep working together and meet these teacher shortage. With some of the lowest teacher salaries in Canada, it's getting harder for teachers to afford to work here. Let's tell the BC government that teachers need a salary that keeps up with the cost of living. Because more teachers mean more learning support for our kids. A message for BC teachers.
Don't miss a minute of the Sports Talk. Subscribe to your favorite shows on Apple and Google Podcasts and download the Sportsnet app at sportsnet650.ca. The People Show with Nick Nazar and Randy Chanda. Sports. Sports. Welcome back to the show. This is our Randy Chanda, who is on Sportsnet 650. Activity in the inbox. Get a right in for our first trivia series title right now. You're asking for parent people to play day 3 laser. Use nice Giants. Giants are the only ones. Sorry, I gotta cut you off. Giants laser. Thank you for Giants laser. The night at the LC. Only 2 coaches have more regular season wins in NHL history than Barry Trotz. 9-14 wins. Who are they? The 2 correct answers, Scotty Bowman. 1,244 wins. That's a lot. Yeah, he's got a lot more. And Cole Michael, 969. Nice. Barry pulling down on Redstone plus 9. Question is where? The Winnipeg, the Philly, the Vancouver, the Detroit. The back on the island? It's so shocking. Like on that, I fire the gear. How do you super, a little misunderstanding. Congratulations to Garrett in the Ridge. The Ridge, you
they were going to get real built. Driving it over.
Pulling it down. When he said,
Yeah.
there's a lot of gas.
Fair enough. All right. Congratulations, Garrett. Going to the game tomorrow night. So these playoffs, are you having fun watching? Are they actually good? Now, of course, playoffs, and there's tension no matter what. But is it actually good? What is the prevailing theme right now for the NHL playoffs?
Okay, I'm watching these games, but are you enjoying them like previously? What?
Yeah.
And it feels like we're present, the games are not. They don't have that flow. I don't know what that's the correct way to say it. Like, we are present,
But the players are going with it.
yeah, they don't look like it. It's not their fault. I look at it this way, from an are they enjoyable questions? Now, the reason that I think the theme of this year's playoffs so far are close, or if you look at the difference in, how teams are winning. 13 of 28 games so far, up until puck drop today. A team has won by 4 goals. Nearly half the game. Teams have won by 3 goals in 19 of 28 games. So, when are you most used to this playoff push? When it's down to the wire, when you're biting your nails and thinking who's going to win? Honestly, it hasn't been exciting in the style of the last week. But yes, and it feels tense every minute. At least you're saying, wow, there's an element of the Calgary being able to break it down. Is Dallas going to get the like that? They've been the most winnable game. That's been missing in these playoffs. So to me, Columbus is in the same even a really good series. And you look at St. Louis versus Minnesota. Right? When one team shows up, they show up. It's even over the 4 games. Unfortunately, within those 4 games, it's never even. And that to me, I think is we have those matchups where we're like on the edge of our seat. But very rarely because there's been so many blows.
And Tampa yesterday, it's not even just that it's a blow, it's blows early. They're fine. Yeah, it's always difficult where you go back. Okay, whatever. We're elsewhere around, but there's been a lot of just early blowouts. LA and Edmonton are just trading shutouts and trading 4, 5, 6-goal victories so far. It's not totally entertaining. If that was older or fun, like I get it, that Tyler scored the highlight reel goal, that was ridiculous. Like that's a lot of fun, but it doesn't come with the pressure of the state. When you're already up 3 goals, yeah, you can have a little bit of fun on the end. And the highlights are cool, but are you emotionally and invested just yet in the playoffs so far? Because it's not as if we've got a string or a whole day of intense games where you just sweat and like how competition. Certainly we've got to do this. These are blowout races.
No, they are, and I think from a viewing perspective, it lines up perfectly, right? You've got games that, even over the weekend, the way that the games were staggered, from a viewing experience perspective, awesome. Started off early, and then you go all the way to late night. The problem is, these games have not necessarily delivered individually, and that's where I look at it and say, hey, the TV network, NHL scheduling, all of that has been great. I think it's building up to that moment, if we haven't had that type of hockey yet. I think from a fan perspective, we're there, we're ready to go, but I'm just waiting for that one game to be like, all right, and it's not like a triple overtime irreparable that had, okay, people were on the edge of their seats, but how entertaining was that game after maybe the second overtime? Not very. Has there been that one, wow, that was unbelievable, toe-to-toe, that was an unbelievable game. We didn't necessarily
for viewing happens as well. When games end, the next coming in here. The game so far, besides game 1, the Rangers and right now, for this team back. Okay? I asked the President of Sports to ask the last 10 years previous to this year. How many power play opportunities were there per game? And it came back 6.5 power plays per game. As the thing right now, this playoff, Tampa Bay Lightning 48 got power play. Now, the Toronto Maple Leafs have got a host themselves. They've got 8 games, 4 games, over 4 games. So it's 10 power plays so far this year. You just go by power play time per game. This is over the last 2010, 2011 season to now. You're taking every team's average power play per game. So this is 200 teams played the playoffs. If you look at it, of the top 100, 12 of them are in this playoff. So the power play minutes are large per game right now. And this is a lot of small sample teams. Teams that have played 5 games, 7 games, 8 games. So far, you're going to get it. And it's only 4 games for a lot of teams. But the power play is kind of the story right now. And it totally feels different from traditional playoff hockey. Now, let's see this play out over the course of the entire playoffs. But they need to try something different, and I want to see how this plays out. But if this ends up being standard for playoffs going forward, I'm not a fan. It's a weird, be careful what you wish for. Yeah. Actually weird thing. Hey, all the games better, don't throw away the whistle. Well, they happen. And what's going to become of it, right? Two things can happen. Either they say, hey, this is the way to negotiate game one, or you go the other way and say, this is a standard player, and the way you play. Because what if we heard, you know, having Lonnie Cameron on the show last year, remember he mentioned this, if we don't follow the game as you, players play this. It feels as though the NHL is essentially saying, that was the way that you did give, we're not giving it anymore. And remember that crackdown on broadcast gas here? Bring it back. So this is on the players not ratchet up their game, because they're the ones who change what they do. We don't change what we do. It feels like there's a little bit of both working today. And this year's playoff, I do look at the actual entertainment value and say, look, there is none. And that to me, is the problem here. It's like, hopefully, you call consistently enough where we're saying, hey, the players get used to it, or you scale back, because the flow of the game is being wrecked right now. And that's where I think when you talk about playoffs, momentum changes, the 5-on-5 even strength. All right, one team counterpunches, or one team punches the deal and counterpunches, the momentum changes, the aggressive forecheck. You're not seeing that to the same degree that you've been previous years because of all those ball things. Well, outside of you can just float. I'm also not sure we're determining who the better team is in this series. The power play, like I guess special teams have to play station. Power play is not really hockey. We want to determine who the best team is. 5-on-5 is the best team. right? Like you just take had last one was coming to those levels. Yeah, that it helps build finishing play game as well. And I think there's an element of, you look at ideally over time, this great example, the players that's on the coach, we got 5 people coming with us, 650 players are conditioned to think that they can get away with more than the playoffs, the regular season. Even if it's all rounds, they don't realize how much more that run for me or being called that for the regular season goal. They call this game, so that's the hope. And a lot of people think, hey, is always fun, the rough stuff, so it makes the playoff awesome. That's the technical guy. It's going to be rough. It's just, the idea is, playoff hockey isn't better because of holding, isn't better because of the occasional prospect or the other hooking. No, it's better because you're hitting hard, you're finishing your checks, you're aggressive on the forecheck. If a player gets this moment, hit opportunity, they're taking off like that Mexico. Yeah, they're on the play. Those plays are still possible in today's playoffs. It's just a matter of pushing and grabbing the hook, all of that. You don't necessarily need that. I will say, some of those prospects, I understand they do want to crack down on prospects in the game. Some of them are weak. But yeah, this little pass, that Rangers Pittsburgh game 2, even seeing that goal and seeing that replay of off-off player, like that sort of stuff, that is just, you can't call that. There is a limit to a no prospect when it's barely a prospect. If the result we get is the players manage to tone down the overall penalty call, not their own intensity, just play to how the game is being called. If that's what happens, then we're going to get three of these things. And that might be the perfect balance of everything. Hey, but I want you guys to keep your level. For a long time, we focused on the referees being the reason of why this playoff hockey changes. No, it's the other way. You got to turn it around on the players and say, hey, you guys have taken advantage of maybe this whole, hey, we're going to the playoffs, we've got to ratchet it up the intensity, we're going to get away with the more Jay coming in with so happy to do penalty calls, no calls, is why I don't like playoff hockey. But that's other standards, right? Which is something that we've talked about. But I don't want the game inundated with penalties. Because, I mean, we are right now. Right now, and you give it time because you think players can adapt. The best team, it's just so high stakes, right? So the ones that adapt are going to have less penalties and probably win the round. So it's on the players to make those changes. In these rounds, in these games, if you can adapt and play the games that the league wants to play, you're going to win. So Toronto can blame officiating if they want to. The fact is, they're taking those penalties. You have to play aggressive, you have to play physical, but don't do those things that the league's cracking down. I'm just curious if we lose a team, say for instance, Colorado next year. Let's say they get bumped out, penalties don't curtail, and the reason they get knocked out is because they're and even though they were better on the spot and all that sort of stuff, they had bad power with because of the over-excessive. I get it. Hey, if they're penalties, I get it. When we have text here, 5-on-5 to decide the game, you can get a penalty, you're not the better team. Pretty easy to understand. And it's an absolute terrible play. Stop chasing it, whatever. Yeah. I'm curious if we're going to lose out on a good team right now in the playoffs because of the way the penalties are so high that if players can adapt, okay, that's on them. I totally get that. Here's we lose out on a great team because we're in this transition phase right now. You might, but that's a part of being a good team. And you adapt. And that's the real game. And that goes for any sport. Every now and then you're going to have these changes in the game where you're going to have to adapt quicker than other teams. And the basketball as well, when they start changing the way that fouls are called, with the hand check here and all of that, was adapt quicker. You're going to have moments like that in a decade in any sport. So to me, I look at it and say, yeah, it's weird, it's unfortunate, but those teams that can adapt, mostly they're the highest skilled ones, are the ones that realize that. Toronto doesn't realize it. That's on that end. Like, you got a room full of veterans there that have played the game for years, and it's big. You get older, you can't take a skate and put John Torres who's like, getting quicksand right now, but that's the reality. You got to adapt, otherwise, adapt or die. It is fast. again this year. Roman so Makar, Edmund, Yossi are your finalists. Edmund here, I'd probably give it to Yossi. And this might be the toughest of all.
It is because all of these guys have had, and it's weird saying this, Victor Hedman for years. Like Victor Hedman, 85. It's unreal. We focused on Makar and Yossi so much, especially with Makar early on scoring goals and Yossi doing what he's doing. Victor Hedman just doing his damn thing. And why I give it to Victor Hedman is you deny that side of the ice a lot of times. Like defensively, Victor Hedman so damn good, and he put up big one. And to me, this is a situation where the North should still be something. But like, there's got to be an element there, and that's not a knock on the other two guys. They're still very good. But Victor Hedman putting up those points, and the ability to deny that side of the ice and avoid entering the zone or trying to enter the zone when you're on the ice. That's special. That's a special player.
You don't even think we have as like another team.
They have to. I appreciate defense, right? Don't take the Dallas Stars slander. That's watching tape time, but there has to be another award coming through. Jacob Slavin,
He's an unreal talent. He's a beast. Yeah. He even played yesterday that I would say 99% of the things and it was just a hard reach. I think it was Boyle or Ruff. Yeah. And like first off, technically the book Slavin just all the way across. Gets it. Looks great. By the way. Phenomenal.
So good. Third in the league in takeaways as a guy that he puts 4 minutes a game. And just so good defensively. Your point about not taking penalties. The defenseman that won the Lady Bing. Think about that for a second. You have to be so damn elite to do that and not take penalties. That's how good he is defensively. Yes, this guy can't even get like a strong look at the North. In reality, if this was more balanced, in there every single year with the Hedman, and name that other defenseman, whether it's Kale Makar, whether it's Roman Yossi, depending on that year. This is another example where we can be talking about 5 or 6 years down the line when he passes prime. This guy's not going to win an award, even though he's the league's best defenseman. But he doesn't get a look, so there should be another award. And I know we talk about every year, but there's becoming a real separation as next generation defensemen takes that next step, cranking out the points. We could be very close to a guy cracking 105 points, and we could be in that very, very soon. All those guys are going to end up with North. We'll be the league defenseman. We're not getting a lot of those times. I think it has to happen after this year, where every year it's like talking long-term best defenseman. No, it's got to be Marvel. For the very least, it's 3 to go through because Benton, Maryville, Slavin is an elite defenseman. I'm not going to look for them, even though we should be in the running every single year.
I want to see what I do.
Think so? Or you do it the other way. North team for defensive. Create a volume. For offensive.
Right. All right. That'll work. Let's get to more of your thoughts on the other side. 650 with Don't At Me. We might have to get through.
Still confirmed. We might have whatever. We might have
a surprise for Don't At Me. Nevertheless, we'll have a great guest right in there. Sportsnet 960 over there, right in Calgary. They're on concern meter at right now. We'll get to Hittins and Randy Express on the other side here on the Home Track. Sportsnet 960. The Death to Die. Are out of this world. This is Randy's house on the official home of the Canucks. Sportsnet 650.
British Columbia federal electoral districts for election of members of the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new
lifetime warranty. Book your appointment today. Conditions apply. Details at speedglass.ca. This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just building vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians and their finance experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, Mercedes-Benz Richmond in Richmond Auto Mall. Dilawri.
Let's shop better to help us reach our goals, so we can live healthier. Let's shop for style and comfort that stands the test of time. Let's shop smarter with daily offers and interest-free payments, so we can spend wisely. Let's shop brands that are true to our values, like buying Canadian. Let's reconnect with what truly matters and celebrate life in the moment. Let's shop better at GSA.ca.
Hey, should I get a booster shot?
Absolutely. The vaccine booster helps prevent serious illness.
What if I've already had COVID-19? Do I still need one?
Yes. Boosters are the best way to restore your immunity. COVID-19 is still around, and boosters help to prevent reinfection and to lessen the chance of spread. Give yourself, your family, and your community a lift by booking a vaccine booster shot today at gov.bc.ca/boosters. Official government official Columbia.
Like scouring the waiver wire for impact players. Finding construction equipment right now? Slim pickings. Let Avenue Machinery do the scouting for you. Kubota skid steers and excavators add efficient toughness to any roster, putting them in high demand. Avenue Machinery will stop at nothing to get you the equipment you need to beat the competition. Big or small, you'll get the respect and support you deserve at Avenue Machinery. The award-winning authorized full-line Kubota dealer serving Lower Mainland and Fraser Valley. AvenueMachinery.ca.
Right now, take advantage of Milwaukee eBay at all 31 Andrew Shares Limited locations. While supplies last, just any qualified M18 fuel drain stay kit and receive an 18-inch aluminum pipe wrench, a rover magnetic floodlight, a packet crate, and your choice of drain cleaning cable for free. Milwaukee eBay must be redeemed online. Some conditions apply. Andrew Shares Limited, a family and employee-owned company. Details in-store or online at sharon.com. SHERED.com.
Alfred Rupp here for the Dilawri family of Acura dealers in Jason. It's springtime. Do you know what that means? Seasonal allergies? No, it means road trips. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready at any of Dilawri Acura's outstanding service departments. But Mike, what if I don't have a vehicle? Not a problem. Right now, Dilawri has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all 3 of their lots. Visit them today, North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Burrard Acura on Terminal Avenue. If you're in the construction business, you want to work smart so you can build fast and on budget. That's why over 1 million construction professionals use Procore. Procore is the #1 ranked construction management software according to owners, GCs, and subs. It gives you the power to connect everyone across your project, from field to office, on just one platform. From pre-con to closeout, Procore gets everybody on the same page, including electric work and more trade work. Visit Procore.com today so you can build smarter. Final hour of the People Show here on and you as well. At 5650 for the time is the Dunbar Lumber Texas Inbox, our full preventative. Visit Dunbar Lumber on Ridge in Ladner or our viewers in Vancouver online at DunbarLumber.com. And Vancouver Canadians are back at the NAP. Tickets or info. Visit CanadiansBaseball.com.
that's crazy. I'm interested, because if the Rams lock up the football, then I might be, see that the Hawks are like doing a whole lot as far as pitching the game goes. Doesn't necessarily mean it's better, but if the players adapt, man, it's really tough.
You definitely could. And I think it's probably not going to happen this round, but definitely next round. But how much more enjoyable? How do we look back at the first round? If there's more than one or like, I think the way that we can get it right now, you're right, hockey hasn't been the standard that we, but if we get them, right, like level 7, game 7, now one of the reasons we chaos 7 is rest is go away. Yeah. It does make it interesting. Like, do the refs go away? Do they lean in like they are now? It's like that chair, right? Like, are they leaning in or are they leaning back? That's going to be the rest of game 7. 5, 6. The way that we're looking at the first red right now, how do we look at it at the end? It's like, you look at the semi. Yeah. How do we want it?
All right, let's talk to our friends over at Sportsnet 960. Ryan Tinder joins us. I imagine 10 times right now in Calgary. Tim, how are you?
John, how are we? What's happening?
We are loving it right now. We've been split on this show since the playoffs started because I've been trumping how cool and interesting and fun Dallas Stars hockey is for months.
Oh dear.
And no, I've been on an island on this one. Thank you, Ryan.
Taking the L on that. Sorry.
And Ryan's been a very big proponent of Calgary Flames. And this series has been a lot of fun for the two of us. How's it? Oh yeah, we've been loving it. I've had better times.
Yeah, like we get to 1-0. You're like, okay, well, we can tuck us in the bed now. We're good. We actually, game 3, we won at Barnburner. We actually saw the first 2 league changes in the series. Crazy something.
Putting up 7 a game, putting up 6 goals in this game. It's like, what is they can't look?
Yeah, it was interesting because it was the first power play goal in 12 tries for Dallas, and the Flames, they had went through 11th in a row without scoring.
And they had to get a 5-on-5 goal.
These are things that happen. Yeah, it's really dramatic stuff. It's really good hockey. Game 3 was a step in the right direction from an entertainment perspective, and because Calgary Flames is going in the right direction too. They have the more offensively gifted team in the regular season. Anything, they've got the team that can out-chance and outscore opponents when the top line's off the ice. Dallas doesn't have that. And so you think that the Rangers sort of showing to Calgary, if things open up a little bit in this series, and I thought they did in game 3 of the Flames did the best job of getting into high traffic areas, big contact lights, a little more miserable. That was a step in the right direction, but I think we went from like 0.7 to like 2.5 expected goals. So we keep going, we keep moving the thing on that way. You're right in terms of game 3, it was more of a game that, Calgary, they can win multiple ways, but Dallas, they're gonna grind out some games there, game 1 and 2. The fact that Calgary played that style and lost, how discouraging is that? Because it goes to the assumption that Dallas can only win one way. Well, they beat it. I don't know if it's discouraging or not. They gave it one Dallas either way. Those two can be trailing playing. We're gonna do a quote that. Like it's easy. That's the rules. Johnny Girls breakaway 3.5 minutes left. They just got it. You got Paul Hughes over short in early in game number 2. Then in game 3, where it hits the post, hits the back of the goal, it doesn't go in. It like Velcro really really fast. And they get the puck on. And I think the puck was probably correlated to getting more traffic to the base areas. And you guys have some panic off the top. Like, I guess there's 2 ways to answer that. If you're a Flames fan that is very worried about the nightmares of playoff path majority, there's a lot of similarities. There's sort of some similar storylines there. But I think if you're being an objective observer, this is a team that if they win tonight, will have home ice the remainder of the series, and they've outchanced the other team ever so slightly in the series. And Jake Oettinger is probably not going to stop 93 or 96 shots against the team, right? Like the 969 save percentage, you can choose up or down, which way you think that's going to go. So is there a difference between the sense of calm between fans right now and the organization? Because those
and top line scoring, but also like giving up a ton. It's been now Kachuk with all the girls scoring, but also being all the score. That line scored 73 times, and even during this year, it was 31. That's the best mark in the NHL by a mile. So I think you could suggest that Unit ran when they were in 18-19 when they got upset, like around round one. And but for the experienced guys back then, like the really wasn't guys, they ended up scratching the last game of that series. And Audie went to Edmonton and traded us all the off team. Right now, it's Bruins scored 10-2. Rossman King Jr. was the more physical. The trade of the series gets probably the more value there is there. It's like the Bruins won. So the last two cups in Tampa was that group. In a middle six role. And if we coach that's won twice in LA, he's got story. I think there's probably just a little more calm nerves and the message of like patience in the process. Whereas in 18-19 when they won the last thing, I was like Colorado, like the machine is coming out party. You're like, oh my goodness, like, it gets like action. Like, nobody saw the Civic, nobody did Colorado. That was like them flailing and seemingly like panicking, not knowing what to do, and just abandon all plans. They freaked out. Now, the 2020 in the bubble was a little different. That was a competitive series with Dallas after they beat Winnipeg in the play-in round. And if they clear approximately 2 minutes left in an empty net to Dallas in, they take a 3-1 lead in that series. Who knows what Dallas does? Instead, Dallas ties the game in the final minute, and then they go on series in 6. It was their first of, I think, 3 straight victories. So, there's fun situations in there, but I just think this group is so much different. And I'll tell you what, if you're losing tonight, you're right to the scar tissue of the fan base. If you win, there should be lots of reason for optimism. A lot of the probability models have this as about the 50-50 split at this point in terms of who's going to win. If the Flames win tonight, you know that's going to jump to a much larger number than 50-50. You're listening to the People's Show. We're joined by Ryan Picker, 4-9-60. And Matthew Tkachuk has been picking up a couple of points in 3 games, but he's also engaged in the side battles. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't think John Silver would be the guy. What do you make of round 2 with Tkachuk? It's kind of the rivalry that nobody thought would develop. Yeah, and I don't know who the advantage is to. I don't think the Stars want to power play quarterback off the ice for 5 minutes at a time. We saw that game 1. I don't know that the Flames will want a third of that dynamic line off the ice. I don't know if it's provided from the refs, never mind the 24-man advantages of the refs and all that. Just to me, it just is distracting the Chuck a little. Like, if you remember the first shit they gave to top of the pot, Flames sort of more than neutral zone, reload their own end, come to line, and Gaudreau ends up scoring a goal that's moved off immediately. Because Kachuk is 5 feet offside, mixing it up with Klingberg. He's gone after him. He's not even watching to see where the play is going to develop. He wants it down the flash immediately after those game 1 comments where Klingberg said, yeah, we're going to target Rasmus Anderson. He's going to get his back and tougher than he is, which probably they prefer to make fair. Klingberg really wants to fight. Some other guys back and tougher than they are with, even though one thing has a lot more start on him. Either way, the Flames downplayed it for Kachuk's actions that did the first shift of the game had off of his priority. It should have been a good start, let's go. And instead of a potential scoring chance, that top line to me, but it's offside coincidental. And those two top players are again in the box. We all know that Kachuk's a very dynamic player in the sense that he's on his point this year, 40 goals. And he's one of the great captains of the game. It's very Brad Marchand as a territory, right? The team that wasn't a player and 31 of the teams that ain't a player. So really, really rare type of player that's immensely valuable. But I almost wonder, I do wonder if we're a little too focused on proving how tough people are or settling scores than he is that, okay, here's what our team needs to do and we're going to stick with the process. And I guess also just to remember, this isn't a one-off. You're not flying to Columbus tomorrow. You're going to have 2 weeks after game 1 where you're going to be able to catch John Klingberg in the ball spot. You don't have to go find him and talk him into something. You can play the long game with it in the 7-game series. He's getting a lot of focus on Gaudreau. You touched on it as well. Gets a lot of focus come playoff time. How much has conversations shifted at all to Anderson and the fact that they need to prove as well? I don't approach it really like that, but I mean, I guess, like, I should do something as a coach that doesn't have a number 1. And, like, you
much challenged him, and Vince Scott is pretty cool, but he'll be better tonight. Gerald knows what he's doing, pushing buttons. And post game, and then the next one's gonna be like, your drug doesn't have it, earn your raise, he's a flop. He's sort of been a lightning rod because of his playoff performances, and the regular season was incredible. But we all knew that whether he stays or not, and how much money he's going to get, I think a huge variable in that is playoff success. And if you lose to Dallas in round one, that's not playoff success. And I think the team's less keen to re-up him, and he's less keen to re-up Calgary, who does have the advantage of that 8th year. But other than that, it's just the usual nonsense. Look, like, sports is not normal. This is not rational behavior. This is what society's allowed us to be morons when it comes to sports. Like, if you were cheering for, like, CN Rail and your buddy was cheering for CP Rail, and you just rattled off stats about how much coal they drag through the valley for BC, and we got this new engine, like, people would lock you up. They think you're crazy. But it's sports. It's okay. They put the city's name on the sweater, and we're completely indoctrinated. And it's amazing, and it's great, and it's the best reality TV ever. And I love it, and we're all guilty of it, but, like, it's not normal behavior. And so when you get weird fan texts, it's not like, wow, check this out. It's like, yep, it certainly is a day that ends in Y. Fans are still irrational. You're talking to a fan rail show, by the way. There you go. See? Careful that wedge around. Like, this works at CP. I just can hang it right now.
Before you go, I'll read you the last two texts you got here. Yeah, Kentucky needs to focus on scoring, and the next one is, this guy's just too fluid, he excuse me. There you go.
They didn't consider themselves in Dallas in the series? No. They had to lose the MVP of the series, and Jake got here. Are they, like, screwed and so all this stuff he's never dug out of them? Come on, they win tonight. That's bad on their side. And then this is what the Columbus round. Like, round one's crazy. It's a roller coaster of emotions. Fan bases suck it up, and then, it's just faster. It's pace, and then it's more intense, and like, the actual watches of the other room challenge is where we have the visual of Nick Cherry or Charlie Maxwell can't go. It's a lot of ways to start. Like, you can predict these things, and I think it's hard to do if you're super invested in a fan, but enjoy the chaos, and that's what it is.
We love the man bringing in positive vibes. Right? Yes or no? You got it.
Are we talking about, this is, yeah, that was like a great announcement.
That would be a whole set great announcement. That's awesome.
I can see it getting real. But it would work after that.
I'm told, like, is ending off there. Hold on your button to the house, right? We're out of work, just like you have. That's the way it works. You're at this. If you got work, right? You're going to have it next year during the regular season. When the Cubs, has all those players who are saying, I'm riding this roller coaster, baby. They were going to the Cubs. The 2012 LA Kings, I remember here, looking there.
And then when they lose one,
Not even two.
when they lose one game, it's like, yeah, well, reality.
Sports. There you go. It encompasses that one word. It's so close. You don't need to say sports. 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 Okay. Fine. We don't do that for railroads.
No, we don't. Not yet. I think we went to third.
That is a great day. That's unbelievable. I've said that before with, like, restaurants. Like, oh, bandwagon. You don't do that for restaurants.
Yeah.
You don't do that for music or movies. For direct.
I don't know. Have you heard me talk about the free?
Right, but if I think eat the thing tomorrow, you wouldn't be like, oh, you're a bandwagon team fan.
No, I'd
Are
be like,
you
well,
enjoying it?
I'd be well.
Are you enjoying it? Exactly.
Or,
Bullshit,
right?
Or if Supreme opened a new location and then it went out of business after a year, there would be like a big press conference. But like the owner of Supreme is like, what went wrong? You got to be accountable. It's like, well, we thought we had the right guy, but
bring your shift manager on.
yeah, let's talk to him. Explain that. We really thought the region would respond to pineapple on pizza, and we overrated.
First of all, that never happened. But yeah, it's a great point.
Next, people still do that with Xbox and PlayStation. Right? Actually, it's great. But yeah, the old phrase, man, this is a team. It's this. We're for fanatics. Yeah. It's a fun place. All right, let's get to it. We do it every day here on the People's Show. LeafBusters, get out of your vehicle, leave with ease, confidence, and a LeafBusters leasing specialist who guides you through the journey. Go to leafbusters.com to start the process today. Don't at me. I did it on game 2. I'll do it again today. Stars winning tonight. I will at you that. I will do 3-1 series, and I'm not going to ask you to. I'm respecting the second. Last time I did not. Flames ended up losing. So today, I will not go at you. All right. I thought it was the underdog. You're pulling a couple bucks up. No. Okay. Just bringing it up and they take to the 12. All right. Play that sports. I don't know if you like never before, but play that sports. There you go. Let's go for the one time. Don't at me. I like those up. Sorry, man. Like 30. Don't at me. I'm not interrupting, don't at me. Sorry, I did it again. Don't at me during the my don't at me. Not my don't at me. Go ahead. Don't at me. Dennis Shapovalov is the biggest baby in sports right now. That is Dennis Shapovalov today, and it's not the first time he's acted out. He does this all the time. He said there was a corrupt conspiracy against him from the judges as well, from the lead person in the chair room. I forget what they're called. The umpire, that's what it is. A couple last year he had that. The umpire was against him. Yeah. He said it was corrupt. You're all corrupt. Today he goes after not only the umpire, he goes after the crowd as well. Just losing it. He ends up winning the match. But I'm telling you right now, this whole knockoff John McEnroe thing that he's got going on, it's a bad look. Bad look. And he's biggest baby in sports right now. Canadian McEnroe. He's Canadian. I love his game. It's tough to see. He plays a very emotional game too. Right? He's highlight real wizardry sometimes. And with that emotion, you're on the edge sometimes. But yeah, it's not a good look. When you turn on the crowd, he's going to become the Medvedev of the tour now. You think people are going to be like, you know what, he makes a good point, we will shut up. No, next time he hits the court, if he didn't like that, he's going to lose it, man. They're going to lose it all. Credibility there. And so that look, and now fans like going out of the way to try to needle him. Which is kind of a theme. You know, Ontario has constant battles with crowd. Yeah. I don't know, Vince still out of act. You know what, Joe has to do to actually hit up Medvedev's level? That's with him. That'd be helpful too. We got this from Adam, the former ops guy. Going after the ultimate, not coaching staff, is Luger as head coach, running the offense, Ross as an associate running the defense. Building an Olympic roster here from Scotty Ashbrick to hit a ship. Captain Ahab, don't at me, with that unwatchable Austin in Calgary and Dallas. I'll wait another 50 years to win a cup that it looks like that. Hey, even a crafty dog recognized so vomit or something. Wow. That was a lot. Pardon me. That's one hell of a text. Oh, yeah. I like this one. Don't at me. It's not 60-60 in the upcoming scratch. This is Robbie Jones selling your home in the third trimester. Yep. Referencing a very good ad. Very good conversation we had. I like that one. Wait, 16 or 15? What do you think? They're going to pull back? Oh, wow. So the Vegas is going to move up? Yeah. So it's not even sitting where you are, falling back. Draft lottery tomorrow, by the way. This one, Ranger. I want Carolina to win, but I want Angela to lose. Don't at me. Early next week, the Leafs will be introducing Barry Trotz as their new head coach. Could you imagine that? They've got like all this stuff that's Dallas, that's good West for again. It's these 1-year deals and all that. They're like, all right, we did it. I'm going the other way. Best out of Riley, Lillian, right? Hey, I don't worry about those guys. How do you get the best out of your $11 million man in John Torres right now? It doesn't look like he's that well. Look at the island connection. And just, hang out in the Islanders pajamas. Yeah. And one of the time we both there and played there. Which would Islanders fans move Trotz? No. And then with Toronto have a That's what I want. It'll be a berry day or a gabby day. This one. Don't ask me. But they should hurry up with getting F1 race at Area 27. Area 27. I don't know. I think Vic's doing the lookup right now. Oh, the track and Oliver. Oh, Oliver, okay. Isn't that one where at some point this got movable? Might have. You're the F1 guy. I have to look into that. Or he was involved in it at some point. I love how the tech girls have put Area 27 up. Who pictures that? Very good, very good. This one. We already read the we got Corgi coming in with going at me. Giannis would be a great financial advisor. He's more frugal with his spending on his diapers than I am. He's a simple man. Like Oreo's his favorite food. Apparently he doesn't spend very much on diapers either. Like he does. Remember, also, he did come from humble beginnings. Yeah, keep it real. And keep it real. Matt, don't ask me. But Richard Strike is the horse equivalent of John Daly. John Daly has a major. Yeah, what a race. And now, Rich Strike. Not only even winning that race, they dropped it on Friday. Yeah. Like, hey, we need a horse. Yeah, come on in. And it wasn't as if the horse was winning wire. No. That was like that overhead shot, which is going viral on Twitter. Yeah, it is spectacular. That horse got the will to win this. So it was bought for $30,000 last year, the year before, and that was worth millions. Because
Highway 17 westbound at 136. 3 cars are on the right shoulder trying to recover that. Suspect delayed in the area. Highway 17 has some road work as well. Eastbound after 104th Avenue in the left lane, pretty heavily backed up. And a car in the ditch in Richmond, Sea Island Way, eastbound on ramp to Highway 99 northbound or the Oak Street Bridge, and a tow truck on east of that. Boyd Auto Body and Glass is open to serve you. All British Columbia locations are open for your estimates or repairs. Visit BoydAutoBody.com for details. In the City News 11:30 Air Patrol, I'm Tim May.
Boyd Auto Body and Glass is in your neighborhood, and they are here to help. Boyd has over 30 years experience, and they guarantee their work as long as you own the vehicle. When you want it done right, bring it to Boyd. Visit BoydAutoBody.com for your nearest location. Surrey Cedar is a family-owned business with deep roots in BC, specializing in quality cedar products for over 40 years, from decking and fence panels to siding and soffits. Surrey Cedar offers exceptional value for both small and large projects, with knowledgeable and helpful staff that stand by their service and offer delivery across BC. Come find out why Surrey Cedar has been your cedar specialist since 1979. Visit Surrey Cedar in Langley or Coquitlam and online at surreycedar.com.
Mom, look what I made today at school. The teacher said it was awesome.
Every day, I'm amazed at how much Luke's learning, and it's all because of Miss Hewitt. I don't know what I would have done without her this past year, but I heard she might be moving away. No wonder. Teacher salaries in BC are some of the lowest in Canada, and they've got so much going on in their classrooms. Our teachers deserve more, like a salary that keeps up with the cost of living. Students and teachers are worth investing in. A message for BC teachers.
Baseball is back at the Nest. Your Vancouver Canadians baseball season is officially underway. Enjoy Friday cooters, Saturday fireworks, AW Family Fun Sundays, and more. For info and tickets, visit CanadiansBaseball.com. We'll see you at the Nest.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.ca/save. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/save. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/SAVE. ZipRecruiter.ca/save.
With mobile stations in the same parking lot where you get your protein, pasta, and produce, aka the groceries, filling the tank when you fill the trunk is more convenient than look, is there something more convenient than filling up at a mobile station located less than 100 meters from the grocery store where you earn PC Optimum points? It hasn't been invented yet. Feel efficiently. Mobile.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh, starring Aria, pro sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you've got to refresh to be fresh.
Welcome, kind of great start, Aria, but it's more like welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Try your new smashed avocado and turkey, or Maplewood smoked bacon and ham.
You forgot about the new deli-style turkey raised on Canadian farms.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Now, Aria, take it away.
Freshly prepared for your order.
Cut. Let's take it from the top. Perfect with debit, but still want the points. Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm just freaking excited too. No monthly fee banking, rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way to make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit financial.ca/get points to learn more.
The Woody's RV World season opener sales event is coming this Friday through Sunday. Here's Woody. For one weekend only, Woody's kicks off the RV season with us. Get out of the park savings at RVs and Parks. Enjoy free food trucks Saturday from 11 to 1. Plus prizes and draws throughout the weekend. The season opener sales event Friday through Sunday. Only at Woody's RV World. With you
covered. Get more race play on every sport. Online at Sports Interaction, including the best in live play. Canada plays at SIA. Get in the game at Sports Interaction, Canada Sportsbook. Brought to you by Mohawk Online in Canada. Players must be 19 or older and play responsibly. Canucks Central with Dan Riccio and Satyar Shah today at 4 and on demand at any time through Apple, Spotify, or Google Podcasts. This is the People's Show with Big Nazar and Randy Chanda.
That's awesome. That's good. Final segment of the show here on Sportsnet 650 People's Show. Dan Riccio, Satyar Shah coming up at 4 o'clock. This Central. They're back today. It's the Friday off. Well deserved. Friday off. They worked on the previous day. Everybody deserves a little day off every now and then. 5-day work week. All right. No slander. We're nice guys. No work slander. Well, we're nice guys. We don't go after maintenance. Give me soft. I hear you guys when I'm not on the show every now and then, guys. All right, yeah. I'm directing that as opposed to Amy instead. I took a day off like a month ago. I tuned into the show and I was just getting slandered. No, we're always. What happened? When you give up the mic, people will stab you in the back when you're gone. That's the reality of sports radio. Take a number. I'm gonna take all this. I know. Yeah. And I'm gonna roll through on a very fun vacation. All right. Why did you take a vacation to go to the F1 in Miami? Apparently, I was the only one. Everybody there. What a star stood up there. And it really goes to show, like, progress F1 has made in North America. Because that was everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere. Media, every me. Somebody was saying, like, the NFL Network was like, oh, Brady's here. MJ's here. And everybody wanted to come to Miami. But nevertheless, there was a race outside of celebrity of it. All day that but the Williams sisters together, like a bunch of coaches put out. Unbelievable. Nevertheless, there was a race. What happened? Well, if you're a Red Bull fan, you're doing cartwheels because your boy, Max Verstappen, ends up winning the race pretty comfortable. Even though there was a yellow flag and there was a crash that made it a little bit closer near the end, it was a race that Max Verstappen ends up winning, and now he's getting that much closer to Charles Leclerc. Not only the driver's standing, but also the constructors' championship as well, which is the team race. So you've got a little bit closer in terms of the top of the table. But if your Red Bull, one bad thing did happen. Sergio Perez's car started losing power yet again. This has been an issue for Red Bull all year long. They haven't had the most consistent car. When they're good, they're good. But sometimes they're power. And that's not a good thing. You're not a racing guy, but losing power is not a good thing. I've heard. So he ends up finishing fourth when it looked like he had a real good shot to get on the podium. Both Ferrari, both of their cars end up being second and third. So one thing has developed over the first few races this year. There's Red Bull and Ferrari team, and there's everybody else. And who is a part of that everybody else? Mercedes. Fifth and sixth in this race, which is progress for them. Lewis brought out all the zeros, lowering the planning, and still got sixth. So a couple of things there. Race strategy questions. He wasn't happy with the way that they didn't hit him and all that. But the fact of the matter is, right now you have three teams. Red Bull and Ferrari have the best car right now. They've been able to sort out their problems, and they're running really well. Mercedes, they just don't have that speed right now. That's those two. So an early talk. Harris never won. Was that misguided? Does that would come down to Red Bull and Ferrari? I think there is parity when you look at the entire grid, right? When you're talking about the entire grid, there's points that weren't there last year. So even looking at teams like Haas or actually contending Alfa Romeo and McLaren's choices this year,
at 85. Mercedes at 59 right now, and like they gotta look at the long season. But you gotta make this 3-horse race. You gotta start picking up points now and winning races. You're not gonna end up catching Red Bull or Ferrari if you're 4th or 5th. That ain't gonna happen. So now moving forward, what's next on the docket? You got the Spanish Grand Prix in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks, kind of chill out. But that one is one that Lewis Hamilton has had success. Verstappen has as well. So you're looking at a couple-week break here. What does that come to? That means it gives all of these teams an extended look at their cars again. So one thing that is going on with Mercedes is that they're going to have fairly wide changes to the cars. There should be some upgrades. So in terms of getting their car right, it was a step in the right direction in my eyes. Like, can you make bigger changes to your car and get closer? That speed we're talking about, where Ferrari, Red Bull are clearly head and shoulders above everybody else, and Mercedes in the next 2 weeks do enough to get that level. You have the figures on the speed differential. So I just watching the race, you can tell even Red Bull this past week. I don't have the numbers right, but Red Bull in the straight much faster than Ferrari. So where even in the 1%, there's even within the 1%, in the straight, Red Bull is faster. When you're going through the curves, Ferrari does have that advantage. That's where they're picking up the weekend. Mercedes, not even in the discussion right now. So as this trend is, you mentioned Max having success at Spanish GP. Expect it to be among the leaders again. I think at this point, Max Verstappen has, in a lot of ways, replaced Lewis Hamilton in the sense that if there's one guy that's involved every week, right, it's always going to be Max Verstappen. He is, and then the rest of the components like, when you're the champ, you're the pound for pound guy. And listen, Charles Leclerc in that discussion too, but he hasn't won it yet, so you don't get the benefit of the doubt. As the races wrap up, when there's high pressure moments, Ferrari still has that element of, are they ready for this moment? Red Bull, Max is in there. Sergio Perez, he's been kind of that second fiddle, that second guy on the team that is supporting teammates. There's still some questions about Ferrari of whether they can be those guys. And I talked about domination, the Spanish Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton won that race 6 times. So he's up there with Michael Schumacher in terms of the most wins in history. So this is a Lewis crash. Problem is, his car is nowhere near the level of Max Verstappen right now. And if we look at Verstappen's record, Verstappen has actually won the race once back in 2016. The 5 times after that, all Lewis. So Lewis, his car is not competitive. Verstappen's going to be favored.
This is Art and Randy Jandy. You're on the People Show. We did wrong answers only. Keep getting your submissions in. We're doing now that the flex season is over. What is DP's top sports event? So we'll wait a couple more before the show is out. You don't want to do an EPL update as well because pretty fascinating weekend in the English Premier League because Manchester United are the best. It's got run over by Brighton, Hove, and Albion.
Okay, I felt bad when Arsenal lost by 1 goal to Brighton. Right. You guys got warm. Like, it was bad.
I told you guys, man. Like, when you're on the midfield, the club right now is just a state of disrepair. It's just about vibes. We're talking about structure on Friday. Forget all the shit. The club has a structure and culture. It's chaos. And it's just about everyone is clearly like, let's just get this. And Eddie's going to come in. Let's just get through the season and we'll start repairing what we can. But you can't develop structure when nobody cares. No. And I was using 3 players in area. And good luck to figure that out.
And a level of not caring, when we talk about hockey, it's like, all right, guys, check out. It's different in soccer where these guys are making like 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 a week. Yeah. A week. And we're talking pounds, not dollars. We're talking pounds. Like, checked out soccer is, I'm rolling in with my Lambo. I got all these other things to do. I'm going to go jog around tonight. I'm going to, I got all this other stuff that I've got business-wise. And when I'm checked out soccer, like, you're legitimately checked out. It isn't like, oh, guys, I'm trying to understand.
And there's no strategy, no tactics you put together. When guys are so there's nothing. In any sport, there's nothing. Neither Arsenal, are they now surging for third? We've been talking about this battle for so long. The West Ham was like Man United, Tottenham, and Arsenal. The West Ham were there for a bit. But it seems like Arsenal might have eyes for a bigger prize.
Yeah, they're chasing Chelsea by 1 point, which is top 3 or fourth. It doesn't matter. But you can catch Bills. You know, the way you qualify Bills, they're the dollar house. You get more money if you're third in the league than you're fourth in the league. You got a little bit more coming to you. And from a perspective of everybody thought the season was going down, like it was gone. Arteta's a jam. Now all of a sudden, even the top three, you have to offer because you've been offered the players that you want to sign. That's really football. You can offer your manager security, where he goes into the transfer market and says, "Yeah, this is working. Look, the guys in the room believe in what they're building." This Thursday, massive matchup against us, the North London Derby, and if Arsenal wins that, you clinch fourth at the very least, and potentially further up. Now, if you lose that, game on again. And that's why, you know, when we talk about rivalries in hockey, North American sports, soccer trumps all because literally within cities, you have one team on the other side of the street. Yeah. And the North London Derby is that. But now you have a Champions League spot on the line. But Thursday's going to get real. I don't know what kind of mood I'm going to get. Real thing on Thursday in that North London Derby. Liverpool stubbed their toe a bit against Daughters. You know, so that was a little weekend. Maybe hospital title with that one. So Man City up 3 points. And the thing that Man City did is they ran rough out over Newcastle and improved their goal differential. So now it seems to be their 3 points up, goal differential in their favor. They can kind of play they can stop their toe once, so kind of win out on goal differential. So very, very tough result for Liverpool. And it's double whammy benefits for Man City today. Because word is from Fabrizio Romano, confirming my own sandwich because he's going to rush in here and correct it. He got the one syllable. He confirmed Erling Haaland is going to be making the jump to the English Premier League. And for non-soccer fans, this is the hot shot striker in global football. So before the World Cup, before all of that even starts, you know, if you're a casual, this is a guy that every club, if you had a budget, and there's only select teams on the planet that have a budget. I'm trying to think of like an NHL comp. And Kill McCarty free agency, like USA. I think that would be like special. Right? Yeah, like a young version. I mean, you can say like winning the Okie lottery. Yeah, maybe something like that. Where you're looking at like a hot shot striker in Man City. You know, ending up getting this player that used to PSG, Real Madrid, all these biggest names in global football were after him. So if you get him, that adds confidence to your club. But Liverpool only lost 2 matches. All was draws. 8 draws. Might end up going. That'll win matches. But a fascinating finish. And this isn't not even get to the relegation end of the game. That's going to be a blast on the final weekend. In the like relegation Sunday is a lot of fun. But right now, you look at it, Burnley's done enough to survive the drop. Just as it is right now, they're 34 points. Everton, like Lampard, finally gets the result. They find themselves in 16th, and it's the lead find themselves in the drop zone all of a sudden. Watford, they're done. Norwich, they're done. But what happens to that final spot going on the last weekend of the was a lot of fun. It was a great show to actually watch if you want to be sitting in the seat of, you know, in a position of, you know, I wonder what it feels like to be that sort of fan. That's kind of spiritual because United's never been relegated before. Not in the last 50 years of the very least, maybe way back in the day. Arsenal's never been relegated, but there are a lot of fans. I know most of our tenders listen to this show. His club is Blackburn. They've been relegated. They won the championship in England, and eventually, but like sitting in that spot where your team is actually fighting for survival and may not be relevant for a very long time, that's unique. Like Sunderland Till I Die kind of takes you through that ride if you've ever seen it. Where just like the highs and a lot of lows that you go as a soccer fan. Like North American sports, the Whitecaps, yeah, congrats to them. They beat Toronto this past weekend, but soccer teams in North America, they don't have to deal with the lows, right? Professional sports, you know what, you suck one year, you're back in the same league. Oh, no, you got caught in the game. Yeah, you lose the draft. Whatever. UK, Spain, Italy, all these other ones, where there's a bunch of these, no, you're not relevant for a decade, maybe for the rest of your life. Every year, I'm burned up. that it's his second anniversary, so he could justify the wife going to get first. The second, he wants to make it number 3, all right? So starts the anniversary off as bigger than that, and it goes into the night. This is the first anniversary gift baseball. So the first one was paper. The second one was wood. A good old Louisville Slugger. No comment. All right. We got it right. And Joe, that's it. End off the show we started off. The way we started off. Yeah. Very awkward. All right. We got to go. That and on the way, Frank Cervelli will join us every Monday on Central. All coming up here. By the way, shout out to Sean and Matt Pleasant for successfully texting into May and then winning the ticket today. Sean, thank you very much. Go to the nooner at the Nats. I'll have more tickets for the course of the week. Plus, tickets to tomorrow's Giants and Blazers game. We'll go ahead. We'll preview that one as well tomorrow here on the Homely Class.
Welcome home, where it's all about the angles and the snipes. This is Quinn's house on the official home of the Canucks, Sportsnet 650. Time now for Sportsnet 650 traffic from the City News 1130 Air Patrol.
New crash in Burnaby on Highway 1 eastbound east of Kensington Avenue. Looks like that's in the middle lane. Rollover crash into the ditch on Highway 17 in Surrey, westbound on 136th Street, but crews are mostly in the right shoulder. And roadwork on Highway 17 eastbound after 104th Avenue. That's the left lane, pretty heavily backed up right now. As communities build back to COVID, must remember that strong public services help make BC communities vibrant places to live, work, and play. A message from UCBC, BC's largest union. In the City News 1130 Air Patrol, I'm Tim May.
New Tim's loaded Raptor pack with delicious ingredients like tasty grains, slow-cooked or crispy seasoned chicken, and our delicious habanero or cilantro lime sauce. Deliciously satisfying. New Tim's loaded wraps. Try one today at participating restaurants in Canada.
Prefer paying with debit but still wants points? Here's how Katrina made a better choice and earned big with her everyday spending account.
I get points on every dollar when I shop. Last year I earned $860,000. This year I'm going for $1 million. I'm super freaking excited.
I'm pretty freaking excited too. No monthly fee banking, the rewards you can get excited about. The PC Money account is just one way we make every day better.
For a limited time, earn up to 300,000 points in welcome offers. Conditions apply. Visit pcfinancial.ca/get points to learn more. British Columbia Federal Electoral District for election of members to the House of Commons are being adjusted. British Columbia will have one more riding. The Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for British Columbia has published its proposal for the new boundaries and would like your input. You can submit written feedback or attend public hearings on the proposal between now and October 3rd. The Commission welcomes your say. To find out more, visit redistribution2022.ca. Let's shop better to help us reach our goals so we can live healthier. Let's shop for style and comfort that stands the test of time. Let's shop smarter with daily offers and interest-free payments so we can spend wisely. Let's shop brands that are true to our values, like buying Canadian. Let's reconnect with what truly matters and celebrate life to the fullest. Let's shop better at csc.ca.
This badge signifies a promise to deliver the best or nothing.
At Mercedes-Benz Richmond, it's about more than just those vehicles. It's about building long-term relationships with customers and taking care of all of their vehicle needs. From their qualified technicians to their financing experts, you'll receive unmatched service at Mercedes-Benz Richmond.
For details, visit Mercedes-Benz Richmond in Richmond Ottawa. Dilari. If you're in the construction business, you want to work smart so you can build fast and on budget. That's why over 1 million construction professionals use Procore. Procore is the #1 ranked construction management software according to owners, GCs, and subs. It gives you the power to connect everyone across your project from field to office on just one platform. From pre-con to closeout, Procore gets everybody on the same page, leading to less rework and more great work. Visit Procore.com today so you can build smarter.
Playoff hockey, incredible. Well, the chase for hockey, Stanley Cup playoffs on Sportsnet.
your dealers and Jason, it's springtime. Do you know what's happening? Seasonal allergy? No, it means road trip. Oh, good. More time spent together in a confined space. And right now, you can get your vehicle road trip ready in any of Dilawri Acura's outstanding service departments. Looks like, what if I don't have a vehicle? Not a problem. Right now, Dilawri has certified pre-owned vehicles available at all three of their lots. Visit them today, North Shore Acura, Acura of Langley, and Burrard Acura on Terminal Avenue. Ladies and gents, Rodney Tire Field. Hey, yeah, what a great crowd. You know, I always ask my mechanic, why does he always need to rotate my tires? Don't they rotate themselves when you drive? Tough crowd. Hey, let me tell you, how come the tire was a bad singer? Because he was always flat. Let's face it, sometimes you need the real deal. Bring your car into Grip Auto and Tire and trust the experts. Grip Auto and Tire. Visit gripauto.ca to find a location near you. Subway Eat Fresh Refresh, starring Aria, pro sandwich artist, amateur spokesperson, and action.
Sometimes you've got to refresh to defresh.
Welcome, Cutter. Great start, Aria, but it's more like welcome to the Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. Try your new smashed avocado and turkey or Maplewood smoked bacon and ham.
You forgot about the new deli-style turkey raised on Canadian farm.
Subway Eat Fresh Refresh. The Aria takeaway.
Freshly prepared for your order.
Cut. Let's take it from the top. Great Vancouver golf for left. Avalon, Bald Eagle, Chilliwack, 18 Pastures, Meadow Garden, Mission, Eagle Wind, and more. Go to discountgolfcart.ca for all the details. That's discountgolfcart.ca. CISL 650 acknowledges that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Sportsnet 650 is the official home of the Vancouver Canucks. Canucks Central Monday, Henry Joe and Satiar Shah with you. Today where some unexpected NHL news came down the line. Keep an eye on the Stanley Cup playoffs and the games ongoing. One team may potentially be eliminated from the opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And of course, we'll have lots of chatter around the Vancouver Canucks. We are a presentation of your local Grip Auto entire location. Friendly service and expert advice are waiting for you at gripauto.ca today. Frank Shervalley is going to join us later this hour. We'll talk Abbotsford Canucks as they wrap up their season. Chris Faber will join us, Don Taylor at 5:30, and we'll take you to Dallas for Game 4 of the Stars Flames. Coming up at 6:30 tonight for that puck come out. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk to Andy Canucks, and while you mentioned Andy Canucks, all I can think about was one person texted us for our show last week, very angry about the lack of playoff coverage. The playoffs were over, like after you blinked. I'm like, it's over. We didn't even have a chance. It's like, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I thought this Avs team was going to go deep. I know. We were excited. We're like, you know what? We're going to have home games potentially if they win, beat Bakersfield, and maybe even home games. They might show Abbotsford. Yeah, not happening. We were blatantly expecting there to be home games. No, we were at that Abbotsford game right before they played the playoffs. We were like all excited. Yeah. And then the week before, they're like, a couple games left. Just got to get a win, and they'll switch home ice for that first round. Nope, didn't happen. And then they lose to the road Bakersfield. On top of that, and it's over. They're like that scene in the Simpsons sideshow Bob. When he's like walking around and stepping on a rake and constantly there's a rake in every single square footage backyard. Just continues not working out for the average person. But still a lot of positives to take, and we'll talk to Chris Faber about that coming up after 5 o'clock. So I don't know, I didn't wake up this morning expecting Barry Trotz to be an available head coach of the National Hockey League. Neither did I. And I woke up to a message from you or a chat. Yeah, saying what? What? Yeah, Barry Trotz? Say what now? So
perhaps with the Astros, yada yada. So I think it was the backing of money. But once the season ended, the playoffs started, and they were eliminated, you all kind of expected he's going to be back. Yeah. I think you look at the Islanders season, and I mean, just the legs of how they had to manage it. They had a crazy COVID outbreak very early on. They also played, I think, what was it, their first 15-ish games on the road because their new arena was being finished, and yet they still end up above 500 at the end of the year after how terribly they start. Similar story to the Canucks, except the coaching change didn't really happen. You know, it was an underachieving year, but it's also a team that overachieved by getting to the Eastern Conference Final and taking Tampa Bay to the brink last year with Barry Trotz, getting most out of that roster to the point where Lou Lamoriello bought into a lot of players that maybe he shouldn't have bought into and paid them a lot of money. I think that's more the story here, and I do want to get to it because I've already asked a question on Twitter: should Barry Trotz be considered by the Canucks? I think an obvious yes, but we'll dive into that in a little bit more detail. You can answer 650 on the Southbar Lumber text line. But to me, the story with the Islanders is Barry Trotz not getting the most out of that roster. Their general manager committing to way too much money to mediocre players. And we know that story all too well here in Vancouver. It does not end well. Well, it usually doesn't. But one of the things that Lou has always done is found a way to navigate through all that. And he always finds a rabbit out of a hat, some way or another. At least that's not seemed like the case with him. And who knows if there was pressure, up top for things to kind of change. It's either the GM or the coach. Sometimes those things come in. And maybe it is what Eric and Reeves talked about today on the Greg Lundon podcast and also on the show, that maybe after the exit interviews, it became very clear with the players they had to go underground. And sometimes that happens when it becomes very clear that the guy and the players are not going to work anymore. And when that becomes the case, you got to choose one. And you can't really choose one coach over 22, 23 different players. So sometimes it's as simple as that, but it is confusing considering the amount of success they've had ever since they came in. This being the only year they took their toe. And I wonder, though, this is like a bigger picture question I have generally. How many teams were able to actually overcome the pandemic, playing the bubble folk season last year as well, and all the baggage that came with that? How many teams can really afford? And Mike Sullivan was one before he had there. John Cooper, they won the Stanley Cup before. There were a lot of coaching changes in the past week. A ton of coaching changes. And, the prevailing thought here it's taken a lot out of me to coach through and navigate through this. And it has, it's a challenge for everybody. So I get all that. I don't see how, because this is an Islanders team that even there's the way they approach this like a very strong identity, right? They've committed to players that are willing to play the defensive side of the puck to uninjured, right? Even in the face of a league that is way more offensive than it has ever been before. So the team is built almost in the identity of its coach to get the most out of that roster in the way that he's played to have success through his time in Nashville, through his time in Washington, and now even here with the New York Islanders. Well, and the other side, the other question too, though, is you're right. A lot of it is so towards John, but then also not really goes towards the team as Lamoriello always wanted. You look at the Devils season, that's what he's built. It's a little different because of Shanahan, they wanted a different idea, they wanted something different, and of course, at the end of the day, all they were doing was drafting young hotshot offensive players, right? But that was really what Brendan Shanahan set out to do, and at some point it became clear they weren't going to coexist. And Lamoriello had to do the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. But really, the type of team that he's building, it was interesting to hear a name like Joe Quenneville come up. There's a lot of buzz. Like Quenneville's going to get one more kick at the can. Yeah. It would seem ridiculous considering all the stuff going on with the Blackhawks and what he knew. We didn't know if he'd like the Panthers and no suspension being put up, but there was this kind of sense that he was going to let him back in anytime soon. We may see his name pop up again as soon as this offseason
team is going to be a disaster, or do they figure it out again? And also, obviously, like, pose the question to our listeners, what does this move, Ross, becoming available, mean to Vancouver? Well, it means something to basically every team in the league that is thinking about it. Like, even if you're not, like, if you're Vancouver, you've already made it clear that, yeah, once we go back, on the agreed upon, yep, next year, if Google says, okay, we're not offering an extension, how do you not even consider it, though? You don't have to reach out to them. Do you not consider it? I think you have to have a conversation. Barry Trotz is the kind of guy that, if he comes available, basically, 25 teams in the league are saying, do we want that guy? You know? Yeah. Does that guy make sense for us? Like, if you're Vegas and you're pondering Pete DeBoer right now, you're probably saying, Barry Trotz might work for us. Right? Look what he did with Washington. Yeah. He got some of his offensive players to buy in, and it really worked. I think all of the teams in the league today did, wait, the Islanders did what now? Yeah. Should we think about this now? And, of course, Trotz is still kind of figuring it out for himself and what he wants to do. I believe Trotz said he's going to take about a week or so to decide what his next steps are. We'll talk to Frank Saravalli about this, too, coming up after 4:30. But it's easy to look back at what Stuco did and say, that was amazing. Look at the win percentage. He got wins. He got the most out of that roster. Of course, there were still question marks being brought up by management, right? As we talked about last week, Jim Rutherford with the we need more structure comments to us and to the media. Barry Trotz is that guy. It's not hard to point the line and connect with some of the dots to the types of things Jim Rutherford was talking about and saying Barry Trotz fits those types of things. He probably would. Now the question though is the types of things that they're looking for. Does Trotz really fit all those other markers? And I think it's a fair question. What I think Trotz becoming available does though is make it more likely that Woodrow comes back to Vancouver. What it means is that here is Barry Trotz available for a team that may have considered. And if Trotz is going to coach next season, he's going to take another job next season, which means they're probably a good job. Yeah, probably a team that's ready to win outside of maybe Winnipeg. That has been mentioned before. For instance, as a team that might be after Barry Trotz, what if Vegas, for instance, goes after him? What if the Florida Panthers lose? And I'm not even sure they'll go after him, but still, the point being, yeah, if there's a contender out there, Barry Trotz can be on top of their list. So they'll just take away an opportunity from Boudreaux. I don't think it's all for nothing for Boudreaux. It doesn't look like the Islanders would hire Boudreaux anyway, if they're looking at something different. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing in that all of a sudden Boudreaux gets knocked down the pecking order of the coaching play. But for instance, you want Stanley Cup. If your goal is to win Stanley Cup next season, you have a choice of any available coach. How do you not take Trotz over Boudreaux? And I don't think, and as people mentioning, Trotz's boring style, he coached the Washington Capitals. They weren't chopping it up. Yeah. So he's going to coach what he has. And there was some exciting New Jersey Predators for a couple of years too that scored a lot and played an interesting style of hockey. They're so good defensively, but they're a team that pushed the pace under Trotz as well. So I don't think Trotz is going to come in here and play this horrible defensive style, but he is going to bring a structure, but he's going to allow star players to express themselves. Was this the draft here in Vancouver when you had a chance to interview Trotz to talk about how he sees the game and how he was ahead of the game in how to generate scoring chances and the ones that lead to a high probability of goals. Well, and they were at the forefront of this with the you have a pretty good option in Bruce Boudreau, and one, as we've been hearing over the last day, especially from Elliot Friedman, that's one that seems to be looking more and more likely is going to be the coach of the Vancouver Canucks next year. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And this is, even before the end of the season, there's talks of extension, and maybe some of the stuff that we heard was optimism coming from the Boudreau camp about how discussions were going, because there had this mutual interest in continuing this relationship, and maybe they were kind of hoping that would include extension. And obviously that's not part of the case, but there's always the sense that you can go back next season and so on, hopefully. And the sense that I got was next past week is the same thing we talked about last week. So unless something unforeseen comes up, I expect you to be back here for this team next year. But I think what this also shows more than anything too, Cam, is having your options open, how positive that is, and how many options that gives you. Let's say Barry Trotz, for instance, next season says, I want to take this year off, maybe a year. He's still got a year on so he'll be paid $4 million. Yeah. And then there's the other question of would the Canucks willing to pay if Barry Trotz has a coach $45 million for 4 to 5 years? That's another question entirely. Yeah, you have to consider, because he comes with a big ticket, Barry Trotz does. But so let's say next season, Trotz wants to take the year off. You go into next year, Boudreau doesn't work out for you. Well, now you're not going to Boudreau beyond next season. Barry Trotz from Western Canada lives in the Okanagan during the off season. Vancouver may rank pretty high. The teams he's willing to go to for many years' time. So this is why, as much as we look at it and say, hey, give Boudreau's extension and all of this stuff, from the Canucks management perspective, having the options open is the best thing, especially for a team that's capped out, doesn't have a ton of extra assets as it is. So when you do have options on stuff, try to hold on to that as much as possible to give yourself opportunities. Like for instance, had they signed, Boudreau to a 3-year extension, and then Barry Trotz would be available once to come here. Half the Canucks that signed Boudreau the same thing. You know what? Maybe Trotz would come better. Funny, the 24, 48 hours. I was here for it too. Some of the discourse that followed your and the comments and firm direction he laid for the Vancouver Canucks with their coaching decisions was surprising, given how the season ended, how loved Bruce Boudreau was in the market, all these things. The team obviously would continue that relationship and at least, really go forward with that. But already a week later, and you're like, okay, maybe he made the right decision. Why tie yourself into something if you don't necessarily have it? As long as you can get it done. Yeah. Now, you play hardball, or you take that course with Boudreau, and then you lost. And you're left. Unless you lost both times very Trotz. But then again, I think we're bringing a little bit towards things. Stories water around and holding coach, all that sort of stuff. That's where the equation was set up as it is. I very much doubt even Barry Trotz would say, yeah, you know what, let's get rid of Eamon Clark and everything he's doing with that and bring my own guy in. I think those types of things don't work around. To me, it's number one, what does Barry Trotz want to do? Does Vancouver have any interest in paying? That's an election. That's the bigger question. Against the Colby stuff, what's Bruce Pitchett? So we will kind of check 4 to 5 years. That's 4 to 5 million a year.
Did you actually go with
Really distracting. Last time it did seem like that was with John Ramarella. What was their thing? Yeah. Then like case of that experience. Even Boudreau won, he's going to cost $1 just like that is in favor.
I'm just hoping
And I think the reason why